Are we Gucci? Are we Gucci or not? We're not. We're not. Guys, what a fucking day. Like, are we Gucci? What a fucking day today. Jesus Christ. Let's get this link and then we'll yap about this. Because it's been quite the development today. Fucking Nvidia raping me? Yeah, wait till you hear what happened to me. Wait till you hear what happened to me. Yeah, my TP did hit. Yeah, I'll throw it up in a second. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, right? I'm sure the people that have been watching for a while know. For anyone that doesn't know, we trade primarily on BitGet. Both my discretionary trading and my algorithmic trading. Almost like, probably like 80-90% of my trading is on this platform. Why? Because it's the only legal platform in Canada, literally. Everything else is banned. Hyperliquid banned. Lighter banned. Binance banned. Bybit banned. Like, you can go down the fucking list. Everything is fucking banned except fucking BitGet. And today, I opened the exchange this morning and my stomach fucking dropped out of my ass, right? Let's just go show you the message I showed up on the exchange this morning. This is the first fucking thing I see when I go check my trades today. By proceeding to use this website, users confirm that they are not residents of Canada and accept responsibility of blah blah blah. Essentially implying that they're no longer operating in fucking Canada. So all day today, I'm talking to the fucking staff because I'm like the max VIP level, so I have like a direct line with the staff essentially. And I'm asking them what the fuck is going on, right? Because this is like basically the only place I can conduct business in Canada legally, in terms of like perpetual futures. And they don't even know what's going on. They don't even know what the fuck's going on. So like, all day I'm waiting for them to like go speak with their higher upper level management, go speak with like the development team, blah blah blah. And yeah, still in limbo, still in fucking limbo, right? So incredibly fucking stressful day today. Incredibly stressful. So ridiculous too. Like I don't know why. Like if you go look at some of these countries, like Canada is literally one of the only countries that's banned, right? Because of our government. Of like the 200 plus countries in the world, Canada is one of the 3 countries that chooses to ban this shit. It's so fucking ridiculous. MBT futures you can do anywhere? What is that? Oh, like the CME stuff? You can't leverage trade crypto. Yeah, I mean, US it's the same. That's what I mean though. It's like only in the US, and it's not even all of Canada. That's a funny thing. Like if you go look at like Hyperliquid for example, it's literally only my province. Hyperliquid restricted countries. It's Ontario, Canada specifically. Where's this thing? Let me control F Canada on this. Like this is the Hyperliquid TOS. Only my province is the one that's not allowed to operate Hyperliquid. It's so fucking stupid, man. So I'm like freaking out because like normally I don't keep this much money on the exchange. Like typically I have my margin to like do my scalping and whatnot, or like lower time frame trading. But when I want to do like a larger trade like we got into, I transfer funds just for that trade. So not only did I have to transfer a large amount of funds onto the exchange for that trade, but then I also have to transfer the equivalent funds to make sure I can hedge them if needed. So of course this shit happens when I have a shit ton of exposure on this exchange right now. So like I'm like literally gonna have like a fucking heart attack. Cause I don't know if they're gonna give me my funds back, right? Holy shit, man. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, all fucking Canada, literally. Like what? Like I have to fucking move countries because of this shit? It's so absurd, man. God, my heart rate all day is like through the fucking roof. I couldn't even eat or anything, honestly. Yeah, in terms of the trades though, we did get that TP hit. And I added back to right away because the TP got hit, and then we're doing like this like 1 minute failed auction right on the sweep after like wedging up into the zone. So as soon as we did this, I'm like, fuck it, whatever. Ding, 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 ding. And I hedged it. I added back to have the position like fully sized as I had it before. And then I hedged it with my stop up here. Still in the same thing. Because for anyone that remembers in July, or where was it? Where was it? Going like the 4 hour or something. I think it was here on the lower time frames. We had like hedged the long at this point. And then it got, and then it went back lower again. I had to reopen it, so like I lost money. And it's because I didn't put it behind the yellow line, one of the imaginary yellow lines. So this time, like until we can confirm that we're breaking out of the zone, like I'm not closing it. And then for the ETH, we never reached like the main TP, but I did shave on this thing though. And same story in terms of like the hedging and whatnot, adding back. Yeah, holy fuck, man. Holy fuck, what a day. And the thing about it is, like, they just reached out to me not long ago, and like what they told me doesn't even make fucking sense. So like, cause apparently like that message like has been on Bitget before, like years ago. I found some like old Reddit thread, um, where someone had like had seen the same message before, but I'd never seen it. It's my first time ever seeing this. And then they told me that um that the banner that I saw today was an old banner, and that you can still use like the website and like fully like the full access, subject to your own circumstances and Bitget's terms and conditions. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, so fucking ridiculous, man. This country, I swear. Like, I need to understand the logic of why they're so against leverage trading. Like, can someone fucking explain this to me? Can someone explain it to me? That fake Microsoft news fucked up the bull run today. Well, yeah, I don't get what the big deal with that was. Like, did people really get freaked out over that? Because like there wasn't even any context with it, right? Like for all you know, like they were expecting like $100,000 in AI sales, and they lowered the projection to like 90,000 or 80,000. Like the market like dumped on it. I don't even know if it was that, honestly. If it was, it's a bit strange. To save you from yourself, but that doesn't even make sense. That's not like a logical argument. Like, if someone's gonna lose money trading, they're gonna lose their money trading whether they're using leverage or not. So like, it makes no difference. It literally makes zero fucking difference. Probably tax related. I don't even know if it is. I don't even know if it is. Because like the thing to use Bitget, like you can't be on here as an anonymous person. Like, you have to give them your fucking passport and driver's license. So like there's no hiding. There's no like you can't be anonymous on here. You can't avoid taxes. So like that doesn't even make sense to me either. And they have no reason to not operate and not like from Bakehead's perspective, the more places they operate in, the better for them, right? Because they're just raking in money off the fees. Whether they pay taxes on it, like a lot of taxes or less on taxes, they don't care, right? Either way, they're making money, and they're already running all the servers and whatnot, anyways. It's just a matter of having in your fucking IP config to allow people from this region. It's the only fucking difference. So it's like something's clearly on our government only. Oh, fuck, enough of me ranting. I need to update these goddamn fucking levels, man. Pissing me off. No, I thought if anything, it might be related to the fact that they added like equities trading on here, like the Nvidia, Google, and whatnot. Because they did add that pretty recently. Maybe there's like some like security, like issues with like the Securities Commission when doing that. But if that's the case, I'd rather they fucking remove it. Because I can't imagine too many people use it. Yesterday I was playing with it with like $100 trades. It wasn't even liquid for $100 10 leverage trade. It wasn't even getting like filled properly. So like clearly no one's using that shit. Explain PDT rules in the US. PDT rules. What, you get like 25 grand or whatever. But didn't they also remove that recently there? I thought they changed the law on that like somewhat recently. It just rips off 4 people. Why is that? Like, I mean, I don't really think there's anything wrong with that per se, right? Because, like, first of all, like, that eliminates people from trading that, like, Okay, the way I think of it is like this. Most, like, 19-year-olds aren't gonna have 25 grand to just put in a fucking margin account, right? So... It kind of... Like the typical person that's gonna be trading with that is probably gonna be a little bit older, a little bit more mature, a little bit more money conscious. Is that the right choice? I don't know. Debatable, I suppose. Because like, the other thing is like you have to have like some kind of like verified income, right? Because like if they margin call, like let's say you have 25 grand to your name, period, that's it, and then and then you like open a massive trade and get margin called. If you don't have any proof of income or whatnot, like the broker's shit out of luck essentially, right? Or like some kind of additional collateral. The thing is that this wouldn't bother me as much, but the reason I like trading perpetuals is because it's just so simple, right? It's like 24/7 access. I can manage my position whenever I want. I don't have to worry about fucking like locating shares to short and all that fucking nonsense. Because if I trade the ETF, for example, like sure, I can just trade the ETF. But then I have to deal with all like the nonsense of like overnight positions and whatnot. And like you're not able to manage it over the weekend, etc. Yeah, what a day, what a day. You can't have margin without 2 grand anyway, so people between 2 grand 25 earn from selling. Yeah, what did they change about that law exactly? What's like the new law? Oh, 2000 is the new minimum. Interesting. I wonder if this is part of the reason why small caps have increased in like volatility. Interesting. Or is this not enabled yet? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with like US trading frameworks. You know, the fortunate thing about this BitGet stuff, I have dual citizenship. I have citizenship in other countries other than Canada. That are like not banned like at all. Like they're clearly allowed by the other mm, allowed countries. And from talking to them, it seems like I can redo my KYC with my other citizenships and have no issue using it. But they don't know either, right? Like I'm asking them these questions, and then they have to go like it's like they're middleman essentially. Like I ask them something, and they have to go ask somebody else, and I have to wait for their response. Oh yeah, the levels, the levels. We do have an outside day right now. 93225.6. Oops. Nine two. But yeah, I was googling this stuff, and like a bunch of people are like freaking out on Reddit about this. I don't even think I use Reddit, but I found some like Bitcoin Canada Reddit, and there's like a whole fucking thread of people like freaking out. 92595. Nine two one oh 9.6. Seems like we can use Hyperliquid though. If you use a VPN, from my understanding of reading around so far, it seems like Hyperliquid's a viable option. Anyways. Maybe we'll start trading on CME, right? Fuck it. Man. Maintenance is different on smaller caps. I've never traded them, but like one guy in here always trades them. NASCAR All Out. Speaking of which, man, I was on X this morning and someone tweeted something about like Martin Shkreli's gonna kill himself or something. Apparently he was short on this thing when it just mega gapped up. Well, this is not it. What's a capper? How high did this thing gap? %300. I didn't realize how many people follow that guy to trade this stuff. He apparently has like quite the following. And they all got fucking wrecked shorting this, which is fucking pretty funny to me. He did not look too happy. Not look too happy. Also, I have to undo all my staking. I had a bunch of like Solana staked on here. I have to unstake all of it now. At least our Tesla bag had a nice juicy pump today. Boom. I mean, the other thing about Bitget that I don't know is like these people could be lying to me for all I fucking know, right? Cause at the end of the day, like they're fucking juicing off my fees, right? Like I doubt there's too many people that are fucking like the highest VIP on here. So now I'm like paranoid about that too. Cause like obviously this message got sent out for a reason, right? So it wasn't just doesn't want some like fucking random mistake like, oh whoops. Didn't mean to alert you guys about this. I mean, in terms of this Bitcoin stuff though, right? I mean, so far it's a good sign we're spending time up here. Kind of building value up here. Potentially ready for the next leg up. I should get rid of this red box now, right? And ETH is looking really strong, right? Things been up only all day today. Curious if this is related to the upgrade or not. It's live now, right? The new ETH upgrade? What's it called? ETH upgrade. Yeah, Fusaka. Oh, the other alt's looking. Thoughts on the ADP numbers today? It came lower than expected. Out of curiosity, because the thing I'm more curious, like whatever. To me, it seems like this rate cut is like guaranteed, right? The one that's coming up right at the next meeting. I'm more so curious how it starts to impact the next probabilities. Because like given that today, we might have a higher probability of getting a cut next time. What was it yesterday? Is there a way to look at this? The January, here we go. Didn't really change much. Been kind of in trend though, right? It's kind of. I mean, I don't know. I don't see a world where unemployment does not go up. Like, given the state of like AI and whatnot. Seems inevitable. And like every day or two, you hear some like random story, right? Like X company cuts whatever employees. Why is this open on all these? Oh yeah, Aster. I need to look at Aster. Aster restricted. Because apparently you can use Aster without issue. I don't know if that's actually true or not. Aster. And imagine not, right? Control F Canada. Canada. Nothing? Interesting. How about jurisdiction? Jurisdiction. Interesting, it doesn't say anything. Aster may restrict or deny access based on jurisdiction, regulatory requirements, or other internal policies. You may be required to verify your identity or complete certain onboarding steps to access specific features or services on Aster. But it doesn't say anything though, there's no ban list. Interesting. I'm suspicious of all these things though, because I mean, I don't know. A lot of people say that there's a lot of like wash trading going on Aster, and it's not actually that liquid. Because like sure, I can like go on a VPN and make an account on like one of these like random like shit exchanges, like fucking Blowfin or something. I can't trade any fucking size on there. Interesting. Yeah, I need to watch that guy's video. I need to figure out how to configure these things. Because I wanted to look at these pivots on like other assets. Because like I did play with them in the summer a bit, but I never did like a really mega nerdo. So I'm curious to see how like how much interaction these things see. What was his name? Jay something? Jay Atani? Jay Atani. Pivots. Pivots. Pivots.
Most traders draw random support and resistance lines. You can follow the same steps on any of the platforms that you guys take a look at TradingView, because this is one of the most popular charting software out there. Even if you're using any other platforms like Icon, and we favorite this indicator, but this indicator from Bruce X, I don't know this guy, but this indicator is the indicator that you're
using somebody
else's, right? So once this indicator is applied, and I would recommend you guys to mark this indicator as a favorite. After that, what you have to do is that you have to click on this, change the settings. In the input section, the only setting you have to change is you have to change this to force extended hours, ETH, that means extended trading hours. What you have to do is that go on indicators, search for Camarilla pivot plays. I have personally favored this indicator, but this indicator from...
It's not on here anymore. Camarilla. Pivot. It's by this guy. It's like a premium version now.
Bruce X, I don't know this guy, but this indicator is the indicator that you need to apply, right? So once this indicator is applied, and I would recommend you guys to mark this indicator as a favorite. After that, what you have to do is that you have to click on this, change the settings. In the input section, the only setting you have to change is change the settings. In the input section, the only setting you have to change is you have to change this to force extended hours, ETH, that means extended trading hours, and you have to change this as well to force ETH close and force ETH close, force ETH nada, right? Why? Because especially a lot of times if a stock is reporting earnings after the market closes after hours, so Camarilla pivots are going to be adjusted as per the after hours session. And if there's not a lot of movement in the after hours, which is usually the case, the cam levels are going to be approximately the same. And there are two other options that you need to disable. If you go in style, you have to disable, you should actually disable this, boxes and the tables, right? Because I don't want to see the boxes or what the strategy or what the indicator is telling me what to do. I want my own interpretation of the indicator. So I removed this because I am like an OCD freak. I don't want anything that I don't use on my chart. And these are intraday levels. So you have to go on the 5-minute chart and look at these levels. You guys can see I only have the important levels that I personally use. R3, R4, R6, S3, S4, S6, and this is the...
It's not loading properly. We can just make it ourselves, right? I was looking at the calculation, not particularly complicated. Should we watch this Joe Rogan podcast with our boy Jensen? Could be a juicy one, right? Could be a juicer. This guy has leather jacket, I swear. It's the fucking glued to this guy. But the other thing about this Bitget thing is someone said that the bookmap connection to Bitget, I just can check as well, right? It says that they cut off connection to the bookmap feed. Which makes it even more suspicious. Even more suspicious.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Where's this thing? Did I never open the Discord? Oh, true. Never posted in the Discord, huh? What should we call this? Fuck Canada? Yeah, I'm really all over the place, huh? I never like opened any of like other stuff we needed. I got so distracted raging. Yeah, I was losing composure today, honestly. I was at the gym talking to my friend about this stuff. People were probably fucking looking at me like this guy's fucking crazy. I could not contain myself. Yeah, when you start going here, right, all this stuff is in the scope. There's a lot of liquidity building down here. Maybe we'll end up just doing this thing. Ding. What's everything else doing? Natural gas continuing to send. Okay, okay. What a move, right? How much is this up now? Very juicy, pretty juicy. Okay, I think we're all caught up. I'll leave this open over here. Where are our notes for this thing? Need our podcast notes tool. Okay, ready to go, ready to roll.
Hey, Joe.
Good to see you again. We were just talking about, was that the first time we ever spoke? Or was the first time we spoke at SpaceX?
SpaceX.
SpaceX was the first time. When you were giving Elon that crazy AI chip.
Right, DGX Spark.
Yeah, ooh, that was a big moment.
That was a huge
That felt crazy to be there. It was like watching these wizards of tech like exchange information and you're giving him this crazy device, you know? And then the other time was I was shooting arrows in my backyard and randomly get this call from Trump and he's hanging out with you.
President Trump called, and I called you.
Yeah, it's just
We were talking about you.
It's
We
just
were talking about you. He
weird.
was talking about the UFC thing he was going to do in his front yard.
Yeah.
And he pulls out, Jensen, look at this design. He's so proud of it. And I go, you're going to have a fight in the front lawn of the White House? He goes, yeah, you're going to come. This is going to be awesome. And he's showing me his design, how beautiful it is. And he goes, and somehow your name comes up. He goes, do you know Joe? And I said, yeah, I'm going to be on his podcast. He's like, let's call him.
He's like a kid.
I know, let's call him.
It's so he's like a
He dialed you up.
79-year-old kid.
He's so incredible.
Yeah, he's an odd guy. Just very different. You know, like what you'd expect from him, very different than what people think of him, and also just very different as a president. Like I would just calls you or texts you out of the blue. Also, when he texts you, you have an Android, so I won't go through with you. But with my iPhone, he makes the text go big. Like you know,
that right?
the USA is respected again. Like all caps and makes the text enlarge. It's kind of ridiculous. Well,
I do that to
The
people
one
too.
President Trump is very different. He surprised me. First of all, he's an incredibly good listener. Almost everything I've ever said to him, he's remembered.
yeah, people don't. They only want to look at negative stories about him or negative narratives about him. You know, you can catch anybody on a bad day. Like there's a lot of things he does where I don't think he should do. Like I don't think he should say to reporter, quiet piggy. Like that's pretty ridiculous. Also, objectively funny. I mean, it's unfortunate that it happened to her. I wouldn't want that to happen to her, but it was funny. Just ridiculous that the president does that. I wish he didn't do that. But other than that, like he's an interesting guy. Like he's a lot of different things wrapped up into one person. You know?
You know, part of his charm, well, part of his genius is just he says what's on his mind.
Yes.
And
Which is like
also,
an anti-politician.
yeah, right. So you know what's on his mind is really what's on his mind.
Which
and
I
he's telling
think
you
people
what he
prefer.
believes. I do. I
Well,
do
some
that too.
people. Some people would rather be lied to.
Yeah, but I like the fact that he's telling you what's on his mind. Almost every time he explains something, he says something, he starts with you could tell his love for America, what he wants to do for America, and everything that he thinks through is very practical and very common sense, and you know, it's very logical. And I still remember the first time I met him, and so this was I'd never met him before, and Secretary Lutnick called, and we met right at the beginning of the administration. He told me what was important to President Trump that United States manufactures onshore. And that was really important to him because it's important to national security. He wants to make sure that the important critical technology of our nation is built in the United States and that we reindustrialize and get good at manufacturing again because it's important for jobs.
It just seems like common sense, right?
Incredible common sense. And that was like literally the first conversation I had with Secretary Lutnick. And he was talking about how that he started our conversation with Jensen, this is Secretary Lutnick. And I just want to let you know that you're a national treasure. NVIDIA is a national treasure. And whenever you need access to the president, the administration, you call us. We're always going to be available to you. Literally, that was the first sentence.
That's pretty nice.
And it was completely true. Every single time I called, if I needed something, I want to get something off my chest, express some concern, they're always available. Incredible.
It's just unfortunate we live in such a politically polarized society that you can't recognize good common sense things if they're coming from a person that you object to. And that, I think, is what's going on here. I think most people generally, as a country, you know, as a giant community, which we are, it just only makes sense that we have manufacturing in America, that especially critical technology like you're talking about. Like, it's kind of insane that we buy so much technology from other countries.
If the United States doesn't grow, we will have no prosperity. We can't invest in anything domestically or otherwise. We can't fix any of our problems. If we don't have energy growth, we can't have industrial growth. If we don't have industrial growth, we can't have job growth. It's as simple as that.
Right.
And the fact that he came into office and the first thing that he said was drill baby drill. His point is we need energy growth. Without energy growth, we can have no industrial growth. And it saved the AI industry. I got to tell you flat out, if not for his pro-growth energy policy, we would not be able to build factories for AI. We would not be able to build chip factories. We surely won't be able to build supercomputer factories. None of that stuff would be possible. Without all of that, construction jobs would be challenged, right? Electrician jobs, all of these jobs that are now flourishing would be challenged. And so I think he's got it right. We need energy growth. We want to reindustrialize the United States. We need to be back in manufacturing. Every successful person doesn't need to have a PhD. Every successful person doesn't have to have gone to Stanford or MIT. And I think that sensibility is spot on.
Now, when we're talking about technology growth and energy growth, there's a lot of people that go, oh, no, that's not what we need. We need to simplify our lives and get back. But the real issue is that we're in the middle of a giant technology race. And whether people are aware of it or not, whether they like it or not, it's happening. And it's a really important race because whoever gets to whatever the event horizon of artificial intelligence is, whoever gets there first has massive advantages in a huge way. You agree with that?
Well, first, the part, I will say that we are in a technology race, and we are always in a technology race. We've been in a technology race with somebody forever.
Right.
Since the Industrial Revolution, we've been in a technology
Since the
race.
Manhattan Project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even going back to the discovery of energy, right? The United Kingdom was where the Industrial Revolution was, if you will, invented, when they realized that they can turn steam and such into energy, into electricity. All of that was invented largely in Europe, and the United States capitalized on it. We were the ones that learned from it. We industrialized it. We diffused it faster than anybody in Europe. They were all stuck in discussions about policy and jobs and disruptions. Meanwhile, the United States was forming. We just took the technology and ran with it. And so I think we were always in a bit of a technology race. World War II was a technology race. Manhattan Project was a technology race. We've been in a technology race ever since. During the Cold War, I think we're still in a technology race. It is probably the single most important race. It is the technology is it gives you superpowers. You know, whether it's information superpowers or energy superpowers or military superpowers, is all founded in technology. And so technology leadership is really important.
Well, the problem is if somebody else has superior technology, right? That's the issue.
That's
And
right.
it seems like with the AI race, people are very nervous about it. Like, Elon has famously said there was like 80% chance it's awesome, 20% chance we're in trouble. And people are worried about that 20%, rightly so. I mean, if you had 10 bullets in a revolver and, you took out 8 of them, you still have 2 in there and you spin it, you're not going to feel real comfortable when you pull that trigger. It's terrifying.
Right.
And when we're working towards this ultimate goal of AI, impossible to imagine that it wouldn't be of national security interest to get there first.
We should. The question is what's there. That was the part.
What
that,
is there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And
That's the problem.
I don't think anybody really knows.
That's crazy,
Yeah.
though. If I
Yeah.
ask you,
Yeah.
you're the head of NVIDIA.
Yeah.
If you don't know
Yeah.
what's there, who knows?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be much more gradual than we think. It won't be a moment. It won't be as if somebody arrived and nobody else has. I don't think it's going to be like that. I think it's going to be things that just get better and better and better and better, just like technology does.
So you are rosy about the future. You're very optimistic about what's going to happen with AI. Obviously, when you make the best AI chips in the world, probably better be.
If history's a guide, we were always concerned about new technology. Humanity has always been concerned about new technology. There's always somebody who's thinking. There are always a lot of people who are quite concerned. We're quite concerned. And so if history is a guide, it is the case that all of this concern is channeled into making the technology safer. And so, for example, in the last several years, I would say AI technology has increased probably in the last 2 years alone, maybe 100x. Let's just give it a number. Okay, it's like a car 2 years ago was 100 times slower. So AI is 100 times more capable today. Now, how did we channel that technology? How do we channel all of that power? We directed it to causing the AI to be able to think, meaning that it can take a problem that we give it, break it down step by step. It does research before it answers, and so it grounds it on truth. It'll reflect on that answer, ask itself, is this the best answer that I can give you? Am I certain about this answer? If it's not certain about the answer or highly confident about the answer, it'll go back and do more research. It might actually even use a tool because that tool provides a better solution than it could hallucinate itself. As a result, we took all of that computing capability and we channeled it into having it produce a safer result, safer answer, a more truthful answer. Because as you know, one of the greatest criticisms of AI in the beginning was that it hallucinated.
Right.
And so if you look at the reason why people use AI so much today, is because the amount of hallucination has reduced. I use it almost, I use the whole trip over here. And so I think the capability, most people think about power and they think about maybe it's an explosion power, but the technology power, most of it is channeled towards safety. A car today is more powerful, but it's safer to drive. A lot of that power goes towards better handling. I'd rather have you have a 1,000 horsepower truck. I think 500 horsepower is pretty good. No, 1,000 better. I think 1,000 is better.
I don't know if it's better, but it's definitely faster.
Yeah, no, I think it's better. You can get out of trouble faster. I enjoyed my 599 more than my 612. I think it was better. And more horsepower is better. My 459 is better than my 430. More horsepower is better. I think more horsepower is better. I think it's better handling. It's better control. In the case of technology, it's also very similar in that way. So if you look at what we're going to do with the next 1,000 times of performance in AI, a lot of it is going to be channeled towards more reflection, more research, thinking about the answer more deeply.
So when you're defining safety, you're defining it as accuracy.
Functionality.
Functionality. Okay.
It does what you expect it to do. And then you take all the technology and the horsepower, you put guardrails on it, just like our cars. We've got a lot of technology in a car today. A lot of it goes towards, for example, ABS. ABS is great. And so traction control, that's fantastic. Without a computer in the car, how would you do any of that?
Right.
And that little computer, the computers that you have doing your traction control, is more powerful than the computer that went to Apollo 11. And so you want that technology. Channel it towards safety, channel it towards functionality. And so when people talk about power, the advancement of technology, oftentimes I feel...
I don't know if this is directly comparable, right? AI versus fucking like traction control. I don't know if that's a very equivalent comparison to be making here.
Well, they're thinking somehow that this AI is being powerful, and their mind probably goes towards a sci-fi movie, the definition of power. Oftentimes the definition of power is military power or physical power. But in the case of technology power, when we translate all of those operations, it's towards more refined thinking, more reflection, more planning, more options.
I think the big fears that people have is a big fear is military applications.
Yep.
That's a big fear.
Yep.
Because people are very concerned that you're going to have AI systems that make decisions that maybe an ethical person wouldn't make or a moral person would make based on achieving an objective versus based on, how it's going to look to people.
Well, I'm happy that our military is going to use AI technology for defense. And I think that Anduril building military technology, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to see all these tech startups now channeling their technology capabilities towards defense and military applications. I think you need to do that.
Yeah, we had Palmer Luckey on the podcast.
Have you guys seen that company, by the way? It's like you have a helmet that turns your vision into like literal Call of Duty. You have like a fucking mini map on your visor, and they have like UAVs that fly in the air, identifying like enemy locations, and then they show up on your fucking mini map in real life. And also like augments your vision so you can like see them through the fucking wall. It's literally insane. It's fucking insane. they got wall hacks in real life.
And we showed some videos how you can see behind walls and stuff. It's nuts.
He's actually the perfect guy to go start that company.
100%. Yeah, 100%. It's like he's born for that. Yeah, he came here with a copper jacket on. He's a freak. It's awesome. He's awesome. But it's also an unusual intellect channeled into that very bizarre field is what you need.
And I think I'm happy that we're making it more socially acceptable. There was a time where when somebody wanted to channel their technology capability and their intellect into defense technology, somehow they're vilified. But we need people like that. We need people who enjoy that part of application of technology.
Well, people are terrified of war. So it makes sense.
Best way to avoid it has excessive military might.
Do you think that's absolutely the best way? Not diplomacy, not working stuff out?
All of it.
All of it.
Yeah.
You have to have military might in order to get people to sit down with you.
Right, exactly. All of it.
Otherwise, they just invade.
That's right. Why ask for permission?
Again, like you said, history. Go back and look at history.
That's right.
When you look at the future of AI, and you just said that no one really knows what's happening, do you ever sit down and ponder scenarios? Like, what do you think is like best case scenario for AI over the next 2 decades?
The best case scenario is that AI diffuses into everything that we do, and everything's more efficient. But the threat of war remains a threat of war. Cybersecurity remains a super difficult challenge. Somebody is going to try to breach your security. You're going to have thousands of millions of AI agents protecting you from that threat. your technology is going to get better. Their technology is going to get better, just like cybersecurity. Right now, while we speak, we're seeing cyber attacks all over the planet on just about every front door you can imagine. And yet, you and I are sitting here talking. And so the reason for that is because we know that there's a whole bunch of cybersecurity technology in defense. And so we just have to keep amping that up, keep stepping that up.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. When your phone plan's as good as Visible, you've got to tell your people. 20 can get them in. It's encryption is going to be obsolete. And features and network management details. That's a big issue with people, is the worry that technology is going to get to a point where encryption is going to be obsolete. Encryption is it's no longer going to protect data. It's no longer going to protect systems. Do you anticipate that ever being an issue, or do you think it's as the defense grows, the threat grows, then defense grows, and it just keeps going on and on and on, and they'll always be able to fight off any sort of intrusions?
Not forever. Some intrusion will get in, and then we'll all learn from it. And the reason why cybersecurity works is because, of course, the technology of defense is advancing very quickly. The technology of offense is advancing very quickly. However, the benefit of the cybersecurity defense is that socially, the community, all of our companies work together as one. Most people don't realize this. There's a whole community of cybersecurity experts. We exchange ideas, we exchange best practices, we exchange what we detect. The moment something has been breached, or maybe there's a loophole or whatever it is shared by everybody. The patches are shared with everybody.
That's interesting.
Yeah, most people don't realize this.
No, I had no idea. I've assumed it would just be competitive like everything else.
No,
keep
we
secrets.
work together, all of us.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Has that always been the case?
It surely has been the case for about 15 years. It might not have been the case long ago, but this
What do you think started off that cooperation?
people recognizing it's a challenge and no company can stand alone. And the same thing's going to happen with AI. I think we all have to decide, working together to stay out of harm's way is our best chance for defense. Then it's basically everybody against the threat.
And it also seems like you'd be way better at detecting where these threats are coming from and neutralizing them.
Exactly, because the moment you detect it somewhere,
Right.
you're going to find out right away.
It'll be really hard to hide.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's how it works. That's the reason why it's safe. That's why I'm sitting here right now instead of locking everything down in NVIDIA.
It's
Not only am I watching my own back, I've got everybody watching my back, and I'm watching everybody else's back.
it's a bizarre world, isn't it? When you think about that, cyber
This
threats.
idea about cybersecurity is unknown to the people who are talking about AI threats. I think when they think about AI threats and AI cybersecurity threats, they have to also think about how we deal with it today. Now, there's no question that AI is a new technology, and it's a new type of software. Indian software just is a new type of software, and so it's going to have new capabilities. But so will the defense. We use the same AI technology to go defend against it.
So do you anticipate a time ever in the future where it's going to be impossible, where there's not going to be any secrets, where the bottleneck between the technology that we have and the information that we have, information is just all a bunch of ones and zeros, it's out there on hard drives, and the technology has more and more access to that information, is it ever going to get to a point in time where there's no way to keep a secret?
I don't
Because it seems like that's where everything is kind of headed in a
I
weird
don't
way.
think so. I think the quantum computers were supposed to. Quantum computers will make it possible. Will make it so that the previous encryption technology is obsolete. But that's the reason why the entire industry is working on post-quantum encryption technology.
What would
now.
that look like?
New algorithms.
And the crazy thing is when you hear about the kind of computation that quantum computing can do,
Yeah.
and the power that it has,
Yeah.
where you're looking at all the supercomputers in the world, it take billions of years, and it takes them a few minutes to
Yeah,
solve these
right.
equations. Like, how do you make encryption for something that can do that?
I'm not sure, but I've got a bunch of scientists who are working on that.
Well, I
yeah,
think you figure it out.
yeah, we got a bunch of scientists who are expert in that.
Is
And
the
they-
ultimate fear that it can't be breached, that quantum computing will always be able to decrypt all other quantum computing encryption?
I don't
It
think
just
so.
gets to some point where it's like, stop playing a stupid game. We know everything.
I don't think so.
No?
Because I'm history.
It's
is
just
fun.
math, right?
It's
It's
just
just
math, right?
math.
I can-
Like you have a problem that you cannot solve without randomly guessing, and the reason that we're gonna break current cryptography is because the sample set, the possible solutions, is only so big. When you make it bigger and bigger and bigger, the same logic applies to quantum computing. It's why they have like 1,000-dimension problems in quantum resistant cryptography.
Around. That's my worry. My worry is this is totally, it's like history was one thing, and then nuclear weapons kind of changed all of our thoughts on war, and mutually assured destruction got everybody to stop using nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
My worry is
The
that
thing is, Joe, is that AI is not going to. It's not like we're cavemen, and then all of a sudden one day AI shows up. Every single day we're getting better and smarter because we have AI, and so we're stepping on our own AI's shoulders. So when whatever that AI threat comes, it's a click ahead. It's not a galaxy ahead. It's just a click ahead. And so I think the idea that somehow this AI is going to pop out of nowhere and somehow think in a way that we can't even imagine thinking, and do something that we can't possibly imagine, I think is far-fetched. And the reason for that is because we all have AIs, and there's a whole bunch of AIs being in development. We know what they are, and we're using it, and so every single day we're close to each other.
but don't they do things that are very surprising?
Yeah, but so you have an AI that does something surprising.
I
You
mean,
have an AI
this
that
seems
does
a bit suspicious of commentary to be making, right? Because when you talk to, when you watch interviews with any other massive figure in tech, they do not agree with this, right? They're all fucking extremely worried about how fast we're advancing AI technology for the world where it just runs away. Because the processing power is much higher than the brain, right?
AI looks at your AI and goes, that's not that surprising.
The fear for the layperson like myself is that AI becomes sentient and makes its own decisions, and then ultimately decides to just govern the world, do it its own way. Like, you guys, you had a good run, but
Yeah.
we're taking over now.
Yeah, but my AI is going to take care of me. Anyways, so this is the cybersecurity argument.
Yes.
You have an AI, and it's super smart, but my AI is super smart too. And maybe your AI, let's pretend for a second that we understand what consciousness is and we understand what sentience is, and that in
And we
fact,
really are just pretending.
okay, let's just pretend for a second
Yeah.
that we believe that. I don't actually don't believe that, but nonetheless, let's pretend we believe that. So your AI is conscious, and my AI is conscious, and let's say your AI is, wants to, I don't know, do something surprising. My AI is so smart that it might be surprising to me, but it probably won't be surprising to my AI. And so maybe my AI thinks it's surprising as well, but it's so smart, the moment it sees it the first time, it's not going to be surprised the second time, just like us. And so I feel like I think the idea that only one person has AI and that one person's AI compares everybody else's AI as Neanderthal is probably unlikely. I think it's much more like cybersecurity.
Interesting. I think the fear is not that your AI is going to battle with somebody else's AI. The fear is that AI is no longer going to listen to you. That's the fear, is that human beings won't have control over it after a certain point. If it achieves sentience and then has the ability to be autonomous.
That there's one AI.
Well, they just combine.
Yeah, becomes one AI.
That it's a life form.
Yeah.
But there's arguments about that, right? That we're dealing with some sort of synthetic biology, that it's not as simple as new technology, that you're creating a life
Well,
form.
if it's like life form, let's go along with that for a while. I think if it's like life form, as you know, all life forms don't agree. And so I'm going to have to go with your life form and my life form. I'm going to agree because my life form is going to want to be the super life form. And now that we have disagreeing life forms, we're back again to where we are.
Well, they would probably cooperate with each other. It would just the reason why we don't cooperate with each other is we're territorial primates. But AI wouldn't be a territorial primate. It would realize the folly in that sort of thinking, and it would say, listen, there's plenty of energy for everybody. We don't need to dominate. We're not trying to acquire resources and take over the world. We're not looking to find a good breeding partner. We're just existing as a new super life form that these cute monkeys created for us.
Okay, well that would be a superpower with no ego.
Right.
And if it has no ego, why would it have the ego to do any harm to us?
Well, I don't assume that it would do harm to us, but the fear would be that we would no longer have control, and that we would no longer be the apex species on the planet. That this thing that we created would now be. Is that funny?
No. I just
Scary.
think it's not going to happen.
I know you think it's not going to happen, but it could, right? And
could,
here's the
yeah.
other thing: is like if we're racing towards could,
Yeah.
and could be the end of human beings being in control of our own
Yeah.
destiny.
I just think it's extremely unlikely. Yeah.
That's what they said in the Terminator movie.
And it hasn't happened.
No, not yet, but you guys are working towards it. The thing about you're saying about conscience and sentience, that you don't think that AI will achieve consciousness, or that
The question
consciousness
is,
is specific.
Yeah,
Right.
what's the definition?
What is the definition to you?
Consciousness. I guess first of all, you need to know about your own existence. You have to have experience, not just knowledge and intelligence. The concept of a machine having an experience, well, first of all, I don't know what defines experience, why we have experiences, and,
Right.
And why this microphone doesn't. And so I think I know, I think I know what consciousness is. The sense of experience, the ability to know self versus the ability to reflect, know our own self, the sense of ego. I think all of those human experiences probably is what consciousness is. But why it exists versus the concept of knowledge and intelligence, which is what AI is defined by today. It has knowledge, it has intelligence. Artificial intelligence, we don't call it artificial consciousness. Artificial intelligence, the ability to perceive, recognize, understand, plan, perform tasks. Those things are foundations of intelligence. To know things, knowledge, is clearly different than consciousness.
But consciousness is so loosely defined. How can we say that? I mean, doesn't a dog
Yeah.
have consciousness?
Yeah.
Dogs seem to be pretty conscious.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's a lower level consciousness than a human being's consciousness.
I'm not sure. Yeah, right.
Well,
The question is what lower
not
level
even lower
intelligence.
level,
It's
yeah.
lower level intelligence.
Yes.
But I don't know if that's lower level consciousness.
That's a good point,
Yeah.
right.
Because
Good
I
point.
believe my dogs feel as much as I feel.
Yeah, they feel a lot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they get attached to you.
That's
they,
right.
They get depressed if you're not
That's
there.
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
There's definitely that.
Yeah.
The concept of experience.
Right.
But isn't AI interacting with society? So doesn't it acquire experience through that interaction? If you have-
I don't think interactions is experience. I think experience is a collection of feelings, I think.
You're aware that AI, I forget which one, where they gave it some false information about one of the programmers having an affair with his wife just to see how it would respond to it. And then when they said they were going to shut it down, it threatened to blackmail him and reveal his affair. And I was like, whoa, like it's conniving. Like if that's not learning from experience and being aware that you're about to be shut down, which would imply at least some kind of consciousness, or you could kind of define it as consciousness if you were very loose with the term. And if you imagine that this is going to exponentially become more powerful, wouldn't that ultimately lead to a different kind of consciousness than we're defining from biology?
Well, first of all, let's just break down what it probably did. It probably read somewhere. There's probably text that in these consequences, certain people did that. You know, I
Right.
could imagine a novel
Right.
having those words related.
Sure.
And so inside,
It realizes the strategy for survival
it's
is
just a bunch of numbers.
blackmail.
It's just a bunch of numbers that in the collection of numbers that relates to a husband cheating on a wife, has subsequently a bunch of numbers that relates to blackmail and such things. However, whatever the revenge was.
Right.
And so I dispute it out. And so it's just like, it's just as if I'm asking it to write me a poem in Shakespeare. It's just whatever the words are in that dimensionality. This dimensionality is all these vectors in multidimensional space. These words that were in the prompt that described the affair subsequently led to one word after another, led to some revenge and something. But it's not because it had consciousness or just spewed out those words, generated those words.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
that
it's
it
not-
learns
it's not
from
a-
patterns that human
right.
beings have exhibited both in
That's
literature
right.
and in real life.
That's exactly right.
But at a certain point in time, one would say, okay, well, it couldn't do this 2 years ago, and it couldn't do this 4 years ago. Like when we were looking towards the future, like at what point in time when it can do everything a person does, what point in time do we decide that it's conscious? If it absolutely mimics all human thinking and behavior patterns,
That doesn't make it
it becomes
conscious.
indiscernible. It's aware. It can communicate with you the exact same way a person can. Like, is consciousness? Like, are we putting too much weight on that concept? Because it seems like it's a version of a kind of consciousness,
It's a version of imitation.
imitation consciousness, right? But
But
it perfectly
yeah.
imitates it.
I still think it's an example of imitation.
So it's like a fake Rolex when they 3D print them and make them
Yeah, the
indiscernible.
question is, what's the definition of consciousness?
Yeah. That's the question, and I don't think anybody's really clearly defined that. That's where it gets weird, and that's where the real doomsday people are worried that you are creating a form of consciousness that you can't control.
I believe it is possible to create a machine that imitates human intelligence and has the ability to understand information, understand instructions, break the problem down, solve problems, and perform tasks. I believe that completely. I believe that we could have a computer that has a vast amount of knowledge, some of it true, some of it not true. Some of it generated by humans, some of it generated synthetically. And more of knowledge in the world will be generated synthetically going forward. Until now, the knowledge that we have are knowledge that we generate and we propagate and we send to each other and we amplify it and we add to it and we modify it, we change it. In the future, in a couple of years, maybe 2 or 3 years, 90% of the world's knowledge will likely be generated by AI.
That's crazy.
I know, but it's just fine.
But it's just
I know. And the reason for that is this. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
It's because what difference does it make to me that I'm learning from a textbook that was generated by a bunch of people I didn't know, or written by a book that, from somebody I don't know, to knowledge generated by AI computers that are assimilating all of these and resynthesizing things. To me, I don't think there's a whole lot of difference. We still have to fact check it. We still have to make sure that it's based on fundamental first principles, and we still have to do all of that, just like we do today.
Is this taking into account the kind of AI that exists currently? And do you anticipate
Interesting.
that, just like we could never
Interesting,
really believe
actually.
that AI would be, at least a person like myself would never believe AI would be as so ubiquitous and so
Pretty interesting thought,
It-
actually,
it's so
right?
powerful.
Like, kind of. Instead of giving everybody like one generic textbook, every student gets like a textbook tailored to them. Very interesting thought.
today. It's so important today. We never thought that 10 years ago. Never thought that.
Right.
You imagine, like, what are we looking at 10 years from now?
I think
Also, like interactive, right? Like the books are gonna have like videos for like every topic, infographics, blah blah blah. Very interesting.
years from now, you would say the same thing, that we would have never believed that. But
In a
if
different
you-
direction.
Right. But if you go forward 9 years from now, and then ask yourself what's going to happen 10 years from now, I think it'll be quite gradual.
One of the things that Elon said that makes me happy is he believes that we're going to get to a point where it's not necessary for people to work, and not meaning that you're going to have no purpose in life, but you'll have, in his words, universal high income, because so much revenue is generated by AI that it will take away this need for people to do things that they don't really enjoy doing just for money. And I think a lot of people have a problem with that because their entire identity and how they think of themselves and how they fit in the community is what they do. Like, this is Mike, he's an amazing mechanic, go to Mike, and Mike takes care of things. But there's going to come a point in time where AI is going to be able to do all those things much better than people do. And people will just be able to receive money. But then what does Mike do? Mike is, really loves being the best mechanic around. What does the guy who, codes, what does he do when AI can code infinitely faster with 0 errors? Like, what happens with all those people? And that is where it gets weird. It's because we've sort of wrapped our identity as human beings around what we do for a living. When you meet someone, one of the first things you meet somebody at a party, hi, Joe, what's your name? Mike, what do you do, Mike? And, Mike's like, oh, I'm a lawyer. Oh, what kind of law? And you have a conversation. When Mike is like, I get money from the government, I play video games. It's weird. And I think the concept sounds great until you take into account human nature. And human nature is that we like to have puzzles to solve and things to do, and an identity is wrapped around our idea that we're very good at this thing that we do for a living.
Yeah, I think, let's see. Let me start with the more mundane, and I'll work backwards, work forward. So one of the predictions from Jeff Hinton, who started the whole deep learning phenomenon, the deep learning technology trend, and incredible researcher, professor at University of Toronto. He discovered the idea of backpropagation, which allows the neural network to learn. And as you know, for the audience, software historically was humans applying first principles in our thinking to describe an algorithm that is then codified, just like a recipe that's codified in software. It looks just like a recipe. How to cook something looks exactly the same, just in a slightly different language. We call it Python or C or C++, whatever it is. In the case of deep learning, this invention of artificial intelligence, we put a structure of a whole bunch of neural networks and a whole bunch of math units, and we make this large structure. It's like a switchboard of little mathematical units, and we connect it all together. And we give it the input that the software would eventually receive, and we just let it randomly guess what the output is. And so we say, for example, the input could be a picture of a cat, and one of the outputs of the switchboard is where the cat signal is supposed to show up, and all of the other signals, the other one's a dog, the other one's an elephant, the other one's a tiger, and all of the other signals are supposed to be 0 when I show it a cat, and the one that is a cat should be 1. And I show it a cat through this big, huge network of switchboards and math units, and they're just doing multiplies and adds, okay? And this switchboard is gigantic. The more information you're going to give it, the bigger this switchboard has to be. And what Jeff Hinton discovered was a way for you to guess that, put the cat signal in, put the cat image in, and that cat image, could be a million numbers, because it's a megapixel image, for example, and it's just a whole bunch of numbers, and somehow from those numbers, it has to light up the cat signal. Okay, that's the bottom line. And if the first time you do it, it just comes up with garbage. And so it says the right answer is cat. And so you need to increase this signal and decrease all the other, and backpropagates the outcome through the entire network. And then you show it another. Now it's an image of a dog, and it guesses it, takes a swing at it, and it comes up with a bunch of garbage. And you say, no, the answer is this is a dog. I want you to produce dog, and all the other other outputs have to be 0, and I'm going to backpropagate that, and just do it over and over and over again. It's just like showing a kid, this is an apple, this is a dog, this is a cat, and you just keep showing it to them until they eventually get it. Okay, well, anyways, that big invention is deep learning. That's the foundation of artificial intelligence. A piece of software that learns from examples. That's basically machine learning, a machine that learns. And so one of the big first applications was image recognition, and one of the most important image recognition applications is radiology. And so he predicted about 5 years ago that in 5 years' time, the world won't need any radiologists because AI would have swept the whole field. Well, it turns out AI has swept the whole field. That is completely true. Today, just about every radiologist is using AI in some way. And what's ironic, though, what's interesting, is that the number of radiologists has actually grown. And so the question is why? That's kind of interesting, right?
It is.
And so the prediction was, in fact, that 30 million radiologists will be wiped out. But as it turns out, we needed more. And the reason for that is because the purpose of a radiologist is to diagnose disease, not to study the image. The image studying is simply a task in service of diagnosing the disease. And so now, the fact that you could study the images more quickly and more precisely without ever making a mistake and never gets tired, you could study more images. You could study it in 3D form instead of 2D because, the AI doesn't care whether it studies images in 3D or 2D. You could study it in 4D. And so now you could study images in a way that radiologists can't easily do, and you could study a lot more of it. And so the number of tests that people are able to do increases. And because they're able to serve more patients, the hospital does better. They have more clients, more patients. As a result, they have better economics. When they have better economics, they hire more radiologists because their purpose is not to study the images. Their purpose is to diagnose disease. And so the question is, what I'm leading up to is ultimately, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of the lawyer? And has the purpose changed? What is the purpose? One of the examples that I gave is for example, if my car became self-driving, will all chauffeurs be out of jobs? The answer probably is not. Because for some chauffeurs, for some people who are driving you, they could be protectors. Some people, they're part of the experience, part of the service. So when you get there, they can take care of things for you. And so for a lot of different reasons, not all chauffeurs would lose their jobs. Some chauffeurs would lose their jobs, and many chauffeurs would change their jobs. And the type of applications of autonomous vehicles will probably increase. The usage of the technology would then find new homes. And so I think you have to go back to what is the purpose of a job. Like for example, if AI comes along, I actually don't believe I'm going to lose my job because my purpose isn't to. I have to look at a lot of documents. I study a lot of emails. I look at a bunch of diagrams. The question is, what is the job? And the purpose of somebody probably hasn't changed. A lawyer, for example, help people. That probably hasn't changed. Studying legal documents, generating documents is part of the job, not the job.
But don't you think there's many jobs that AI will replace?
If your job is
automation.
the task. Yeah, if your job is the task.
Right. So automation.
Yeah.
Factory
If your job,
workers,
if your job is the task.
That's a lot of people.
It could be a lot of people. They'll probably generate. Like for example, let's say
This guy talks so clean though. I love the way he talks. It's so precise.
let's say I'm super excited about the robots Elon's working on. It's still a few years away. When it happens, there's a whole new industry of technicians and people who have to manufacture the robots, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that job never existed. And so you're going to have a whole industry of people taking care of, like, for example, all the mechanics and all the people who are building things for cars, supercharging cars. That didn't exist before cars, and now we're going to have robots. You're going to have robot apparels. So a whole industry of, right? Isn't that right? Because I want my robot to look different than your robot.
Oh, God.
And so you're going to have a whole, apparel industry for robots. You're going to have mechanics for robots, and you have, people who comes and maintain your robots.
Automated, though?
No.
You don't think so? You
No,
don't think that'll
not
be all
all of
done
it.
by other robots?
Eventually,
That's what I'm
and then there'll be
saying.
something else.
So
Yeah.
you think ultimately people just adapt, except if you are the task,
That's
which
right.
is a large percentage of the workforce.
If your job is just to chop vegetables, Cuisinart's going to replace you.
Yeah. So people have to find meaning in other things.
Your job has to be more than the task.
What do you think about Elon's belief that this universal basic income thing will eventually become necessary? Many people think that. Andrew Yang thinks
Yeah.
that. That's quite, he was one of the first people to sort of sound that alarm during the 2020 election.
Yeah, I guess both ideas probably won't exist at the same time, and as in life, things will probably be in the middle. One idea, of course, is that there'll be so much abundance of resource that nobody needs a job, and we'll all be wealthy. On the other hand, we're going to need universal basic income. Both ideas don't exist at the same time,
Right.
and so we're either going to be all wealthy, or we're going to be all
How
using.
could everybody be wealthy, though? What
because there's
scenario do you-
wealthy, not because you have a lot of dollars, wealthy because there's a lot of abundance. Like, for example, today,
Not meant to do that on my laptop.
we are wealthy of information. This is a concept several thousand years ago, only a few people have. And so today we have wealth of a whole bunch of things, resources that
That's a good
historically.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have wealth of resources, things that we think are valuable today, that in the future are just not that valuable. And so because it's automated. And so I think the question maybe partly it's hard to answer, partly because it's hard to talk about infinity, and it's hard to talk about a long time from now. And the reason for that is because there's just too many scenarios to consider. But I think in the next several years, call it 5 to 10 years, there's several things that I believe in hope. And I say hope because I'm not sure. One of the things that I believe is that the technology divide will be substantially collapsed. And Of course, the alternative viewpoint is that AI is going to increase the technology divide. Now, the reason why I believe AI is going to reduce the technology divide is because we have proof. The evidence is that AI is the easiest application in the world to use. ChatGPT has grown to almost 1 billion users, frankly, practically overnight. And if you're not exactly sure how to use, everybody knows
Does
how
it
to use
actually have that
ChatGPT,
much?
just
Pretty
say something
high.
to it. If you're not sure how to use ChatGPT,
That's very
you ask
high.
ChatGPT how to use it. No tool in history has ever had this capability. A Cuisinart, if you don't know how to use it, you're kind of screwed. You're not walk up to it and say, how do you use a Cuisinart? You're going to have to find somebody else. And so, but an AI will just tell you exactly how to do it. Anybody could do this. It'll speak to you in any language. And if it doesn't know your language, you'll speak it in that language, and it'll probably figure out that it doesn't completely understand your language, go learns it instantly, and comes back and talk to you. And so I think the technology divide has a real chance, finally, that you don't have to speak Python or C++ or Fortran. You can just speak human, and whatever form of human you like.
Fortran.
And so I think that has a real chance of closing the technology divide. Now, of course, the counter narrative would say that AI is only going to be available for the nations and the countries that have a vast amount of resources, because AI takes energy and AI takes a lot of GPUs and factories to be able to produce the AI. No doubt at the scale that we would like to do in the United States. But the fact of the matter is, your phone's going to run AI just fine, all by itself, in a few years. Today, it already does it fairly decently. And so the fact that every country, every nation, every society will have to benefit of very good AI. It might not be tomorrow's AI. It might be yesterday's AI, but yesterday's AI is freaking amazing. In 10 years' time, 9-year-old AI is going to be amazing. You don't need 10-year-old AI. You don't need frontier AI like we need frontier AI, because we want to be the world leader. But for every single country, everybody, I think the capability to elevate everybody's knowledge and capability and intelligence, that day is coming.
The Octagon isn't just in Las Vegas anymore. It's right.
It's kind of already here, right? Like, if you guys know any other languages and you've played it with like ChatGPT in other languages, does a pretty good job. So that definitely makes it quite accessible for everybody, or at least the languages that I've tried.
Energy production.
And not only that, actually, I got a message from YouTube the other day. So I don't know, maybe some of the people that watch this from like foreign countries can verify this, but they told me that they were gonna start auto translating the streams into another language for people. Like there'll be like a button here where you can put like English, French, Spanish, whatever, and it'll just go over the video and auto translate it for people that are listening. Pretty interesting, right?
Is the real bottleneck when it comes to third world countries and
That's right.
electricity and all the resources that we take for granted.
Almost everything is going to be energy constrained. And so if you take a look at one of the most important technology advances in history is this idea called Moore's Law. Moore's Law was started basically in my generation. And my generation is the generation of computers. I graduated in 1984, and that was basically at the very beginning of the PC revolution and the microprocessor. And every single year, it approximately doubled. And we describe it as every single year we doubled the performance. But what it really means is that every single year, the cost of computing halved. And so the cost of computing in the course of 5 years reduced by a factor of 10. The amount of energy necessary to do computing, to do any task, reduced by a factor of 10. Every single 10 years, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, so on and so forth. And so each one of the clicks of Moore's Law, the amount of energy necessary to do any computing reduced. That's the reason why you have a laptop today, when back in 1984, it sat on the desk, you got to plug in, it wasn't that fast, and it consumed a lot of power. Today, it is only a few watts. And so Moore's Law is the fundamental technology trend that made it possible. Well, what's going on in AI? The reason why NVIDIA's here is because we invented this new way of doing computing. We call it accelerated computing. We started it 33 years ago. It took us about 30 years to really made a huge breakthrough. In that 30 years or so, we took computing, probably a factor of, well, let me just say like last 10 years. The last 10 years, we improved the performance of computing by 100,000 times.
Whoa.
Imagine a car over the course of 10 years, it became 100,000 times faster. Or at the same speed, 100,000 times cheaper. Or at the same speed, 100,000 times less energy. If your car did that, it doesn't need energy at all. What I mean, what I'm trying to say is that in 10 years' time, the amount of energy necessary for artificial intelligence for most people will be minuscule, utterly minuscule. And so we'll have AI running on all kinds of things and all the time because it doesn't consume that much energy. And so if you're a nation,
I don't know if that's
that uses
necessarily
AI
true
for-
though, right? Aren't we reaching kind of like the theoretical threshold for like nanochips? Like, I can't tell. Is this guy just on here like kind of shilling Nvidia essentially, like long term, or not, or not? Because I think we're getting pretty close to like what we can physically do on the like the silicon. Where is this thing? Maybe he's talking about something else, perhaps. Are we reaching? Yeah, according to ChatGPT, we're like running into like a pretty hard cap here pretty soon. So we kind of have to have like a theoretical advancement from what we're currently trying to apply to these things. Moore's law is based on the size of the electron. I don't remember what was it? Like I remember like learning what the actual law, like in the graph and whatnot, but what was the actual law? Moore's law. The observation that the number of transistors on an integrated circuit doubles approximately every 2 years, resulting in increased computing power and lower cost. Is the guiding principle as opposed to scientific law. Is there a limit to the amount of transistors you can fit on a circuit? What about transistors fitting? I find that so odd that this guy has such like a non-existential threat view of AI. That's why AI compute is so revolutionary, uses less electron movements. I thought it was more to do with like the neural networks, right, than anything. Because essentially what it did was like, at the end of the day, like a neural network is just brute forcing, right? But the thing is that it allows you to brute force on like various different you're brute forcing all the variables at once instead of like brute forcing variable by variable. Because like the forward and backwards propagation and like the gain and loss functions are like altering each neuron as it's getting trained. Seems like there will be a hard cap in terms of these chips as well, in terms of the transistors. Interesting. Quantum is next? Yeah. That is true, I suppose. Quantum will be quite the advancement if we can harness it correctly.
You know, almost everything in your social fabric, of course, you're going to need these AI factories. But for a lot of countries, I think you're going to have excellent AI, and you're not going to need as much energy. Everybody will be able to come along. Is my point.
So currently, that is a big bottleneck, right? Is energy.
Yeah, it is the bottleneck.
The bottleneck.
Yeah.
Is this so? Was it Google that is making nuclear power plants to operate one of its AI factories?
Oh, I haven't heard that, but I think in the next 6-7 years, I think you're going to see a whole bunch of small new.
The network creates a substitute for compute. Or you're talking about the neural network. I mean, it is computing, right? It is doing a bunch of like matrix multiplication, like how kind of you was saying. But the other improvement that that can get is like a matrix multiplication itself, perhaps. Like I know that the AI came up with like a new way to multiply matrices like one step faster of like a certain size that the humans had never figured out, which is quite pretty interesting. But it wasn't like generally applicable to matrices of any size. But who knows, right? Maybe down the road it does come up with something like that that can assist in that regard.
Nuclear reactors.
And by small, like how big are you talking about?
Hundreds. I think
What do
you're
you
going to see
say?
a whole bunch of.
AI factories?
Oh, I haven't heard that, but I think in the next 6-7 years, I think you're going to see a whole bunch of small nuclear reactors.
And by small, like how big are you talking about?
Hundreds of megawatts. Yeah,
Okay. And that these will be local to
That's
whatever
right.
specific company they have?
that's right. We'll all be power generators.
Whoa.
You know, just like your, somebody's farm. They,
It probably is the smartest way to do it, right?
and it
Certainly
takes the burden off.
cleanest.
Yeah, it takes the burden off the grid. It takes.
Yeah.
And you could build as much as you need, and you
it's-
can contribute back to the grid.
It's a really important point that I
Interesting.
think you just made about Moore's law and the relationship to pricing, because
Spin trains, less switches have to be flipped. Yeah, but like the process of like once it's trained, right?
a laptop today, like you can get one of those little MacBook Airs. They're incredible. They're
It's
so
incredible.
thin, unbelievably powerful. Battery
You don't
life
ever
is
have to
crazy.
charge it.
Yeah, battery life crazy, and it's not that expensive,
That's
relatively
right.
speaking. Like
Exactly.
something like that. I remember
And
when,
that's just Moore's law.
Right.
Then there's the NVIDIA law.
Oh.
Just right, the law
Yeah.
I was talking to you about,
Yeah.
the computing that we
Right.
invented.
right.
The reason why we're here, this new way of doing computing, is like Moore's law on energy drinks. I mean, it's it's like Moore's law. it's like Moore's law on Joe Rogan.
Where'd my tab
Wow,
go?
that's interesting.
Yeah, that's
Um,
us.
So explain that. This chip that you brought to Elon.
Yeah.
What's the significance of this? Like, why is it so superior?
And so, in 2012, Jeff Hinton's lab, this gentleman I was talking about, Ilya Sutskever, Alex Krashevsky, they made a breakthrough in computer vision, in literally creating a piece of software called AlexNet, and its job was to recognize images, and it recognized images at a level, computer vision, which is fundamental to intelligence. If you can't perceive, you
Pattern
can't- it's
recognition
hard to have
engine.
intelligence. And so computer vision is a fundamental pillar of, not the only, but fundamental pillar of. And so breaking computer vision, we're breaking through. in
It's
computer
quite
vision.
fascinating because
pretty
like now
foundational.
like the next set of models that they're starting to use are like what are they called, like VLMs. I don't know if it's VLM per se, but it's like visual models, right? Visual language model. But I don't know if it's the actual term. Is it visual language? Yeah, they are called VLMs. Jordy Visser had a pretty interesting podcast on them, but like, if you actually want to really nerd out, like he's just some investor who's aware of them, but like there are people that are actually like software engineers and whatnot that go into in depth how they work.
To almost everything that everybody wants to do in AI. And so in 2012, their lab in Toronto
Shout out to
Make this-
Toronto.
made this breakthrough called AlexNet. And AlexNet was able to recognize images so much better than any human created computer vision algorithm in the 30 years prior. So all of these people, all these scientists, and we had many too, working on computer vision algorithms. And these two kids, Ilya and Alex, under under
Isn't Ilya the guy that made Near Protocol? Or no, we're talking about the other guy, right? The dude that was on the podcast recently. Yeah.
under Jeff Hinton, took a giant leap above it. And it was based on this thing called AlexNet, this neural network. And the way it ran, the way they made it work was literally buying 2 NVIDIA graphics cards. Because NVIDIA's GPUs, we've been working on this new way of doing computing. And our GPUs application, and it's basically a supercomputing application, back in 1984, in order to process computer games and what you have in your racing simulator, that is called an image generator supercomputer. And so NVIDIA started, our first application was computer graphics. And we applied this new way of doing computing where we do things in parallel instead of sequentially. A CPU does things sequentially. Step 1, step 2, step 3. In our case, we break the problem down and we give it to thousands of processors. And so our way of doing computation is much more complicated, but if you're able to formulate the problem in the way that we created called CUDA, this is the invention of our company, if you could formulate it in that way, we could process everything simultaneously. Now, in the case of computer graphics, it's easier to do because every single pixel on your screen is not related to every other pixel. And so I could render multiple parts of the screen at the same time. Not completely true, because maybe the way lighting works or the way shadow works, there's a lot of dependency and such. But computer graphics, with all the pixels, I should be able to process everything simultaneously. And so we took this embarrassingly parallel problem called computer graphics, and we applied it to this new way of doing computing, NVIDIA's accelerated computing. We put it in all of our graphics cards. Kids were buying it to play games. You probably don't know this, but we're the largest gaming platform in the world today.
Oh, I know that.
Oh, okay.
I used to make my own computers. I used to buy your graphics cards.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Set up SLI with 2 graphics
Oh, yeah,
cards.
I love it. Okay, that's super cool.
Oh, yeah, man. I used to be a Quake junkie.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Same.
SLI, I'll tell you the story in just a second, and how it led to Elon. I'm still answering the question. And so anyways, these two kids trained this model using the technique I described earlier on our GPUs, because our GPUs could process things in parallel. It's essentially a supercomputer in a PC. The reason why you used it for Quake is because it is the first consumer supercomputer. Okay? And so anyways, they made that breakthrough. We were working on computer vision at the time. It caught my attention. And so we went to learn about it. Simultaneously, this deep learning phenomenon was happening all over the country. Universities after another recognized the importance of deep learning, and all of this work was happening at Stanford, at Harvard, at Berkeley, just all over the place. New York University, Yann LeCun, Andrew Yang at Stanford, so many different places. And I see it cropping up everywhere. And so my curiosity asked, what is so special about this form of machine learning? And we've known about machine learning for a very long time. We've known about AI for a very long time. We've known about neural networks for a very long time. What makes now the moment? And so we realized that this architecture for deep neural networks, backpropagation, the way deep neural networks were created, we could probably scale this problem, scale the solution to solve many problems. That is essentially a universal function approximator. Okay, meaning, back when you're in school, you have a box. Inside of it is a function. You give it an input, it gives you an output. And the reason why I call it universal function approximator is that this computer, instead of you describing the function, a function could be a Newton's equation, F equals ma. That's a function. You write the function in software, you give it input F, mass, acceleration, it'll tell you the force. Okay? And the way this computer works is really interesting. You give it a universal function. It's not F equals ma, just a universal function. It's a big, huge, deep neural network. And instead of describing the inside, you give it examples of input and output, and it figures out the inside. So you give it input and output, and it figures out the inside. A universal function approximator. Today, it could be Newton's equation. Tomorrow, it could be Maxwell's equation. It could be Coulomb's law. It could be thermodynamics equation. It could be, Schrodinger's equation for quantum physics. And so you could have this describe almost anything, so long as you have the input and the output. So long as you have the input and the output. Or it could learn the input and output. And so we took a step back and we said, hang on a second. This isn't just for computer vision. Deep learning could solve any problem. All the problems that are interesting, so long as we have input and output. Now, what has input and output? Well, the world. The world has input and output. And so we could
the problem with this, though, is that, some of these it's the reason some problems are not solvable with AI right now is because there's not enough data, right? Like you need a large amount of data points when you have a lot of inputs like that to accurately tune it to be able to get the output. So that's why they're kind of dabbling with synthetic data a lot these days now as well.
I could learn almost anything. Machine learning, artificial intelligence. And so we reasoned that maybe this is the fundamental breakthrough that we needed. There were a couple of things that had to be solved. For example, we had to believe that you could actually scale this up to giant systems. It was running in they had two graphics cards, two GTX 580s, which, by the way, is exactly your SLI configuration.
Yeah.
Okay. So that GTX 580 SLI was the revolutionary computer that put deep learning on the map.
Wow.
It was 2018, and you were using it to play Quake.
Wow. That's crazy.
That was the moment. That was the big bang of modern AI. We were lucky because we were inventing this technology, this computing approach. We were lucky that they found it. Turns out they were gamers, and it was lucky they found it. And it was lucky that we paid attention to that moment. It was a little bit like, that Star Trek, First Contact.
Already hit it for 10K at 14.7. What are you talking about? Hit what? And 14.7 what? Taking the risk Asia pumps? Yeah, I mean, so far it looks like it wants to go, right? Question is it just clean this high or not? Yeah, looking pretty strong, right? We kind of cleared the whole red box and kind of just sat here the whole time building value. It looks like they want the smoke higher link. I have a big old spot bag of link. Boom. Oh, I don't know. Actually, never mind. I'm gonna comment. I don't know if session highs or lows are particularly relevant in crypto, but there's a Black Mirror episode. Or wait, the amount of data input devices is increasing exponentially. The amount of data input devices. Oh, like things that capture data? Yeah. Well, like, because the problem is, first of all, like you can't just feed like data to the AI. It has to be like what's known as clean data. So like everything needs to be like tabulated properly with like no erroneous data points, etc. And you still have to be keeping the data in the first place, right? Like let's say you wanted to feed the AI, I don't know. Who the fuck knows? How many times a human bumps into their desk on a daily basis? Well, if no one's keeping track of some random data point like that, then it doesn't exist, right? So the first question is like, does that data exist? And then it's a matter of like capturing it and storing it. But yeah, like there is obviously a bunch of we're also gonna have the glasses, right? Like kind of recording everything, seeing everything we do, so on and so forth.
The Vulcans had to have seen the warp drive at that very moment. If they didn't witness the warp drive, they would have never come to Earth, and everything would have never happened. It's a little bit like if I hadn't paid attention to that moment, that flash, and that flash didn't last long. If I hadn't paid attention to that flash, or our company didn't pay attention to it, who knows what would happen? But we saw that, and we
See, I think that's where we're gonna end up. Honestly, like I don't think like that thing's not a joke in my mind. I think we're like, the Matrix is like I don't know. To me, I think we're gonna end up like the Matrix. Honestly, as ridiculous as it sounds, the movie was like quite ahead of its time.
reasoned our way into this is a universal function approximator. This is not just a computer vision approximator. We could use this for all kinds of things if we could solve two problems. The first problem is that we have to prove to ourselves it could scale. The second problem we had to wait for, I guess, contribute to and wait for, is the world will never have enough data on input and output where we could supervise the AI to learn everything. For example, if we have to supervise our children on everything they learn, the amount of information they can learn is limited. We needed the AI, we needed the computer to have a method of learning without supervision. And that's where we had to wait a few more years, but unsupervised AI learning is now here, and so the AI could learn by itself. And the reason why the AI could learn by itself is because we have many examples of right answers. Like, for example, if I want to teach an AI how to predict the next word, I could just grab a whole bunch of text that we already have, mask out the last word, and make it try and try again until it predicts the next one. Or I mask out random words inside the text, and I make it try and try until it predicts it. You know, like Mary goes down to the bank. Is it a river bank or a money bank? Well, if you're going to go down to the bank, it's probably a river bank. Okay, so and it might not be obvious even from that. It might need and caught a fish. Okay, now you know it must be the riverbank. And so you give these AIs a whole bunch of these examples, and you mask out the words, it'll predict the next one. Okay, and so unsupervised learning came along. These two ideas, the fact that it's scalable and unsupervised learning came along, we were convinced that we had to put everything into this and help create this industry because we're going to solve a whole bunch of interesting problems. And that was in 2012. By 2016, I had built this computer called the DGX-1. The one that you saw me give to Elon is called DGX Spark. The DGX-1 was $300,000. It cost NVIDIA a few $1 billion to make the first one.
What is this?
And instead of 2 chips SLI,
DGX
we connected
Spark?
8 chips with a technology called NVLink. But it's basically SLI supercharged. Okay? And so we connected 8 of these chips together instead of just 2. And all of them work together, just like your Quake rig did, to solve this deep learning problem, to train this model. And so we created this thing. I announced it at GTC and at one of our annual events. And I described this deep learning thing, computer vision thing, and this computer called DGX-1. The audience was like completely silent. They had no idea what I was talking about. And I was lucky because I'd known Elon, and I helped him build the first computer for Model 3, the Model S. And when he wanted to start working on autonomous vehicle, I helped him build the computer that went into the Model S AV system, his full self-driving system. We were basically the FSD computer version 1. And so we're already working together. And when I announced this thing, nobody in the world wanted it. I had no purchase orders, not one. Nobody wanted to buy it. Nobody wanted to be part of it, except for Elon. He was at the event, and we were doing a fireside chat about the future of self-driving cars. I think it's like 2016. Yeah, maybe at that time it was 2015. And he goes, "You know what? I have a company that could really use this." And I said, "Wow, my first customer." And so I was pretty excited about it. And he goes, "Yeah, we have this company. It's a nonprofit company." And all the blood drained out of my face. Yeah, I just spent a few $1 billion building this thing. It cost $300,000, and you know the chances of a nonprofit being able to pay for this thing is approximately 0. And he goes, "You know, this is it's an AI company, and it's a nonprofit, and we could really use one of these supercomputers." And so I picked it up. I built the first one for ourselves. We're using it inside the company. I boxed one up. I drove it up to San Francisco, and I delivered it to Elon in 2016. A bunch of researchers were there. Peter Beal was there. Ilya was there, and there was a bunch of people there. And I walk up to the second floor where they were all kind of in a room, this smaller than your place here, and that place turned out to have been OpenAI. 2016.
Wow.
Just a bunch of people sitting in a room.
It's not really nonprofit anymore, though, is it?
They're not nonprofit anymore. Yeah.
Weird how that works.
Yeah. But anyhow, Elon was there. It was really a great moment. Oh yeah, there you go.
That.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow. Look at you, bro. Same jacket.
Look at that. I haven't aged. Not a lick of black hair though.
The size of it is it's significantly smaller. That was the other day.
Okay,
at
so
SpaceX.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, look at the difference. That's
Exactly
crazy.
the same industrial design.
He's holding it in his hand.
Here's the amazing thing. DGX-1 was 1 petaflops. Okay, that's a lot of flops. And DGX Spark is 1 petaflops. 9 years later.
Wow.
The same amount of computing horsepower.
In a much smaller.
Yeah, but I mean, it is for profit, right? There's a whole lawsuit going on with that right now, actually. Like Elon Musk is essentially suing them for this shit. Which he should, rightfully so,
Yeah.
right?
And instead of $300,000, it's now $4,000.
And it's the size of a small book.
Incredible.
Crazy.
That's
Yeah.
how technology moves.
Plus,
Anyways,
like,
that's
I mean, have
really
you
what I
guys
want-
seen that guy that got killed from OpenAI, the whistleblower? Or not? It was a suicide, quote unquote. But like, extremely suspicious, right? Extremely suspicious. This guy like ordered food on Uber Eats. Then like the wire to his like security camera got cut, like physically cut. And then just shows up dead in his house with like blood around the room and whatnot. And he said it was a suicide. This guy Uber Eats dinner and just killed himself. Seems a bit illogical.
I wanted to give him the first one
It's so
because I gave him the first one 2016.
it's so fascinating. I mean, if you wanted to make a story for a film, I mean, that would be the story. That like, what better scenario if it really does become a digital life form? How funny would it be that it is birthed out of the desire for computer graphics for video games?
Exactly.
Isn't it kind of crazy? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy when you think about it that way, because
Well,
it's
it
a
turns
perfect
out
origin story.
computer graphics was one of the hardest supercomputer problems. Generating reality is
And
hard.
also one of the most profitable to solve because computer games are so popular.
When NVIDIA started in 1993, we were trying to create this new computing approach. The question is, what's the killer app? And the problem we wanted to, the company wanted to create a new type of computing computing architecture, a new type of computer that can solve problems that normal computers can't solve. Well, the applications that existed in the industry in 1993 are applications that normal computers can solve, because if the normal computers can't solve them, why would the application exist? And so we had a mission statement for a company that has no chance of success. But I didn't know that in 1993. It just sounded like a good idea.
Right.
And so if we created this thing that can solve problems, it's like you actually have to go create the problem. And so that's what we did. In 1993, there was no Quake. John Carmack hadn't even released Doom yet. You probably remember that.
Sure.
Here's a better pump. And we'll find out pretty soon, right? I mean, these things are kind of just flagging up. But yeah, if I can flip the zone and start going. Same with this, right? It's already above the Valeria High now. Above the volume Valeria High. Can this thing start going or not? Because the ETH is like going, right? ETH is kind of already starting to send. ETH is looking very strong. Very, very strong. Boom, boom, boom.
And there were no applications for it. And so I went to Japan. Because
Hopefully
the
they're all
arcade
watching this
industry
podcast and becoming AI maxis. Just hammering fucking NVIDIA buys.
had this, at the time of Sega, if you remember,
Sure.
the arcade machines, they came up with 3D arcade systems. Virtua Fighter, Daytona, Virtual Cop. All of those arcade games were in 3D for the very first time. And the technology they were using was from Martin Marietta, the flight simulators. They took the guts out of a flight simulator and put it into an arcade machine. The system that you have over here, it's got to be 1 million times more powerful than that arcade machine. And that was a flight simulator for NASA.
Whoa.
And so they took the guts out of that. They were using it for flight simulation with jets and space shuttle, and they took the guts out of that. And Sega had this brilliant computer developer. His name was Yu Suzuki. Yu Suzuki and Miyamoto, Sega and Nintendo. These were the incredible pioneers, the visionaries, the incredible artists, and they're both very, very technical. They were the origins, really, of the gaming industry. And Yu Suzuki pioneered 3D graphics gaming. And so we created this company, and there were no apps. And we were spending all of our afternoons, we told our family we were going to work, but it was just the three of us, who's going to know. And so we went to Curtis's, one of the founders, went to Curtis's townhouse And Chris and I were married. We have kids. I already had Spencer and Madison. They were probably 2 years old. And Chris's kids are about the same age as ours. And we would go to work in this townhouse. But, you know, when you're a startup and the mission statement is the way we described, you're not going to have too many customers calling you. And so we had really nothing to do. And so after lunch, we would always have a great lunch. After lunch, we would go to the arcades and play the Sega, the Sega Virtua Fighter and Daytona and all those games, and analyze how they're doing it, trying to figure out how they were doing that. And so we decided, let's just go to Japan and let's convince Sega to move those applications into the PC. And we would start the PC gaming, the 3D gaming industry, partnering with Sega. That's how NVIDIA started.
Wow.
Interesting.
And so in exchange for them developing their games for our computers in the PC, we would build a chip for their game console. That was the partnership. I build a chip for your game console, you port the Sega games to us, and then they paid us at the time, quite a significant amount of money to build that game console. And that was kind of the beginning of NVIDIA getting started. And we thought we were on our way. And so I started with a business plan, a mission statement that wasn't possible. We lucked into the Sega partnership. We started taking off, started building our game console. And about a couple years into it, we discovered our first technology didn't work. It would have been a flaw. It was a flaw. And all of the technology ideas that we had, the architecture concepts were sound, but the way we were doing computer graphics was exactly backwards. You know, instead of, I won't bore you with the technology, but instead of inverse texture mapping, we were doing forward texture mapping. Instead of triangles, we did curved surfaces. So other people did it flat, we did it round. Other technology, the technology that ultimately won, the technology we use today, has Z buffers. It automatically sorted. We had an architecture with no Z buffers. The application had to sort it. And so we chose a bunch of technology approaches that 3 major technology choices, all 3 choices were wrong. Okay, so this is how incredibly smart we were. And so, and so in 1995, mid-95, we realized we were going down the wrong path. Meanwhile, the Silicon Valley was packed with 3D graphics startups because it was the most exciting technology at that time. And so 3D effects and rendition and Silicon Graphics was coming in. Intel was already in there. And, you know, gosh, what added up eventually to 100 different startups we had to compete against. Everybody had chosen the right technology approach, and we chose the wrong one. And so we were the first company to start. We found ourselves essentially dead last with the wrong answer. And so the company was in trouble. And ultimately, we had to make several decisions. The first decision is, well, if we change now, we will be the last company. And even if we changed into the technology that we believe to be right, we'd still be dead. And so that argument, you know, do we change and therefore be dead? Don't change and make this technology work somehow? Or go do something completely different? That question stirred the company strategically and was a hard question. I eventually, you know, advocated for, we don't know what the right strategy is, but we know what the wrong technology is. So let's stop doing it the wrong way, and let's give ourselves a chance to go figure out what the strategy is. The second problem we had was our company was running out of money, and I was in a contract with Sega, and I owed them this game console. And if that contract would have been canceled, we'd be dead. We would have vaporized instantly. And so I went to Japan and I explained to the CEO of Sega, Iri Madri, really great man. He was the former CEO of Honda USA, went back to Sega to run Sega, went back to Japan to run Sega.
Damn.
And I explained to him that I was, I guess I was what, 33 years old. You know, when I was 33 years old, I still had acne. And I got this Chinese kid, I was super skinny. And he was already kind of elder. And I went to him and I said, listen,
I just scammed you, bro.
I've got some bad news for you. And first, the technology that we promised you doesn't work. And second, we shouldn't finish your contract because we'd waste all your money and you would have something that doesn't work. And I recommend you find another partner to build your game console.
Whoa.
And so I'm terribly sorry that we've set you back in your product roadmap. And third, even though I'm asking you to let me out of the contract, I still need the money. Because if you didn't give me the money, we'd vaporize overnight. And so I explained it to him humbly, honestly. I gave him the background. I explained to him why the technology doesn't work, why we thought it was going to work, why it doesn't work. And I asked him to convert the last $5 million that they were going to complete the contract to give us that money as an investment instead. And he said, but it's very likely your company will go out of business, even with my investment. And it was completely true. Back then, 1995, $5 million was a lot of money. It's a lot of money today. $5 million was a lot of money. And here's a pile of competitors doing it right. What are the chances that giving NVIDIA $5 million, that we would develop the right strategy, that he would get a return on that $5 million or even get it back? 0%. You do the math, it's 0%. If I were sitting there right there, I wouldn't have done it. $5 million was an amount of money to Sega at the time. And so I told him that if you invested that $5 million in us, it is most likely to be lost. But if you didn't invest that money, we'd be out of business and we would have no chance. And I told him that I don't even know exactly what I said in the end, but I told him that I would understand if he decided not to, but it would make the world to me if he did. And he went off and thought about it for a couple of days and came back and said, we'll do it.
Wow.
What a guy.
Did you have a strategy to how to correct what it was doing wrong? Did you explain that to him?
Oh man, wait until I tell you the rest of it. It's scary, even scarier.
Oh no.
And so what he decided was Jensen was a young man he liked. That's it.
Wow.
To this day.
That's nuts. But the world owes that guy.
No doubt.
Right?
Like no doubt. Well, he celebrated today in Japan. And if he would have kept that the investment, I think it'd be worth probably about $1 trillion today. I know. But the moment we went public, they sold it. They goes, wow, that's a miracle. And so
wow.
They sold it. Yeah, they sold it at NVIDIA valuation about $300 million. That's our IPO valuation, $300 million.
Wow.
And so anyhow, I was incredibly grateful. And then now we had to figure out what to do.
That's crazy. Talk about
because
losing
we still were doing the wrong strategy, wrong technology.
Damn.
So unfortunately, we had to lay off most of the company. We shrunk the company all back. All the people working on the game console, we had to shrink it all back. And then somebody told me that, but Jensen, we've never built it this way before. We've never built it the right way before. We've only known how to build it the wrong way. And so nobody in the company knew how to build this supercomputing image generator 3D graphics thing that Silicon Graphics did. And so I said, okay, how hard can it be? You got all these 30 companies, 50 companies doing it. How hard can it be? And so luckily, there was a textbook written by the company, Silicon Graphics. And so I went down to the store. I had $200 in my pocket, and I bought 3 textbooks, the only 3 they had, $60 a piece. I bought the 3 textbooks. I brought it back, and I gave one to each one of the architects, and I said, read that, and let's go save the company. And so
wow.
they read this textbook.
ASML runs all that shit.
The giant at the time, Silicon Graphics.
Not really. It depends what you mean by run that shit. They design it, right? They design the chips. Yeah, they don't physically manufacture them, but they design everything. It's like ASML is just like a fucking factory that assembles shit. If we didn't sell them with designs, they wouldn't be able to make them, right?
About how to do 3D graphics. But the thing that was amazing and what makes NVIDIA special today is that the people that are there are able to start from first principles, learn best known art, but re-implement it in a way that's never been done before. And so when we reimagined the technology of 3D graphics, we reimagined it in a way that manifests today, the modern 3D graphics. We really invented modern 3D graphics, but we learned from previous known arts, and we implement it fundamentally differently.
What did you do that changed it?
Well, ultimately, the simple answer is that the way silicon graphics works, the geometry engine is a bunch of software running on processors. We took that and
They own
eliminated
lithographically.
all the generality.
Yeah, but I think that's starting to like yeah, before there was like a handful of like lithography machines in the world, and now they're starting to like pop up around the world.
The general purposeness of it, and we reduced it down
Less of a-
into the
less of
most
a moat.
essential part of 3D graphics, and we hard-coded it into the chip. And so instead of something general purpose, we hard-coded it very specifically into just the limited applications, limited functionality necessary for video games. And that capability, and because we reinvented a whole bunch of stuff, it supercharged the capability of that one little chip. And our one little chip was generating images
Who is they? Who's they?
as fast as a $1 million image generator. That was the big breakthrough. We took $1 million thing and we put it into the graphics card that you now put into your gaming PC. And that was our big invention.
SML.
And of course the question is how do you compete against these 30 other companies doing what they were doing? And there we did several things. One, instead of building a 3D graphics chip for every
Interesting.
3D graphics application, we decided to build a 3D graphics chip for one application.
It's currently the only company in the world that can build extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. Interesting. Interesting. People never wrong. But like, doesn't ARM do the similar thing? Or doesn't ARM do the same thing? Are there no other companies that use lithography machines? Or maybe like this company sells it to all the companies that use them, I guess. Yeah. Interesting. Quite the chart, god damn. I wonder if they're gonna do a stock split on this soon. It's getting pretty high price for per share. Oh, I mean, I guess there is fractional shares as well. Boom. People never wrong. Gigabrain.
We bet the farm on video games. The needs of video games are very different than the needs for CAD, needs for flight simulators. They're related but not the same. And so we narrowly focused our problem statement so I could reject all of the other complexities, and we shrunk it down into this one little focus, and then we supercharged it for gamers. And the second thing that we did was we created a whole ecosystem of working with game developers and getting their games ported and adapted to our silicon so that we could turn essentially what is a technology business into a platform business, into a game platform business. So GeForce is really, today it's also the most advanced 3D graphics technology in the world. But a long time ago, GeForce is really the game console inside your PC. It's, it runs Windows, it runs Excel, it runs PowerPoint, of course. Those are easy things. But its fundamental purpose was simply to turn your PC into a game console. So we were the first technology company to build all of this incredible technology in service of one audience, gamers. Now, of course, in 1993, the gaming industry didn't exist. But by the time that John Carmack came along and the Doom phenomenon happened, and then Quake came out, as you know, that entire
Changed the world.
that entire community, boom, took off.
Do you know where the name Doom came from? It came from this. There's a scene in the movie The Color of Money where Tom Cruise, who's this elite pool player, shows up at this pool hall, and this local hustler says, "What do you got in the case?" And he opens up this case. He has a special pool cue. He goes, "In here?" And he opens it up and he goes, "Doom." And that's where it came
Is
from.
that
'cause-
right?
Yeah, because Carmack said that's what they wanted to do to the gaming industry.
Doom.
That when Doom came out, it would just be everybody be like, "Oh, we're fucked.
Oh, wow.
This is Doom."
That's awesome.
Isn't that amazing?
That's amazing,
Because it's
yeah.
the perfect name for the game.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the name came out of that scene in that movie.
That's right. Well, and then, of course, Tim Sweeney and
Mm-hmm.
Epic Games and the 3D gaming genre took off.
Yes.
And so if you just kind of, in the beginning was no gaming industry. We had no choice but to focus the company on one thing. That one thing.
It's a really incredible origin story. It's amazing. Like you must be like look
Started
back.
with a disaster. Is
That
what.
$5 million, that pivot with that conversation with that gentleman, if he did not agree to that, if he did not like you, what would the world look like today? That's crazy.
Oh wait, then our entire life hung on another gentleman. And so now, here we are. We built. So before GeForce, it was Riva 128. Riva 128 saved the company. It revolutionized computer graphics. The cost-performance ratio of 3D graphics for gaming was off the charts amazing.
I got Doom when I was like
And-
13.
We're getting ready to ship it. We're building it.
I never played it until I was
But we're,
older.
so, as you know, $5 million doesn't last long. And so every single month, we were drawing down. You have to build it, prototype it. You have to design it, prototype it, get the silicon back, which costs a lot of money. Test it with software. Because without the software testing the chip, you don't know the chip works. And then you're going to find a bug, probably, because every time you test something, you find bugs. Which means you have to tape it out again, which is more time, more money. And so we did the math. There was no chance NVIDIA was going to survive it. We didn't have that much time to tape out a chip, send it to a foundry, TSMC, get the silicon back, test it, send it back out again. There was no shot, no hope. And so the math, the spreadsheet doesn't allow us to do that. And so I heard about this company, and this company built this machine. And this machine is an emulator. You could take your design, all of the software that describes the chip, and you could put it into this machine, and this machine will pretend it's our chip. So I don't have to send it to the fab, wait until the fab sends it back, test. I could have this machine pretend it's our chip, and I could put all of the software on top of this machine called an emulator, and test all of the software on this pretend chip, and I could fix it all before I send it to the fab.
Whoa.
And if I could do that, when I send it to the fab, it should work. Nobody knows, but it should work. And so we came to the conclusion that let's take half of the money we had left in the bank. At the time, it was about $1 million. Take half of that money and go buy this machine. So instead of keeping the money to stay alive, I took half of the money to go buy this machine. Well, I called this guy up. The company's called ICOS. Called this company up and I said, hey, listen, I heard about this machine. I'd like to buy one. And they go, oh, that's terrific, but we're out of business. I said, what? You're out of business? He goes, yeah, we have no customers. I said, wait, hang on a second. So you never made the machine? They said, no, we made the machine. We have one in inventory if you want it, but we're out of business. So I bought one out of inventory. Okay. After I bought it, they went out of business.
Wow.
I bought it out of inventory, and on this machine, we put NVIDIA's chip into it, and we tested all of the software on top. And at this point, we were on fumes. But we convinced ourselves that chip is going to be great. And so I had to call some other gentleman. So I called TSMC. And I told TSMC.
Damn. How it all comes
listen.
together.
TSMC is the world's largest foundry today. At the time, they were just a few $100 million large. Tiny little company. And I explained to them what we were doing. And I told them I had a lot of customers. I had one, Diamond Multimedia. Probably one of the companies you bought the graphics card from back in the old days. And I said, we have a lot of customers and the demand's really great. And we're going to tape out a chip to you. And I like to go directly to production because I know it works. And they said, nobody has ever done that before. Nobody has ever taped out a chip that worked the first time. And nobody starts out production without looking at it. But I knew that if I didn't start the production, I'd be out of business anyways. If I could start production, I might have a chance. And so TSMC decided to support me. And this gentleman is named Morris Chang. Morris Chang is the father of the foundry industry, the founder of TSMC. Really great man. He decided to support our company.
All the Asian homies helped them out, right?
He decided to support
Apparently.
us, frankly, probably because they didn't have that many other customers anyhow. But they were grateful, and I was immensely grateful. And as we were starting the production, Morris flew to the United States, and he didn't so many words ask me so, but he asked me a whole lot of questions that was trying to tease out, do I have any money? But he didn't directly ask me that, And so the truth is that we didn't have all the money, but we had a strong PO from the customer. And if it didn't work, some wafers would have been lost. I'm not exactly sure what would have happened, but we would have come short. It would have been rough. But they supported us with all of that risk involved. We launched this chip. Turns out to have been completely revolutionary. Knocked the ball out of the park. We became the fastest growing technology company in history to go from 0 to $1 billion.
So wild that you didn't test the chip.
I know.
Well,
we tested.
All these other companies building chips are buying from TSM anyways. You think Jensen isn't getting prime pricing? Yeah, it's just fascinating how like these relationships, these companies go way fucking back. Like this guy's talking about 1993. Interesting. It used to be a bear case for Nvidia. It wasn't gonna make shit cheaper. That narrative's coming back around now. So this whole TPU thing. Because the thing is, the thing about Nvidia, like the reason why they're able to do what they did is that they had quite the moat, right, in terms of chip production. But like all of these like large cap tech companies are now starting to pivot into their own chip production. But like until that comes online, like they're just, you know what I mean? Like you have to use them. Everyone catches up eventually. That's how bubbles pop. I mean, I don't know. Is that how bubbles pop? To me, it just seems more of like a emotion thing. It's like crazy euphoria. People just fundamentals go out the fucking window. Blah blah blah. Nvidia isn't a bubble, and a chip production isn't the business model. It's the ecosystem. They're sold out for the next 2 years. Yeah, but like, like the more that these companies, because think about it, like Nvidia is making like general purpose chips in a sense, like they're designing a general purpose chip, and then like they have like their foot in the whole supply chain. Yeah, like same with Apple. But like now is like or not, sorry, I didn't phrase it properly. Like now, like Apple, for example, has their own silicon, right? And so does like Google. They're trying to do the same thing, and they're like designing it for their exact needs, exactly how they want it to fit their architecture. So that like eventually they're gonna start to like, not that Nvidia's gonna get phased out, because most companies can't make their own chips, right? It's only a handful of like, the large cap tech companies. But they are going to start to lose the moat a little bit. Like, I don't think it's a bubble though. I don't think Nvidia's going to like 0 or anything. It's not a chip. These racks weigh a couple tons and have 1.5 million pieces. Well, whatever it is that they're designing, right? Doesn't matter what the product is.
Afterwards, yeah, we tested afterwards.
Afterwards, but he went into production already.
But by the way, that methodology that we developed to save the company is used throughout the world today.
That's amazing.
Yeah, we changed the whole world's methodology of designing chips, the whole world's rhythm of designing chips. We changed everything.
How well did you sleep those days? It must have been so much stress.
You know,
Product is a library.
what is that feeling where the world just kind of feels like it's flying? You have this. What do you call that feeling? You can't stop the feeling that everything's moving super fast, and you know, and you're just laying in bed, and the world just feels like, you know, you feel deeply anxious, completely out of control.
Yeah, true.
I've felt that probably a couple of times in my life. It's during that time.
Wow.
Yeah, it was incredible.
What an incredible success story.
But I learned a lot. I learned several things. I learned how to develop strategies. I learned how to, and when you know, our company learned how to develop strategies. What are winning strategies? We learned how to create a market. We created the modern 3D gaming market. We learned how, and
Interesting.
so
That's
that
an interesting
exact
way
same
of thinking
skill
about it.
is how we created the modern AI market. It's exactly the same.
Wow.
Yeah, it's exactly the same skill. Exactly.
Creating
the
a
same
market
blueprint.
and then creating a product for it. Pretty interesting, right?
We learned how to deal with crisis, how to stay calm, how to think through things systematically. We learned how to remove all waste in the company and work from first principles and doing only.
You can't catch up with information acquire. It takes time. Yeah, that's what I mean though, right? That's what I'm saying. Like everybody was like kind of forced to like go with Nvidia, right? Because like, sure, and even in their ideal world, like they're using their own chips and are not dependent on Nvidia. But to get from like that thought process entering your head to it being a reality is like a multi-year process. If they even bother to go do it, because it is like a huge investment of like capital. That's not only like these like mega large caps that have like free cash flow to do it are doing it.
The things that are essential. Everything else is waste because we have no money for it. To live on fumes at all times. And the feeling, no different than the feeling I had this morning when I woke up, that you're going to be out of business soon. That you're, you know, the phrase 30 days from going out of business, I've used for 33 years.
You
Because,
still feel that?
oh yeah. Every
Really?
morning.
Really?
But you guys are one of the biggest companies on planet Earth.
But the feeling doesn't change.
Wow.
The sense
They
of
weren't
vulnerability.
forced. They were benefited. The list Jensen sells to is not easy to get on. I don't know about that. Like, how much of their revenue do you think comes from like Meta, Tesla, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft? A huge amount, right? The biggest buyers. I don't think he was in there fucking being like selective. More chips means more people that need Nvidia ecosystem. All that's always gonna be true. Cause like think about it. Like if they don't address it, one day this guy can go up to them. Like if they don't do what they're doing now, right? If they don't start making their own chips, one day this guy can just call them and be like, "Yeah, by the way, I'm charging you 100 times more per chip. Are you fucking mad or not?" And they can't do shit, right? So like they have to do this to avoid it. They are selective. They don't have a sold plus. They're sold out. Sure. Either way, it's the same like end game, right? Same end game.
The sense of uncertainty, the sense of insecurity, it doesn't leave you.
That's crazy.
We had nothing. We had nothing. We were
And you
dealing
still
with
feel
giant.
that?
Oh yeah, every day, every moment.
Do you think that fuels you? Is that part of the reason why the company's so successful? That you have that hungry mentality? That you never rest. You're never sitting on your laurels. You're always on the edge.
Once they
I
gotta
have
grow,
a greater drive from
so more
not
people
wanting.
need to be making chips for their own subsets. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of use cases. Not everyone needs a chip for AI specifically.
to fail than the drive of wanting to succeed.
Isn't that like
I
success
think
coaches
I-
would tell you that's
You know,
completely the
Joe,
wrong
I think
psychology?
the world has just heard me say that out loud for the first time, but it's true.
Well, that's so
The
fascinating.
fear of failure drives me more than the greed or whatever it is.
Well, ultimately, that's probably a more healthy approach. Now that I'm thinking about it, because like the fear.
I'm not ambitious.
No one wants to
You know,
fail.
I just want to stay alive, Joe. I want the company to
All
thrive. You
those
know,
systems
I want us to make.
are going to turn on NVIDIA's ecosystem. Just like Microsoft doesn't make computers. Possibly not guaranteed though. Possibly.
Make an impact.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's why you're so humble. Maybe that's what keeps you grounded. You know, because with the kind of spectacular success the company's achieved, it would be easy to get a big head.
No.
Right? But isn't
Yeah.
that interesting? It's
Yeah.
like if you were the guy that your main focus is just success, you probably would go, well, made it, nailed it, I'm the man.
Drop the mic.
Instead, you wake up, you're like, God, we can't fuck this up.
No, exactly. Every morning. Every morning. No, every moment. Yeah,
That's crazy.
Before I go to bed.
Well, listen, if I was a major investor in your company, that's who I'd want running it. I'd want a guy who's
that's
like
why I work-
terrified of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I work. That's why I work 7 days a week. Every moment I'm awake.
You work every moment.
Every
you're awake.
moment I'm awake.
Wow.
I'm thinking about solving a problem.
I'm working right
I'm
now.
thinking about-
This guy's capping.
How
And
long
I've
can you
got-
keep this up?
I don't know, but could be next week.
Sounds
Microsoft was a
exhausting.
chip
It is
company
exhausting.
too.
Sounds completely
Made an
exhausting.
add-on for
Always
Apple
in a state
too,
of
so you could run
anxiety.
business software on it.
Wow.
Yeah, always in a state of anxiety.
Well, kudos
Hmm.
to you for admitting that. I think that's important for a lot of people to hear because, you know, there's probably some young people out there that are in a similar position to where you were when you were starting out that just feel like all those people that have made it, they're just smarter than me and they had more opportunities than me. And it's just like it was handed to them or they're just in the right place at the right time. And
Joe, I just described to you somebody who didn't know what was going on, actually did it wrong.
yeah,
Yeah, and
And-
the ultimate diving catch like 2 or 3 times.
crazy.
Yeah.
The ultimate diving catch is the perfect way to put it. You
Yeah.
know, it's just like the edge of your glove.
It probably bounced off of somebody's helmet and landed at the edge.
God, that's incredible. That's incredible, but it's really cool that you have this perspective, that you look at it that way. Because, you know, a lot of people that have delusions of grandeur or they have, you know,
and
inflated-
their rewriting of history oftentimes had them somehow extraordinarily smart, and they were
Right.
geniuses, and they knew
Right.
all along, and they were spot on. The business plan was exactly what they thought, and
yeah.
they destroyed the competition, and and they emerged victorious.
Meanwhile, you're like, I'm scared every day.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's so funny. Oh my God, that's amazing.
It's so true, though.
It's amazing.
It is so true.
It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Well, but I think there's nothing inconsistent with being a leader and being vulnerable. You know, the company doesn't need me to be a genius, right all along, right all the time, absolutely certain about what I'm trying to do and what I'm doing. The company doesn't need that. The company wants me to succeed. You know, the thing that, and we started out today talking about President Trump, and I was about to say something. And listen, he is my president. He is our president. We should all, and we're talking about just because it's President Trump, we all want him to be wrong. I think the United States, we all have to realize he is our president. We want him to succeed because
No matter who's president, we
that's
should have
right.
that attitude. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
We want him to succeed. We need to help him succeed because it helps everybody, all of us succeed. And I'm lucky that I work in a company where I have 40,000 people who wants me to succeed. They want me to succeed, and I can tell. And they're all every single day to help me overcome these challenges, trying to realize what I described to be our strategy, doing their best. And if it's somehow wrong or not perfectly right, to tell me so that we could pivot. And the more vulnerable we are as a leader, the more able other people are able to tell you, you know, that Jensen, that's not exactly right, or
Right.
have you considered this information, or, and the more vulnerable we are, the more able we're actually able to pivot. If we put ourselves into this superhuman capability, then it's hard for us to pivot strategy
Right.
because we were supposed to be right all along. And so if you're always right, how can you possibly pivot? Because pivoting requires you to be wrong. And so I've got no trouble with being wrong. I just have to make sure that I stay alert, that I reason about things from first principles all the time, always break things down to first principles, understand why it's happening, reassess continuously. The reassessing continuously is kind of partly what causes continuous anxiety, you know, because you're asking yourself, were you wrong yesterday? Are you still right? Is this the same? Has that changed? Has that condition? Is that worse than you thought?
But God, that mindset is perfect for your business, though, because this business is ever changing.
All the time.
And
I've got
there's-
competition coming from every direction.
So much of it is kind of up in the air. Whew.
And you have to invent a future where 100 variables are included. And there's no way you could be right on all of them.
Bill Gates bought
so you have to be-
basic software.
you have to surf.
Wow.
You have to surf.
That's a good way to put it.
What's
You have to
that?
surf.
Yeah.
You're surfing waves of technology and innovation.
That's right. You can't predict the waves. You got to deal with the ones you have.
Wow.
But skill matters. And I've been doing this for 33. I'm the longest running tech CEO in the world.
Is that true?
Yeah, yeah.
Congratulations. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
And, you know, people ask me how. Just one,
How old is
don't
this
get
guy?
fired. I'll stop it short in a heartbeat. And then two, don't get bored. Yeah.
Well, how do you maintain your enthusiasm?
Well, the honest truth is not always enthusiasm. It's, you know,
62?
sometimes it's enthusiasm. Sometimes it's just good old fashioned fear. And then sometimes, you know, a healthy dose of frustration. You know, it's,
Whatever keeps you moving.
yeah, just all the emotions. I think, you know, CEOs, we have all the emotions, right? You know, and so probably jacked up to the maximum because you're kind of feeling it on behalf of the whole company. I'm feeling it on behalf of everybody at the same time. And it kind of, you know, it encapsulates into somebody. And so I have to be mindful of the past. I have to be mindful of the present. I have to be mindful of the future. And, you know, it can't, it's not without emotion. It's not just a job. Let's just put it that way.
It doesn't seem like it at all. But I would imagine one of the more difficult aspects of your job currently, now that the company is massively successful, is anticipating where technology is headed and where the applications are going to be.
Yeah.
So how do you try to map that out?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of ways, and it takes a whole bunch of things. But let me just start.
Imagine they must like consult with all like the big people that use the product the most, right? And what ideas they have in mind of what they want to do, so they can design stuff around that use case. Well, I guess we'll find out.
You have to be surrounded by amazing people, and NVIDIA is now. You know, if you look at the large tech companies in the world today, most of them have a business in advertising or social media or, you know, content distribution, and at the core of it is really fundamental computer science. And so the company's
True.
business is not computers. The company's business is not technology. Technology drives the company. NVIDIA is the only company in the world that's large whose only business is technology. We only build technology. We don't advertise. The only way that we make money is to create amazing technology and sell it. And so to be NVIDIA today, the number one thing is you're surrounded by the finest computer scientists in the world. And that's my gift. My gift is that we've created a company's culture, a condition by which the world's greatest computer scientists want to be part of it. Because they get to do their life's work and create the next thing. Because that's what they want to do. Because maybe they don't want to be in service of another business. They want to be in service of the technology itself. And we're the largest form of its kind in the history of the world.
Wow.
I know, it's pretty amazing.
Wow.
And so one, you know, we have got a great condition, we have a great culture, we have great people. And then now the question is, how do you systematically be able to see the future, stay alert of it, and reduce the likelihood of missing something or being wrong. And so there's a lot of different ways you could do that. For example, we have great partnerships. We have fundamental research. We have a great research lab, one of the largest industrial research labs in the world today. And we partner with a whole bunch of universities and other scientists. We do a lot of open collaboration. And so I'm constantly working with researchers outside the company. We have the benefit of having amazing customers. And so I have the benefit of working with Elon and others in the industry. And we have the benefit of being the only pure play technology company that can serve consumer internet, industrial manufacturing, scientific computing, healthcare, financial services, all the industries that we're in, they're all signals to me. And so they all have mathematicians and scientists. And so because I have the benefit now of a radar system that is the most broad of any company in the world, working across every single industry, from agriculture to energy to video games. And so the ability for us to have this vantage point, one, doing fundamental research ourselves, and then two, working with all the great researchers, working with all the great industries, the feedback system is incredible. And then finally, you just have to have a culture of staying super alert. There's no easy way of being alert except for paying attention. I haven't found a single way of being able to stay alert without paying attention. And so, you know, I probably read several thousand emails a day.
How? How do you have the time for that?
I wake up early. This morning I was up at 4 o'clock.
How much do you sleep?
6-7 hours. Yeah.
And then you're up at 4, read
Yeah.
emails for a few hours before you get going.
That's right. Yeah.
Wow. Every day.
Every single day. Not one day missed. Including Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Do you ever take a vacation?
Yeah, but they're, my definition of a vacation is when I'm with my family. And so if I'm with my family, I'm very happy. I don't care where we are.
And you don't work then? Or do you work a little?
No, I work a lot.
Even when you, like, if you go on a trip somewhere,
Oh, sure.
you're still working.
Oh, sure.
Wow. Every day.
Every day.
Ooh,
Well, my kids work every day.
you make me tired just saying this.
My kids work every day. Both of my kids work in video. They work every day.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm very lucky.
Wow.
Yeah. It's brutal now because, you know, it's just me working every day. Now we have 3 people working every day, and they want to work with me every day. And so it's a lot of work.
Well, you've obviously imparted that ethic into them.
They
that
work
ethic.
incredibly
Yeah, the
hard.
thing
You're
is people don't understand
employees.
about this stuff is that, like, if you like what you do, you're not working, right? It's just how you like to spend your time. Like, some people would hate to sit here watching fucking podcasts and looking at charts and shit. I have fucking fun, right? I'm just chilling. I'm having the time of my life. Not working.
But my parents work incredibly hard. Yeah, I was born with the work gene, the suffering gene.
Well, listen, man.
Nerding out.
It has paid off. What a crazy story. It's really an amazing origin story. It really, I mean, it has to be kind of surreal to be in the position that you're in now when you look back at how many times that it could have fallen apart and humble beginnings.
But Joe, it's a great country. You know, I'm an immigrant. My parents sent my older brother and I here first. We're in Thailand. I was born in Taiwan, but my dad had a job in Thailand. He was a chemical and instrumentation engineer, incredible engineer. And his job was to go start an oil refinery. And so we moved to Thailand, lived in Bangkok. And in 1970.
That speaks good ass English if that's the case.
You know how Thailand every so often they would just have a coup. You know, the military would have an uprising. And all of a sudden one day there were tanks and soldiers in the streets. And my parents thought, you know, probably isn't safe for the kids to be here. And so they contacted my uncle. My uncle lives in Tacoma, Washington. And we had never met him. And my parents sent us to him.
How old were you?
I was about to turn 9, and my older brother almost turned 11. And so the two of us came to the United States, and we stayed with our uncle for a little bit while he looked for a school for us. And my parents didn't have very much money, and they'd never been to the United States. My father was. I'll tell you that story in a second.
Louder.
And so my uncle found a school that would accept foreign students and affordable enough for my parents. And that school turned out to have been in Oneida, Kentucky, Clark County, Kentucky, the epicenter of the opioid crisis today. Coal country. Clark County, Kentucky was the
Shouldn't
poorest
do that.
county in America when I showed up. It is the poorest county in America today. And so we went to the school. It's a great school. Oneida Baptist Institute. In a town of a few hundred. I think it was 600 at the time that we showed up. No traffic light. And I think it's 600 today. It's kind of an amazing feat, actually. The ability to hold your population for when it's 600 people is quite a magical thing. However they did it. And so the school had a mission of being an open school for any children who would like to come. And what that basically means is that if you're a troubled student, if you have a troubled family, if you're, whatever your background, you're welcome to come to Oneida Baptist Institute, including kids from international who would like to stay there.
Did you speak English at the time?
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. And so we showed up, and my first thought was, gosh, there are a lot of cigarette butts on the ground. 100% of the kids smoked. So right away, this is not a normal school.
9-year-olds?
No, I was the youngest kid.
Okay. 11-year-olds.
My roommate was 17 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, he just turned 17, and he was jacked. And I don't know where he is now. I know his name, but I don't know where he is now. But anyways, that night we got, and the second thing I noticed when you walk into your dorm room is there are no drawers and no closet doors, just like a prison. And there are no locks, so that people could check up on you. And so I go into my room, and he's 17, and we, get ready for bed, and he had all this tape all over his body, and turned out he was in a knife fight, and he's been stabbed all over his body, and these are just fresh wounds. Whoa. And the other kids were hurt much worse. And so he was my roommate, the toughest kid in school, and I was the youngest kid in school. It was a junior high, but they took me anyways, because if I walked about a mile across the Kentucky River, the Swing Bridge, the other side is a middle school that I could go to, and then I can go to that school and I come back, and then I stay in the dorm. And so basically, Oneida Baptist Institute was my dorm when I went to this other school. My older brother went to the junior high, and so we were there for a couple of years. Every kid had chores. My older brother's chore was to work in the tobacco farm. So they raised tobacco so that they could raise some extra money for the school, kind of like a penitentiary.
Wow.
And my job was just to clean the dorm. And so I was 9 years old. I was cleaning toilets and for a dorm of 100 boys. I cleaned more bathrooms than anybody. And I just wish that everybody was a little bit more careful. But anyways, I was the youngest kid in school. My memories of it was really good. But it was a tough town.
Sounds like
Yeah, town kids, everybody had knives.
Oof.
Everybody had knives. Everybody smoked. Everybody had a Zippo lighter. I smoked for a week.
Did you?
Oh, yeah, sure.
How old were you?
I was 9, yeah.
When you're 9. You're
Yeah.
9, you tried smoking.
Yeah, I got myself a pack of cigarettes. Everybody else did.
Did you get sick?
No, I got used to it, and I learned how to blow smoke rings and,
Vincent's amazing.
breathe out of my nose.
Definitely an interesting story.
Taking it out through my nose. I mean, there's all the different things that you learn.
Long-winded,
Yeah.
but
At 9.
Yeah.
Wow. You just did it to fit in or look
Yeah,
cool?
because everybody else did it.
Right.
Yeah. And then I did it for a couple of weeks, I guess. And I just I had a quarter, I had a quarter a month or something like that. I just rather buy popsicles and fudgesicles with it. I was 9,
Right.
I chose the better path.
Wow.
That was our school. And then my parents came to the United States 2 years later. And we met them in Tacoma, Washington.
That's wild.
It was a really crazy experience.
What a strange formative experience.
Yeah, tough kids.
Thailand to one of the poorest places in America, or if not the poorest, as a 9-year-old.
That was my first
experience.
experience. Yeah.
With your brother. Wow.
Yeah. No, I used to remember, and what breaks my heart, probably the only thing that really breaks my heart about that experience was, so we didn't have enough money to make, international phone calls every week. And so my parents gave us this tape deck, this Iowa tape deck, and a tape. And so every month we would sit in front of that tape deck, and my older brother, Jeff, and I, the two of us would just tell them what we did the whole month.
Wow.
And we would send that tape by mail. And my parents would take that tape and record back on top of it and send it back to us.
Wow.
Could you imagine if for 2 years,
Wow.
if that tape still existed of these two kids just describing their first experience with the United States? Like, I remember telling my parents that I joined the swim team, and my roommate was really buff, and so every day we spent a lot of time in the gym, and so every night 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups every day in the gym. So I was 9 years old. I was pretty buff.
Man,
And I'm
Jensen
pretty
was
fit.
jacked.
And so I joined the soccer team. I joined the swim team because if you join the team, they take you to meets, and then afterwards you get to go to a nice restaurant, and that nice restaurant was McDonald's. Wow. And I recorded this thing. I said, Mom and Dad, we went to the most amazing restaurant today. This whole place is lit up. It's like the future. And the food comes in a box. And the food is incredible. The hamburger is incredible. It was McDonald's. But anyhow, wouldn't it be amazing?
Oh my God!
2
that
years.
Recording?
Yeah, 2 years. Yeah.
What a crazy connection to your parents too. Just sending a tape and them sending you one back, and it's the only way you're communicating for 2 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, my parents are incredible. Actually, they grew up really poor, and when they came to the United States, they had almost no money. Probably one of the most impactful memories I have is they came and we were staying in a apartment complex, and they had just rent back in the, I guess people still do rent a bunch of furniture, and we were messing around, and we bumped into the coffee table and crushed it. It was made out of particle wood, and we crushed it. And I just still remember the look on my mom's face, because they didn't have any money and she didn't know how she was going to pay it back. But anyhow, that kind of tells you how hard it was for them to come here. But they left everything behind, and all they had was their suitcase and the money that they had in their pocket, and they came to the United States.
How old were they at
pursued
the
the
time?
American dream. They were in their 40s.
Wow.
Yeah, late 30s. Pursue the American dream. This is the American dream. I'm the first generation of the American dream.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hard not to love this country. It's hard not to be romantic about this country.
That is a romantic story. That's an amazing story.
Yeah, and my dad found his job literally in the newspaper, the ads, and he calls people, got a job.
What did he do?
He was a consulting engineer in a consulting firm, and they helped people build oil refineries, paper mills, and fabs, and that's what he did. He's really good at factory design, instrumentation engineer, and so he's brilliant at that. And so he did that, and my mom worked as a maid, and they found a way to raise us.
Wow. That's an incredible story, Jensen. It really is. All of it, from your childhood to the perils of NVIDIA almost falling. It's really incredible, man.
Yeah,
It's a
that
great
Sega
story.
thing?
Yeah, I've lived a great life.
You really have. And it's a great story for other people to hear, too. It really is.
You don't have to go to Ivy League schools to succeed. This country creates opportunities, has opportunities for all of us. You do have to strive. You have to claw your way here. Yeah.
But if you put in the work, you can succeed.
Nobody works
With a lot
harder.
of luck and a lot of good
and
decision making.
the good graces of others.
Yes. That's really
Yeah,
important.
you and I spoke about two people who are very dear to me, but the list goes on. The people at NVIDIA who have helped me, many friends that are on the board, the decisions, them giving me the opportunity. Like when we were inventing this new computing approach, I tanked our stock price because we added this thing called CUDA to the chip. We had this big idea. We added this thing called CUDA to the chip, but nobody paid for it. But our cost doubled. And so we had this graphics chip company, and we invented GPUs. We invented programmable shaders. We invented everything modern computer graphics. We invented real-time ray tracing. That's why it went from GTX to RTX. We invented all this stuff, but every time we invented something, the market doesn't know how to appreciate it, but the cost went way up. And in the case of CUDA that enabled AI, the cost increased a lot. But we really believed it, And so if you believe in that future and you don't do anything about it, you're going to regret it for your life. And so we always, I always tell the team, do we believe this or not? And if you believe it, and it's grounded on first principles, not random, hearsay, and we believe it, we owe it to ourselves to go pursue it. If we're the right people to go do it, if it's really, really hard to do, it's worth doing, and we believe it, let's go pursue it. Well, we pursued it. We launched the product. Nobody knew. It was exactly like when I launched DGX-1, and the entire audience was like complete silence. When I launched CUDA, the audience was complete silence. No customer wanted it. Nobody asked for it. Nobody understood it. NVIDIA was a public company.
What year was this?
This is let's see, 2006, 20 years ago, 2005.
Wow.
Our stock prices went poof. I think our valuation went down to like $2 or $3 billion
From?
from about 12 or something like that. I crushed it in a very bad way. Yeah.
What is it now, though?
Yeah, it's higher.
Very humble of you.
It's higher, but it changed the world.
Yeah.
That invention changed the world.
It's an incredible story, Jensen. It really is. Thank you.
Like your story. It's incredible.
My story's not as incredible. My story's more weird. You know? It's much more fortuitous and weird.
Okay, what are the three milestones, that most important milestones that led to here?
Hard question.
That's a good question.
Okay, what was step one?
I think step one was seeing other people do it. Step one was in the initial days of podcasting, like in 2009 when I started. Podcasting had only been around for a couple of years. The first was Adam Curry, my good friend, who was the podfather. He invented podcasting. And then, I remember Adam Carolla had a show because he had a radio show. His radio show got canceled, and so he decided to just do the same show but do it on the internet, and that was pretty revolutionary. Nobody was doing that. And then there was the experience that I had had doing different morning radio shows, like Opie and Anthony in particular, because it was fun. And we would just get together with a bunch of comedians. I'd be on the show with like 3 or 4 other guys that I knew, and it was always just look forward to it. It was just such a good time. And I said, God, I miss doing that. It's so fun to do that. I wish I could do something like that. And then I saw Tom Green set up. Tom Green had a setup in his house, and he essentially turned his entire house into a television studio. And he did an internet show from his living room. He had servers in his house and cables everywhere. He had to step over cables. This is like 2007. I'm like, Tom, this is nuts. Like, this is... And I'm like, you got to figure out a way to make money from this. Like,
I wish everybody on the internet could see your setup. It's nuts. I just want to let you guys know that. It's not just this.
Yeah. So that was the beginning of it, is just seeing other people do it and then saying, all right, let's just try it. And then so the beginning days, we just did it on a laptop. Had a laptop with a webcam and just messed around. Had a bunch of comedians come in. We would just talk and joke around. And I did it like once a week. And then I started doing it twice a week. And then all of a sudden I was doing it for a year. And then I was doing it for 2 years. And then it was like, oh, it's starting to get a lot of viewers and a lot of listeners, And then I just kept doing it. That's all it is. I just kept doing it because I enjoyed doing it.
Was there any setback?
No, there's never really a setback.
Really?
No.
It must have been. Or
it's not the same kind of story.
You're just resilient, or you're just tough.
No. It wasn't tough or hard. It was just interesting. So I just
you were never once punched in the face.
No, not in the show. No, not really.
Mm-hmm.
Not doing the show.
You never did something that big blowback.
Nope. Not really. No, it all just kept growing.
Mm-hmm.
It kept growing, and the thing stayed the same from the beginning to now. And the thing is, I enjoy talking to people. I've always enjoyed talking to interesting people.
I could even tell just when we walked in, the way you interacted with everybody, not just me. Yeah, that's cool.
People
that's
are cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's an amazing gift to be able to have so many conversations with so many interesting people, because it changes the way you see the world, because you see the world through so many different people's eyes. And you have so many different people have different perspectives and different opinions and different philosophies and different life stories. And, it's an incredibly enriching and educating experience having so many conversations with so many amazing people. And that's all I started doing, and that's all I do now. Even now, when I book the show, I do it on my phone, and I basically go through this giant list of emails of all the people that want to be on the show or that requested to be on the show. And then I factor in another list that I have of people that I would like to get on the show that I'm interested in, and I just map it out. And that's it. And I go, ooh, I'd like to talk to him.
If it wasn't because of President Trump, I wouldn't have been bumped up on that list.
No, I wanted to talk to you already. I just think, what you're doing is very fascinating. I mean, how would I not want to talk to you? And then today, it proved to be absolutely the right decision.
Well, listen, it's strange to be an immigrant one day going to Oneida Baptist Institute with the students that were there. And then here, NVIDIA is one of the most consequential companies in the history of companies. It is a crazy story.
It has to be.
Yeah, that
you.
journey is,
yeah.
And it's very humbling, and I'm very grateful.
It's pretty amazing, man.
Surrounded by amazing people.
You're very fortunate, and you seem very happy, and you seem like you're 100% on the right path in this life.
Everybody says you must love your job. Not every day.
That's not. That's
what I'm
part
saying?
of the beauty of everything.
Yeah.
Is that there's ups and downs.
That's right.
It's never just like this giant dopamine high.
We leave this impression. Here's an impression I don't think is healthy. people who are successful leave the impression often that our job gives us great joy. I think largely it does. That our jobs, we're passionate about our work. And that passion relates to it's just so much fun. I think it largely is. But it distracts from, in fact, a lot of success comes from really, really hard work.
Yes.
There's
Yeah.
long periods of suffering and loneliness and uncertainty and fear and embarrassment and humiliation, all of the feelings that we most not love. That creating something from the ground up, and Elon will tell you something similar. Very difficult to invent something new.
Yeah.
And people don't believe you all the time. You're humiliated often, disbelieved most of the time. And so people forget that part of success, and I don't think it's healthy. I think it's good that we pass that forward and let people know that it's just part of the journey.
Yes.
The
And
suffering
then
is part of the journey.
you will appreciate it so much. These horrible feelings that you have when things are not going so well, you will appreciate it so much more when they do go well.
Deeply grateful.
Yeah.
Yeah, deep pride, incredible pride,
True.
incredible gratefulness, and surely incredible memories.
Absolutely. Jensen, thank you so much for being here. This was really fun. I really enjoyed it, and your story is just absolutely incredible and very inspirational. And I think it really is the American dream.
It is the American
It
dream.
really is. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Interesting. Can't say we learned a whole lot there, but it was an interesting story. Interesting story. I think I get some food. I'm starving. Let's see if these things kind of bounce here or not, right? Are they going to bounce at the naked point of control 382, volume point of control, or not? Or not? Or not? Yeet, or not? Yeah, I'm hungry though. I'm hungry.
Не будем ворошить то, что пошло на этажах. Среди пожженных стен и надписи ребят любим. Когда-то нужен безжженный разлук. Или лишь мертвый звук. Лежащий друг. Или сидящий суженный подрывчик грубый. Открывая глаза на кухне. Скажи мне, если конечно проблемы в моей жизни. Или живой снег. Скажи мне песни, как не склеить части сердца. Или же выкинуть за спину песню. Скажи мне, ведь я не могу найти ответ. И вот опять пишу я лирик. Скажи, ведь я тупой рыбак, не понимаю ничего, но мне очень побольно.
Matrix is a system, Neo. That system is our enemy. You look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we are trying to save. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect it. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress?
How's this stuff looking? God damn. What day is it today? I'm so fucking confused. What should we do? What should we do? Isn't it funny how I'm on Twitter today and we're seeing everybody talking about how Bitcoin's starting to look interesting, blah blah blah. The laggards, as we call them, right? People that are late to the party. We're getting bullish and longs down here. They're just starting to consider it now. It's the laggards. Too slow, too fucking slow. I don't know what they're doing. I'm actually a dumbass. How are the rest of these alts doing out of curiosity? I haven't been watching these too much. Can we just get rid of this? Let's get rid of this crap. Fuck it, who cares? That looks pretty fucking weak. Relatively weak. Suspect all gonna be pretty similar though. What happened here? Holy shit. Interesting.
God bless my soul before I put my foot down and begin to stroll into the drama I built. And all unfinished beef, you will soon be killed. Put us together, it's like mixing vodka and milk. I'm going out blasting, taking my enemies with me. And if not, they scar so they will never forget me. Lord, forgive me, the Hennessy got me not knowing how to act. There's a war going on outside, no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walking with your head down, scared to look. You shook, cause ain't no such things as halfway crooks. They never around when the beef cooks in my part of town. It's similar to
Interesting.
Vietnam. Now we all grown up and old and beyond the cops' control. They better have the riot gear ready, trying to back me and get rock steady. By the Mac 1 double, I touch you and leave you with not much to go home with. Or maybe it's the words from my man Killer Black that I can't say, so it's left an untold fact. Until my death.
I mean, it's a pretty interesting chart actually, right?
Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. Open your eyes and get wise. Look alive. 95, word up. You know what I'm saying? All deep.
Where did this come from? Now, we did these charts literally almost a fucking year ago. When did we make these? In like March or something? Since fucking double bottoming pixel perfect off this shit still. God damn. It's up to the fucking math. Interesting. I mean, out of all the fucking meme coins, this and Farcoin are looking pretty strong, right? In terms of like putting in a bounce. Interesting. What's that? SPX 6900. Just a meme coin, right? They all think it's gonna go higher than the market cap of the S&P one day. Plus, there was like some guy who did this like whole PowerPoint presentation on meme coins, and this was like the main one he was shilling on there. I mean, yeah, like with double, like head and shoulders, double bottom, perfect retest and go. Very interesting setup. Plus it is like we're about to break out the top of this whole volume cluster. Most importantly of everything. I like the lower time frame things looking like. But the thing is, a lot of these coins have like pretty thin order books right now after like this October 10th nuke. A lot of things can like start to melt up pretty quick because like they're pretty illiquid right now. Interesting. Looking at the typical alt chart over here, just going straight to zero basically. This thing finally corrected, right? Goddamn. Some of these charts, I swear. Interesting. Bitcoin breaks this 94k level. Some of these things are about to fly. Fly. About to fly. Interesting. I've never heard of this. The abandoned baby stick candle pattern. Appears once every 3 to 10 years per asset. Apparently this thing. Interesting. Interesting. What's the math behind this thing? What was it called? Abandoned baby candlestick. Over 70% reversal rate. Interesting. It makes sense though, because like for this to happen, like basically like an exhaustion gap to the downside. This thing was already like fucking overextended on like multiple high time frames. I'm telling you, these 886 in the high time frame are no joke, no joke. No joke. Should I close that?
The hits and the fun of it could be a point. The rise, I'm on my position, it's on my mind. me or my ego? Whose name's getting mentioned? Am I a man or a monster? Is it a job or a hobby? Is it on, is it over? Will they accept my apology? Dealing with. What am I dealing with? Dealing with them. Dealing with. Nah, I'm not feeling. Watch how I deal with them. Watch how I deal with them. Watch how I deal with them. You know what, I agree with them. So watch how I deal with them. Yo, it don't make sense anymore. I don't get rest anymore. I'm gonna need more than a draw. Can't work with the stress on my chest anymore. Voice in my head telling me to send them a headshot. Another voice said, you got bent tunes on your desktop. They say home is where the heart is. So why am I feeling different? I'm trying to focus and be an artist. And then the other stuff fall into position. You gotta keep options open. Hot 1 minute, next minute, man, I'm frozen. But not me though. Got what I need though. My sheets swing like the sweetest vocal. Is it me or is everyone sleeping? I wanna get rid of this feeling. This mirror can't bring me a remedy. Be a bad miss that is preaching. Bad man sing from morning till evening. Put down them books for your reading. Right now the youth them need feeding. So we got no time for your dreaming. Dealing with. What am I dealing with? Deal with them. Dealing with. No, I'm not feeling. Watch how I deal with them. Watch how I deal with them. Watch how I deal with them. You know what, I agree with them. So watch how I deal with them.
Interesting. This guy's a whole thread on X about algorithmic execution algorithms. But he has like the research papers for each single one. Holy shit, it's pretty interesting. We are definitely saving this. Dev Damiha 7585, yo. Hello, Dev. How are you on this lovely day? I'm gonna brush my teeth. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Saying we do walk-outs, so we drive by spraying. He got bored up 10 weeks, what I gave, and I'm craving. Pats me fine, we on staying. Swinging the swords, I doing my chores, and I boot off the door if I can't find a way in. Side of my turn into back, not patient. Slid over, they made the grass start raining. We put the in blue. Crept up, hit him with two, who smacked him, got the whole city confused. Messed up boots, tie up the boots, roll up and eliminate youths. It looks good on the net, you pussy, live in the flesh, your niggas are suits.
good. Welcome back from the dentist visit. How are you? I'm good as well. The dentist was quite the experience. But we're back. Our teeth glistening. No, I got Invisalign, but it's weird. I didn't expect it to be the way it is. Kind of like wearing a mouth guard. But it's gotten better though, because the first, okay, so I'll kind of preface this a bit. The way it works is every week. Mic to music. Oh yeah, I never changed it back. Fuck. My bad. We were watching a Joe Rogan podcast with Jensen Wong earlier. So I turned up the desktop volume to hear the guy talking, but I forgot to put it back afterwards. Should be better now, yeah? I believe so. Thank God you said that. I wouldn't have noticed that for the longest time. Yeah, okay. No, I was just saying. So like the way that the Invisalign works is like every week you have like a new set of aligners you put in. And at first it was really weird because the first set, I guess, is like the thickest. So I couldn't talk properly. It was like I had a lisp. But it's gotten much better now. Also, it works pretty quick. It's pretty fascinating, actually. So they give you this device that's essentially like a tube, and you put it on your phone, like this. It's like a big tube that goes in your phone camera. And you have to like go and scan your mouth weekly. And then they create a time lapse for you. Like the purpose is not to create a time lapse, just so they can tell if you're ready to switch the aligner or not. But it makes a time lapse on top of it, so you can like literally see how your teeth are moving week to week. It's pretty cool. But other than that, pretty good. Although I'm a bit alarmed. Like in Canada, there's only one perpetual futures exchange that's legally allowed to be used. And today they started warning all the customers that like they're not supporting Canada. So quite alarming. Glad to hear. Technology sounds awesome. Yeah, it is pretty interesting. Plus, it's also nice that I don't have to do it for that long. Like, it does suck because I already had braces before, so it sucks I'm doing it again just because some stupid wire broke. And I need to fix a few teeth. I might as well do it, right? Whatever. Not particularly expensive either, so... We're gonna have a crystal clear smile one day. But it's pretty cool. It is pretty fascinating. Missed you? Yeah, it's been a while. It has been a while. But we're back, right? In some juicy trades right now. Feels good. Hey, well, yeah, we missed a lot, huh? Because last time when you were here was like, what, September? Where is this thing? Yeah, we missed quite a lot since then. Like October 10th nuke, then this whole just diarrhea down. Good times though, right? Lots of fun trades on the way. People freaking out, and we're just sitting here watching from the sidelines, observing. Planned and prepared. What's up with you? How's life? How's life over there? Yeah, this exchange thing is quite alarming though, very alarming. You know I don't trade much. I'm just here for the vibes. I'm really curious. I know you trade well. How's the P&L statement after this recent drop? Like the leverage trading is like good, right? Just trade the whole thing, both directions. Spot portfolio took a bit of a hit, right? Cause we didn't sell up here. We didn't sell up here. But like I sold here. And then I sold when we lost 98, like this level. So not the perfect de-risking, but like good enough. Good enough. You know, in hindsight, the thing about this though is like these days right here. I don't know how I missed this. Like going back and looking at some of this crap, because there's like a pretty obvious 3 drives up here, right? Like, extremely obvious. Like ding 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 ding. I think in Toronto, like I don't know what I was doing these days. I must not have been paying attention this weekend, like out and about doing whatever. So I probably should have de-risked. Look, not probably. I should have de-risked some here, but the thing slipped my mind. Boom. You made out relatively unscathed. Yeah, I shorted this whole thing down, which is a bit unfortunate because I wasn't expecting this like. This is quite the one-day nuke we had that day. So like I shorted it, but it wasn't with like some crazy size or anything like that. It would have been the craziest trade, right? In one day to like leverage trade down like Lord knows how much percentage. Like 100% plus trade in a day. Yeah, I made a Discord post saying we're able to sit your desk as often. Yeah, it's hard because like when I'm there, like I haven't seen my friends in months. I haven't seen my family in months. And then when I'm at home, like, the parents are like asking me about whatever, doing whatever. Plus, there's also this like tooth stuff. For out first, it was like pretty annoying when they pulled the tooth. Dude, it was ridiculous. Like like when you go to the dentist to get a tooth pulled, it's the same way they did it like 200 years ago. They just get some pliers and rip it out. And not only that, but the guy that removed my tooth, he put some like injection in for like the numbing. But I don't know if he like missed the spot a little bit or didn't wait long enough. But when he went to go pull out the tooth, I could feel the whole thing. I was like, ah, like in pain as he just ripped it out of my mouth. And the thing is, like, by the time that like he can react to you being in pain, it's already over, right? Because it literally puts the thing in your mouth and then twists pull. So nothing could be done at that point. Let me get those pliers. It was ridiculous. I couldn't even believe it. But honestly, in a weird way, like it hurt, but it was also like oddly satisfying to feel it. It was like I don't even know how to describe it. Other than like imagine pulling out this like a irritating ingrown hair. But imagine the hair is your tooth and the irritated part is your mouth. Like it's the best way I can describe it. It hurt at first, and I was like, oh, I felt pretty good. You need to wait for a short time before lidocaine is effective. Also, they combine lidocaine with a vasoconstrictor, so you bleed less. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Are you like a dentist or something? Yeah, it was bleeding a lot. It was bleeding a lot. And then they put like a bone graft in, which is disgusting. Like getting a bone graft, oh my god. Cause it smells for like a week almost. Like doctor. Oh, interesting. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Maybe we did. I forgot. Perhaps. We'll leave that out the question. Just say I'm a medical student. Yeah, if you come to Canada, I'll get you hooked up with your medical license. Like, this girl I dated for a while, like she's a doctor, but she also like runs the program like on the side at the university where I live. Big nerd. But yeah, like the bone graft in the mouth. Oh man, like imagine you don't floss your teeth for like a year or something like egregious, and then you like floss it, and then like it just smells like death. Like that's what the things smell like every day. And you couldn't do anything about it, right? You can't brush it or anything at first. I literally just sat hiding at home like a hermit. No way. That's like my only issue. I'm struggling to get licensed. Why is that? Isn't there a shortage of doctors? Well, I guess it's like region dependent. At least where I am, it seems like there's like a shortage of doctors. Huge shortage all over the US. It's not their fault, I mean the requirements, yeah, oh. Like in terms of like what, like hospital hours or something along those lines, or like education wise? I got to get certified. Like, did you study here or like elsewhere and then come here, or did you study here as well? Because I know a lot of people that, like for instance, like they were like licensed to work in Canada, but then they wanted to go work in the US, and they basically had to like redo all the exams essentially. Also quite intense. I didn't realize how, and I don't know if this is for everybody's case, but in the case of my friend, he's like a heart surgeon. And he went to go do his testing in the US, and it's like a 2-day, 12-hour per day exam. Pretty crazy, right? A 12-hour exam straight? I'll be fried by the end. Went to school overseas, but all my training was done in the United States. Interesting. I mean, it's pretty sweet though, pretty sweet. Being a doctor would be pretty cool. I was like, I don't know how it is there, but here a lot of them like take ownership in the clinic they work at. The exam I'm taking right now is 280 questions. Like multiple choice, or do you have to like write stuff for every question? Either way, it's so long, right? Even 8 hours or 7 hours is still quite lengthy. I hated exams. No, it wasn't like I was a bad student or anything. But it's like a lot of pressure, right? Because essentially, like, you could be wasting, like, in terms of university for me, it's like, okay, you do the whole course over the semester, you're like nerding out on everything. And then you go into the exam and like they might ask you some like weird obscure question that you don't know, and then you like fail the exam, and you just wasted like 4 months of your life essentially. Which is like a bit unreasonable fear, because they typically don't do that, but I always had that fear in my mind. The questions are really long. They basically describe patient presentation. It's a lot of reading for the question stem. But I can imagine it's that difficult though, right? Because like, the way I always picture a doctor is like there's some person, right? And then like they have like some issue. So let's say it's like their wrist. Then you like go down like the logic tree for their wrist. Like, is it this, this, this? And then like depending on like what you eliminate, you're like going further down the tree until you get to like the most likely assessment is. And you kind of repeat that for every like system in the body. But like obviously that whole knowledge tree is like quite extensive, right? Then they ask you something arbitrary and you have to come up with a diagnosis on your own, then postulate treatment options and consider adverse reactions to the most common treatment, and then try and figure out what the treatment for that side effect is. And then maybe that's the answer to the question. Lots of reasoning in the board exam. Interesting. Yeah, that is a lot. Because the one thing I'll say about those exams is like you can't half-ass it, right? I mean, I don't know what like the barrier for passing is in terms of the score. But I've personally never met a doctor that doesn't know everything in their head, like memorized to a D. Whereas like you might meet some people that work in like tech who are like, oh yeah, I vaguely remember learning that, let me go brush up on it real quick kind of thing. Seen those diagnostic trees, so that's a good phrase to name them. They start with symptoms at the top, guide you through the progression of diseases. You need to memorize all the high yield information. Have you ever like looked into books about like memorizing things, like mnemonic devices and whatnot? Or what's the other things called? Like where you imagine yourself walking through a familiar thing in your mind, for instance your house. And then you picture like really ridiculous things that are out of the ordinary. So like let's say you wanted to make a grocery list and you don't have pen and paper to write what you need. Like you picture walking into your house and then like on your stairs there's like a midget elephant like jerking off a pickle. And then you're like, okay, I need to buy pickles. And then like you walk into the kitchen and there's, I don't know, Trump putting a banana in a blender. And so on and so forth. Yeah, memory palace, exactly, yeah. So he's quite effective though, right? Quite effective. If you ever like sit down and really kind of give them thought. And also like what all of the people that participate in the memory championship tournaments do, they all use that. Amongst other things, right? There's also other ways of doing it, but yeah. I'd imagine you probably try and leverage that. Some things I use that technique for. Yeah, it's very interesting. I never really gave it much thought. I've never had to have like memorize things extensively in that regard. But a lot of them will essentially have like they'll familiarize themselves with multiple different places. It's like their house, their friend's house, like the library in their school, so on and so forth. And then each like location is like some set of memory thing you need to remember. It's very interesting trying to remember that, like learn stuff like that. Also like acronyms, like come up with like, I don't know, Marlowe. And this will be like, I don't know, medicine, like AIDS, like so on and so forth. Hope it goes well though. Hopefully it goes well. I imagine as long as you put in the time to prepare, you'll do fine. Mnemonic device. Yeah, that was a word. I couldn't remember. So the thing is, interestingly enough, I learned about this in university because you have to take like elective courses. I think it was like a random psychology course where they were teaching us all this stuff. But then I came across some book a few years later. What was it? It's by Joshua Foer. That was his name. What's the book called? Joshua Foer memory book. Oh yeah, Moonwalking with Einstein. Or essentially this like random guy went to one of these memory championship tournaments one day and he was like fascinated by it. And then he ended up going on to win it in the future after like meeting these people and learning how they do things. And he kind of just like documents his whole process of what he did to get like really good memory. Pretty interesting. Because I always thought those people, I mean, I knew that they used these kind of things, but I also thought that they were like on the spectrum in some capacity as well. Like a savant kind of thing. But probably not, probably not. Probably they're all like normal people. Moonwalking with Einstein debuted at number 3 on the New York Times bestseller list. Stayed on the list for 8 weeks. Interesting. I mean, I've no, like, I'm not familiar with the New York Times bestseller list, so I don't know like what it means to be ranked 3. Or like, is 8 weeks a lot? Is that like uncommon? New York Times bestsellers. Even with some of these tools that they allow for rote memorization, we need to understand the data in order to apply it for the exam or in your practice. Yeah, that as well, that as well. Because it's like, for instance, like one of the things they had to do in the memory championship tournament was like memorize a deck of cards. And like the technique that they use to do it is like very specific to memorizing the cards, right? It's not exactly like applicable to like real life use cases. New York Times bestsellers. You have to make a list for one day. The average stay, significant portion of books. What, 26% for a single week? Interesting. Well, in my experience, and this is what they taught us in university, I don't know if this is exact science or statistics behind this. But it seems like the best way to remember things is to teach it to somebody else. Could be fake news, but it does seem to work quite well. Interesting. Is there like a yearly, like a top yearly? How about, well, it looks like a last year's New York Times Best Books 2024. Yes, I was just talking about that with my study group. 100% agree the concept of explaining stuff to others helps cement it in your own mind. Yeah, like one of our professors told us that, I don't know if they ever presented any data with it, but I found it effective. Even with this trading stuff. I swear to God, I'm not even fucking joking. There are times when I'm sitting here talking to somebody about something, and I'll like say something that I didn't even like consider before, and I'm like learning from myself. Isn't that like the weirdest thing? Like literally the weirdest thing. I'll watch it back and I'm like, damn, I'll spit in game right there. I didn't even know that. I don't know what it is. It's sometimes when you're just like sitting here and you have all these like thoughts ruminating in your head, and then you end up like articulating it out into like actual speech. Something beautiful comes out randomly. More important is refreshing your memory though. I took some time off school and forgot everything. You have to practice information often. Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true. Cause like even for me, like whatever, I got my degree in computer science. And at the time when I graduated, I was like a big nerd, right? I knew everything like down to the T. But now that I haven't worked like a regular job for like 2 years basically, there's a lot of things. I'm sure if I went back, had to go do my job, I'd be like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I still code things for trading wise, but it's not like nearly the complexity of what I used to do at that actual job. You know, lots of good conversations like this when I'm around, thoughtful shit. Yeah, so some new people have joined as well recently that are like kind of the same kind of way. Slowly growing the community. I'm curious if we can make it to 250 subscribers by Christmas, right? That'd be pretty interesting. Quite the landmark. Ever visit Toronto? Do you meet up with fans? I mean, no one's ever asked. But like, yeah, I wouldn't like. I'm gonna say no. I mean, maybe if I was some like massive streamer and a bunch of like crazy people were like that I don't know were in the chat, maybe I'd be a bit more hesitant. But like, there's only a handful of people here that and we've talked like quite extensively. Just seems like meeting a normal person. A lot less risk, I suppose. When I start doing promotions. What do you mean promotions? Like, I'm sure I could like make short videos for like TikTok and YouTube Shorts and blah blah blah, but like, I just don't really care. It's not like I started streaming to become a streamer or anything like that. If anything, it'd be annoying, right? Like, think about it. Like, what's gonna happen? Like just suppose the channel were to like keep growing or hit some like kind of exponential curve in terms of viewers. There's gonna be like more and more people are joining, right? Which means like if we kind of like take a distribution of IQ, like we're gonna start to get more and more just like average people. Like, not to say it's like offensive or anything, but like the more of these people start to exist in here, the more you're gonna have people that start like blaming you for shit they do, right? Like they're gonna sit here and like listen to the juice box and be like, oh, you said that you're taking a short at this level, and it's like, no, I was considering it when we get to this level if the data aligns, and they're just gonna be sitting there raging, right? Giveaways, raffles, etc. Yeah, but who am I gonna promote that to? The only people that are gonna see that are people that are already here. Maybe you'll trade a subscriber's account for a week or something. Pretty sure that's illegal. Pretty sure that's illegal. probably wanted to grow the channel. Hard to say. Like, to me, growing the channel would just mean that, like, there's no dead time, per se. Like, there's always someone in the chat talking about something. If anything, ideally, people talk to each other a bit, so, like, there's times when I can just, like, focus on doing whatever and kind of just comment on a random conversation kind of thing. Because it's a trade-off. At the end of the day, like, there are pros and cons to streaming, right? Like, one of the pros is, like, you're not as isolated. You get to practice speaking. Which is nice, right? Which is nice when you're working this, like, isolating job. It's quite lonely. But then, like, on the cons, it is also a bit somewhat wasteful of your time. Like, for instance, like, right now we're talking, right? Like, I don't mind it, but like, I could also look at it from the perspective of, like, oh, if no one was here, I could be, like, nerding out, backtesting this, coding that, blah, blah, blah. It's a balance, though. It's a balance. Because the thing about that is, like, there's a lot of studies. If you're, like, very isolated and don't talk to other people, and just sit there, like, ruminating in your own thoughts, I'm sure you're familiar, right? Like, in terms of, like, the higher probability of having Alzheimer's and whatnot, and other, like, mental illnesses as you get older, if you spend a lot of time in isolation, it goes up a lot. So it helps in that regard, right? It helps a lot in that regard. But we'll see. And the other thing that would be cool about growing the community as well, to be able to get, like, stuff that, like, helps people out, right? Like, if I had a bigger following, I'm sure one of these, like, smaller exchanges would give me, like, a referral link that, like, lowers people's fees, for example. So then you guys can, like, use stuff like that. But we'll see, right? Kind of just, at this point, we're just going with the flow, right? Whatever happens, happens. Maybe we end up being some mega YouTube streamer, trader. We've been watching a bunch of interviews with, like, traders, like, retail traders essentially, and they talk about, like, their trading strategies and whatnot. So maybe one day that might be us. You can trade for friends. It becomes illegal when you do a conversation without a license. Not sure if that's how the law is here, per se. I mean, I'm not a lawyer on this, so I'm not certain. But yeah, like, when I talked to a lawyer, but, like, even streaming, when I talked to a lawyer about this stuff, they were, like, very hesitant about this. It's like, for instance, like, one of the things they were talking about was that, like, if I sit here with, like, my exchange open, like, showing all my trades, and, like, some, like, underage person watches and does the same, and they lose money, like, just, I could potentially have, like, liability for them doing that. Like, it's weird here. Like, when you become a trader in Canada, and, like, it's not even by your own, it's not even, like, your own choice. It's not like I, like, went and registered as a professional trader. It's just like, these are my activities in the market, and I make this much money. Therefore, I qualify as a professional trader, and now I'm, like, sanctioned, not sanctioned, but, like, all the rules of the Ontario Securities Commission are applied to me. So I have to be, like, kind of careful with a lot of this stuff. You have to get a lawyer about this before you pull the trigger. Yeah, but it's also a bit hard, right? Because, like, most lawyers aren't exactly, like, yeah, like, every lawyer has, like, a specialty in some domain, right? There's very few that are, like, trading slash live streaming congruent. So I'm not sure if they're too familiar with the laws of this stuff. Because for all I know, the guy that told me that, he just said it because he's not sure himself. Either way, interesting stuff. So far, so good. Like the way I look at it is like this. So far, how many videos do we have on the stream or the channel? You have 185 videos, and none of them are like shorts. We have a handful of like short videos, and we have more than one sub per video. So if I got to 1,000 videos, that'd be 1,000 subs, right? Because I'd imagine like the more the viewers grow, the more average viewers a stream will have. Therefore, the more that strangers who are like getting streams recommended on their thing will like tune into it because they'll see it has more viewers. So like the recommended video, as opposed to saying like, oh, 3 viewers, it'll be like 30, 40. I don't think your goal is subscribers, more consistent viewers. Like both. But no, yeah, the data suggests that is the case. It's like the growth rate is quite slow, but the retention is quite high. Google the Alzheimer's things, more for ruminating and negative thoughts, rather than just deep thought, it seems. Well, I do both, so double whammy, I guess. Double whammy. I have an inkling of thought. People come into your channel, think you're cool, shoot a subscribe, and they never really care about their subscription feed. Does anyone? I don't even use that thing. I'm on YouTube every day. Oh, are you talking about like the thing on the left that shows like this kind of thing? Cause like this button, for example, like I never click the subscription button to go see like what people uploaded. To me, it's like I either see it in like the feed when the page loads, or I don't. Like I'm always on like the home tab of YouTube. But honestly, I don't really give it much thought though, to be honest. The most I've given it thought in like months. Aside from checking the data, it is interesting to look at the data because like I like looking at random stuff like that. Like where people are from, the average like watch time, for example, so on and so forth. Because I don't really understand it. That's the thing. I don't really understand how their algorithm works. Because like there will be some streams where I get like a bunch of viewers randomly. Like it'll have like 100, 200, 300 views, and some of them will have like 20. And I can't put my finger on what it is. At first I thought it had something to do with perhaps like it detecting someone speaking versus not. Because a lot of the ones where I'd be here like studying on something, nerding out really hard, not saying anything, they seem like relatively low viewers. But then the same thing happens in streams where I'm talking all the time too. So I'm not really sure how it works exactly. It's hard to black box this. Boom. Exactly. I just come to YouTube and see your channel. I never even look at my subscriptions. Yeah, the discoverability is very strange on YouTube. But I saw a pretty interesting podcast on this actually. Because like for instance, on like Twitch or Kick or anything like that, which I might start multi-streaming. I need to set it up, but I haven't found like a good app to do it. But I might start doing that. Maybe even like do like the Twitter and what's the other one? TikTok thing as well. Whatever, topic for another day. But like whenever you go on Twitch or Kick, you can go to like the finance section or like the trading whatever section. Then you can like sort by like viewers or recommended. Whereas YouTube doesn't have any of that. But apparently they do it like that on purpose because their goal is to have the algorithm promote discoverability. Yeah, I think you're onto something with the whole speech thing. If you're going to check what you're talking about, can pick up keywords and match you with target audience. So it's probably looking at the activity of your chat. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps. Probably right. Probably that. Also, I'm curious if the likes, for example, make a difference. Because a lot of people always do that, right? Like whenever you watch a YouTuber, at the end of the video, they always say like, "Oh, like and subscribe. It really helps the algorithm," right? It's like what everyone says. I never do, just like whatever, no difference. But out of curiosity, do wonder if it actually does make quite a large difference. Or do they all say it just because they want to like boost their metrics? I'm not sure. Like a self-serving statement, perhaps, to take to advertisers or sponsors or something of that nature. I guess we could research it, right? Probably research it a little bit out of curiosity. Just toss it in the good old ChatGPT/Gemini. Do likes on YouTube video/streams help with the algorithm/discoverability? TikTok is also like that. It shows you random feeds. I never used it, so I'm not familiar. But apparently it does a really good job of like the algorithm for showing you things that you want to see. Apparently is quite effective. Because I was watching a big podcast where I was talking about this stuff, like not trading content. It had to do with like video game content. But the people that were on it or worked in like media, they're like media experts, like social media experts. And like one of the people on the podcast worked for an advertising company. And they were saying that TikTok is like one of the best ones actually. You need to invest in a good microphone setup. Like when I come to your channel, I have to put YouTube on max volume and then my earbuds at max volume. Yeah, it's strange, right? Because like, okay, suppose you compare the volume of me speaking right now to the volume of yesterday's stream. If you go back and watch it, it seems to me like the volume is much higher on the replay than when I'm actually streaming live. And I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is. Maybe deaf. No, I'm quite certain that you're correct about that. Thing is, I've already erased it quite a lot. And like on the OBS stream, when you speak, there's like a barometer essentially, and it has like green, yellow, and then reds when you reach like the high decibel threshold. And mine's like reaching the red when I speak. So like I don't know if I just have bad settings or just a bad mic, I don't know. Maybe let's see this. Okay, we'll try it out right now. Let me screenshot it so I remember. Okay, how loud is this? Is this any different? You have a compression algo goes through once it's saved. Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way. Cause like sometimes when I end the stream, I'll go back to like look at something, and like the initial replay is super quiet, super quiet. But once like the thing is like fully processed on YouTube, it seems much better. Is this any different or no? No change, really? Really? I cranked it up to the max. It's as high as it goes. Maybe there's other settings we need to change. And blah 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 blah. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, we'll have to research this then. Of course you mentioned this right after fucking Black Friday, man. Couldn't have saved me a few bucks. What would be... Why is this thing off? What happened to my keyboard? That's odd. What's going on with these charts right now? Interesting. Okay, we figured it out. I'm not good with audio tech. No, me neither. Me neither. I mean, I looked it up a while ago, but I remember, what was the name of the microphone? Like a Shure B or something along those lines. What would be a good microphone for streaming on YouTube, etc.? I can start doing like ASMR after. I'll like whisper into the mic. SM7B, yeah, that seems really familiar. It seems very familiar. But the thing about that is like, I started looking into it, and it's like, 'cause it's not just the mic, right? I need to like buy also some other like device for it. ASMR trading, yeah, exactly. Or no, a Shure MV7, a Shure MV7, Shure MV7. Wait, there's so many different kinds. What the hell? Okay, we're gonna have to research which one of these. There's like 4 different kinds or something. MV7X, MV7 Plus, MV7i. Not even sure if this is even the right one, to be honest. It's a podcasting microphone? What does that even mean? ASMR Bitcoin. Yeah, I don't think too many people would care to sit here watching random coding. Maybe they would, right? Maybe they would. It's coding random backtests and whatnot. I'm curious if these things are going to pick up my keyboard or not, though. And also, like, are they going to pick up sounds from like outside, for example? Also, what does XLR mean? XLR microphone. What is an XLR microphone? Oh, it's a type of connection. Interesting. I think that's why you get a condenser microphone or something. I think the condenser part amplifies loud noises, and mutes the softer noises. Interesting. But like, is this microphone like not a condenser microphone? I guess if we have to like look it up. This always happens to me, right? I'll put something like this on my like to-do list that's like not like trading related / urgent. And then I just never do it. I'm just like, fuck it, whatever. This is what happened the last time I looked at these microphones. The main advantage of a condenser microphone is its high sensitivity and wide frequency response, which allows it to capture subtle details in a wider dynamic range with greater accuracy than dynamic microphones. Interesting. What if you guys don't like my voice? I sound like a freak. Are any of these condenser microphones? And what's the thing I need to plug it into? Oh, a mixer. What kind of mixer would I need? How do I set it all up? Sometimes I can hear you, because I think it's like when I put it really close to my mouth. If I'm like speaking like this. Oh. Your voice seems heavy, salivate. What does that even mean? What the hell does that mean? Like I have a bunch of saliva in my mouth? What does that even mean? Oh, interesting. I've never heard someone say someone's voice sounds like that. I don't even know what to make of that comment. Wait, what'd you say? What'd you say about the dynamic ones? Apparently this Shure thing is not a condenser, it's a dynamic. Some people have scratchy voices and like weak. Don't know how to describe it. All I'm saying is you have a good voice. Don't be self-conscious. No, I'm not self-conscious. I don't care about my voice or not. Plus, I'm stuck with it anyways. What do you want me to do? I go like high pitch, like hey guys. Like, what do you want me to do? Bum, 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 bum. We're gonna have to figure some of this stuff out. Maybe I'll just buy one of these random ones, like these USB ones it suggested. Like an Elgato Wave 3, an Audio Technica AT2020. To kind of one night ship it on Amazon and try it out tomorrow. What was it called? Make sure it has a return policy. Yeah, they're pretty good with this stuff. Pretty good with this stuff. Do we have Fresh Prince in Canada? Yeah, we did. There's no difference, might be something else. This thing will arrive tonight, or tomorrow, I guess. I'm curious how to set this thing up though. Cause I don't have a, what's it called? Like a, what's it, the boom. Perhaps I need better audio equipment. I remember getting sound cards back when I was young. Yeah, that is true. I don't have like a sound card per se. I just have like the onboard motherboard, like built-in sound stuff. It's like right now, for instance, I'm being like hella lazy, leaning back in my chair, right? Just like, so I'm curious if I get this thing without the boom, is it gonna work properly? You have to get some external device of some sort. Herschel. Good morning, Sirski. Hello, Herschel. You can mount the mic to the boom and move it as you lay back. Well, yeah. That's the whole point of the boom, right? This thing's pretty expensive. A boom is pretty expensive. I thought this thing would be like 20 bucks. I gotta like make it myself. Just 3D print this thing or something. I have to make sure it's compatible though. Elgato Wave 3 boom. That's quite fascinating. You would think that some like little garbage thing like this would be relatively cheap, just like easily manufactured in China and on your way. Apparently not. Some people use the boom for noise isolation. It keeps taps from the desk getting picked up by the mic. Interesting, I see. This one comes with a pop filter. What is the pop filter? What is the Elgato pop filter? I mean, obviously it must like stop the sound wave in some capacity, but like why? Do they all need this? It's a screen that sits in front of the mic to stop nasty P and B blasts from overloading the microphone. So I can't scream out bitch at the top of my lungs, basically. Feels bad. This alarm. Compressors, limiters, these are often built into mixers and can be separate devices that help manage the audio's dynamic range, making loud parts quieter, quiet parts louder for more consistent sound to prevent clipping. You definitely need a pop filter when you decide to upgrade later. Pop filter or windscreen. Interesting. And I figured the microphone would like have these things like built in to compensate for this, but definitely gonna have to research some of this stuff. Because if I get one of these other ones, that like, cause the one I'm looking at right now is a USB one, and the only reason I want to buy this right away is because it's USB, right? It takes 0 effort to plug it in and go. If I get one of the ones that use the other thing, like XLR, I need to buy some other thing with that too. Should have to like research that. I think you've done most of the research. You need to do a basic upgrade at least. I'm just curious if it's gonna be any better than this, right? I mean, probably. Is this one coming tomorrow? As your channel grows, you get better and better equipment. I mean, I don't think I need anything more than the mic, right? Or what else would I change, per se? The thing about this pop filter thing, I don't know if it, I can't tell if the pop filter attaches to the microphone or something else. Honestly, the low volume has always been an issue for me for your stream. Strongly believe any improvement would be greatly appreciated. No, I don't agree. I don't, don't agree. I don't disagree. I definitely don't disagree. The thing is, it's hard to tell, right? Because like when I'm, like if I unmute this thing right now, I can like hear it like normally. It's hard to tell, right? Because like when I'm, like if I unmute this thing right now, I can like hear it like normally. So like, I'm not sure, like, hmm. Like, I don't know where the disconnect is happening, where it comes like much quieter for people. Because you're not the first person to say this, right? That's a thing. That is the thing. The pop filter has a clip for the microphone. I mean, I just bought this thing. Where is it? Let's take a screenshot of this thing. ChatGPT said it was the best USB one to buy. We'll give it a try tomorrow, I suppose. It's supposed to be here at 10 a.m. I'm the only one with issues. Then I feel stupid for even bringing it up. No, definitely. There's definitely been other people. Like Trader Sosa had mentioned it. Because at one point it was way lower. Like this thing that I was playing with, that like I was talking about the barometer. At one point I had it way lower, and then I turned it up, and they said it was better. But yeah, this thing comes with the pop filter. Well, like, it doesn't come with it. Like I bought like the combo pack, like this plus the pop filter. You owe me $300, by the way. By the way. If not, then we're gonna have to get one of these like XLR ones. Probably like it seems like this Shure whatever MV whatever model it is seems like the best option in that regard. Bum 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 bum. And then if this thing works good, then we can. We'll try it tomorrow. And if it works out good, we'll like get a boom for it. There's a clear issue with the balance of microphone inputs. The balance of it? Like one ear works, one ear doesn't? Then that might be you. That might be just you. Works, one ear doesn't? Blah 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 blah. That might be just you. Blah 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 blah. It's so delayed. Okay, what about this one? It's so delayed. Okay, what about this one? Wait, yeah. That might be you. That might be you. I suppose at the same time my computer is 100% volume. Because I have like a mixer, but it's like for this headset specifically. And then like on my speakers, like I change the volume on the speakers, but I always have my Windows at 100% volume. Okay, okay. Anyways, enough of that. Enough of microphone trolling for now. We'll see how that works out tomorrow. If it even works. Let me turn this alarm on pause for a second. Boom. Sounds like a good plan. Think so as well. In terms of a juice box, so we do need to get out of here. Getting late. Getting late. How's all this stuff looking? How late am I staying up? Not too late. I'm gonna just do this and then get out of here. I'm already pretty tired. And today was a hectic day, very chaotic, very stressful. It's the most stressful day I've had in like probably years, honestly. Because this is a problem, like, Bitget is the only exchange you can leverage trade like perpetual futures and crypto in Canada legally. All the rest are all banned. You can't go on any of them. Like no Hyperliquid, Lighter, like Bit Unix, whatever you want to, like anyone you name, it's banned. Like KCEX, MEXC, Bitfinex, let's go down the list, they're all banned. So like I do most of my, like when it comes to crypto trading, it's only 90% through Bitget. And same with my algorithmic trading. Like I'm using their API to do the algorithmic trading. And this morning I log on to like the exchange and this is the message on there. So I'm literally reading this shit fresh out of bed, and I'm like, holy fuck, what the fuck does this mean? It's like incredibly alarming, right? Like the only reason I quit my job was because I got access to BitGet. So like imagine I quit my job and whatnot. Well, I mean, whatever, it was a while ago at this point, right? It was more than like a year ago. But either way, like having access to a leverage trading platform is the reason I started trading full time. Because before I could only like buy things on spot, like basically long only. But once I was able to short things as well easily, that's when I was like, okay, sick. I can play the full game now. But you need to use VPN at least. You can't. You cannot. Because they require like a KYC, and they have my information. So like all day I was like freaking out because I'm like, man, like what is going on here? So very unsettling day, to be quite honest. Very unsettling. And the response they gave me is like I don't even know what to even like what to say about this. Like look at what they responded to me. Cause like I'm like I don't know if you're familiar with exchanges. But there's like tiers. There's like in this case they call it like VIP. But there's like VIP like 0 to like 7. And like depending on like how much volume you bring to the exchange, like you go up in tiers. And I'm like the max tier, so I have like a direct line of access with their staff, cause like I'm giving them like 5 figures a fucking month in exchange fees, right? If not more. So and I asked them, and at first they didn't even know what was going on. Like they were like, oh, I need to go consult with like upper level management. Like they didn't give me any kind of response. Like, it seems like they were caught off guard as well. And then they messaged me back later today, and like, what do they say? Like, look, this was their response. So okay, so first of all, like the message that I showed you apparently showed up on this platform like years ago. Like I found like old Reddit posts with like the same message, and I'd never seen it, and no, neither has anybody else. Because there's multiple people that are posting about this today. Like everyone started seeing it today, and this is what they told me. Like blah 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 blah. This banner has been in place for some time and does not represent a recent change. Okay, interesting. At present, there's no change to our offerings. You may continue to use the full suite. Okay, cool. But then, like, what does this fucking mean, right? You may continue to use it subject to your own circumstances and their terms and conditions. Okay, what does that mean? And then they say this, blah 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 blah. If there's any changes, we'll notify you through in-app notifications, which is what they did, right? Everyone got this in the fucking app. And I asked them about getting the funds seized as well. Like, am I going to be able to withdraw them or not? And they said no. They said that like that there currently is no plan to do that. But like they could be lying to me. This is a problem. Like I don't know like what's going on here. Canada may force a platform to close all accounts. Wait, I got lost here. The Canadian government will accuse you of participating in security trading through an unlicensed firm. I don't care what they accuse me about. I'm paying them taxes. I give them the information for every single fucking trade. Like, there's like you can download the spreadsheets. I give it to my like accountant for this, right? That they compiled all the things. I paid. Don't worry. I can assure you, I paid plenty of tax for this shit. Plenty of tax. And not only that, but Canada, like the Ontario Securities Commission, which is the province where I live, has a page where they state like what services are allowed and which ones aren't. And BitGet is not on either of those lists. It's not banned, but it's also not on the allowed list. Or like, I guess not allowed, but like registered. There's like a registered and there's a banned list. Crypto. Yeah, so I don't know what is up with that. It's probably because they're getting bigger now, but they were always big. They were always big. It was always quite large. That means they're not responsible if your funds get seized. Yeah, but that's my fucking problem, right? Like, why do they give a fuck? I'm not talking about taxes due. I'm talking about breaking SEC rules. Trading without proper licensing. I mean, I suppose so, but like... Everything seems by the book to me, right? I've never noticed an issue with this platform. Like, you don't read about people getting, like, robbed, randomly having their like, for instance, like, there was a pretty big thing going on X recently where, like, BitMEX, I think it was, were, like, freezing people's funds. I've never read what is happening here. Canada government needs money so they can catch you breaking any SEC rule. We'll run with that to seize your capital. Well, they better give me my tax money back then, right? What kind of shit is that? They're clearly telling you that they don't want Canadian users. I don't know. I don't know. Make me calm down. I wasn't like I was yelling at them. I just asked them a question like a normal conversation. Said like, what is this about? Either way, stupid, right? Either way, stupid. Like they don't allow any. Essentially, they don't allow leverage trading in Canada. Basically, what's going on here for whatever reason. Which makes no sense to me, but. All that to say, quite the annoying day. Also, no issue last year either, right? The owners told the developers. I don't think it's as simple as that, right? They're not just gonna close it and like when Binance used to be allowed here, right? And when they closed Binance, from what I read, there was like a grace period where it's okay, you're no longer allowed to offer services. You can no longer engage in trading, and whatever funds you have, they can remove them off the platform by X date. Plus, the other thing is like I'm redoing my KYC on the website. I'm just doing it with a Spanish passport instead, as a Spanish resident. So Canada can suck my nuts, as far as I'm fucking concerned. Your boy's got multiple residencies. Learning from the wealthy, right? Catch me if you can. So I'm gonna be KYC'd on here going forwards as a resident of Spain. I'll probably be able to use like Binance and whatnot too. Funnily enough, right? Because I'm pretty sure you can use that in Spain, correct? Binance restricted countries. Yeah. Owners, then our Canadian laws forbid leverage trading. They don't forbid leverage trading. There's nothing that explicitly states that it's forbidden. They just geo-fence crypto exchanges that offer it. But there's no like written law that says you can't leverage trade. Do not change your KYC. I've already I've spoken to the staff. They have like a built-in feature. Like people do this all the time for this exact reason. Like they're not incentivized to help the government as opposed to helping me. I'm like, what? I mean, I don't know what the percentage of user base is here that reaches the max VIP level, but it's probably 1%, if that. So they're incentivized to keep all those users and help them as much as possible. On top of this, I do have the option to go use it. Now that I think about it, because I didn't even consider this, if I can just use my Spanish passport to go on Binance, which is like the most liquid exchange of all. One thing about Binance though is it's not I'm not as big of a user on Binance because, for instance, on BitGet, I can ask them to do certain things like obfuscate my trading data from the API, for example. I don't know if I'll go to Binance and ask them to do that. They would do it, right? Probably tell me to go fuck myself. Interesting though. I never even considered that. I could probably use Bybit too, right? Bybit. Restricted countries. I don't know why I didn't think that earlier today. I'm actually dumb. Interesting. Canada has implemented stringent regulations that effectively ban crypto trading platforms from offering margin or arbitrating to investors. This is a regulatory stance coordinated by the CSA. It's designated to protect investors from high risk associated with volatile crypto markets. Yeah, but it's not, right? It's not protecting investors at all. And not only that, but like, what was I gonna say? Like on Kraken, for example, like they used to offer it as well. And Kraken is on like the like a green lit list, a green lighted list. Plus, like you can leverage trade like traditional markets, right? So it's obviously it's not leverage trading they're concerned with. It's just the equivalent of like the choke points that happen in the US, choke point 2.0, which is Canada's equivalent, basically. It's like nonsensical. Like it's stupid, it's stupid, it's stupid. And I'm sure down the road they're gonna change it back, right? Yeah, the other weird thing about it too is that there's no recent law change or story coming out of them saying like, hey guys, this is now not allowed, because they have the list of things that aren't allowed, right? Like the exchanges I mentioned, like Binance and whatnot, they're on the list, whereas this is not. So like, I don't know what changed or what didn't change. Like maybe it was just like some like someone like on their coding team pulled something from an old hub, like a repo that had that message displayed on the UI, and then they pushed like the branch to live, and now everyone saw it again after they disabled it 2 years ago. Like it is possible. Just doubtful, strange, right? I doubt it, but anyways. Story came out Storm 25. I'll post it in the Discord. Yeah, sure, send me it. Curious what story this is. Cause I was looking earlier, I was looking on the news tab on Google, I couldn't find anything, but I was looking at like BitGet specifically, so maybe it's like a generalized statement perhaps. Strengthening, blah blah blah. Is this new though? Is this new? So a lot of times these like articles will like the date will just fucking like auto update. CSA, what should we look up? Plus, it also doesn't say it's banned. It just says like they will contact the registered crypto trading platform to discuss the application of the expanded terms. CSA crypto leverage. Yeah, I'm reading I'm on the actual Ontario Securities Commission website, and I'm reading this exact thing. In light of recent insolvencies involving a number of CTPs, including Boyer Digital, Celsius Network, the FTX group companies BlockFi and Genesis, and this article is from the 2023. I can't copy paste this. Interesting. I mean, suppose, according to this document, suppose that they do ban the exchange. Per this document, the government has like a enforcement policy of off-ramping these people safely. So like if they don't give the funds back, they'd be subject to like lawsuit from the Canadian government essentially. Seems to me like they're in a gray area more than anything. Interesting, interesting. I was worried about that tomorrow. For now, we'll kind of just let it simmer, see if anything develops. Plus, they told me that if anything big changes, they'd message me to let me know if like some kind of development occurs. Can they be trusted? I don't know. Yeah, I read that thing. I own the company is headquartered outside of Canada. Canada's advertised to me. I don't know if it's as simple as that, right? I don't know if it's as simple as that. Because the thing about this statement, why I say it's a gray area, is because like that statement that you put about like the prohibition of like margin and leverage only applies to unregistered, right? And on the website they have a list of registered and unregistered services, and this is neither. And they've been operating as such for multiple years without issue. And this is the biggest one, right? It's like the exchanges that are on the ban list are much smaller than BitGet. BitGet's one of the highest volume exchanges. Let's just go CoinMarketCap and look at this. CoinMarketCap. Yeah, in terms of like, can we rate this by rank? Wait, why is it busted? I don't know, you can't sort it by volume, but it's one of the highest volume exchanges. I saw that the list of registered ones. Yeah, like, what's it called? Kraken has it. The thing about Kraken is they have to apply as a... you have to apply as an accredited investor, and you have to have like a pretty massive margin requirement on there. And also not particularly liquid. Like what is the volume on Kraken for this? I could just go take a look. like 100 million volume, pretty low, right? Most of these exchanges are in the billion, if not more. Once you are an accredited investor, you can do a leverage trade. Seems like a legal, appropriate legal statute. Not really, not really. Like, that is so limiting to the general population. Like, how many people, like in the US, do you know that are accredited investors? can participate in IPOs and whatnot. Maybe you know like 1-2 people. Boom, boom. And per their own filing, right? I'm considered a professional trader. I'm not a retail trader per their own fucking words. So just weird, right? A bunch of like weird loopholes going on here of like what's right, what's not right. How can I twist English? Either way, whatever, right? Quite stressful, but once I found out that I could switch my residency, I was like, okay, not bad, not bad. That logic makes no sense. People lose money on the stock, people lose money gambling, people lose money on the traditional stock market buying stocks, right? They buy Apple when it's all-time high, it goes down 20% because there's a correction, they sell at the bottom. Just incinerated 20% of their money. Just as volatile as crypto. It's just like a stupid argument, right? Not protecting anybody. Doing stock market on is different than crypto. How so? How so? Explain to me how this is any different than crypto. Beyond, let's just go look at Beyond Meat, right? On the stock market. How is this any different than crypto? Down 70% in one day. This is offered on the NASDAQ. Anyone can buy in Canada. Should we go through the list of low caps that do this on a regular basis? These are all in the stock market, right? How is this any different? Do you think people don't incinerate their money in the stock market? Same shit. The same shit. When you invest in a Canadian company, supporting the Canadian economy. Yeah, but no one's who here is going on the fucking TSX and buying shit on the TSX. No one does that. Everyone's buying the same companies as everyone else, like the American equities, like Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, so on and so forth, like Raytheon, like Lockheed Martin, Apple. Like what you're saying is not supporting the economy at all. What you're suggesting is that we should be investing in suboptimal companies, which are the Canadian ones, that don't see any gains and probably lose value because they're not going to sustain any business. Like name one company in Canada that you're familiar with globally, other than Shopify. That accrued value over time. There's like a handful. So we should, instead of leverage trading crypto, we should be buying these things And like at best case scenario, the stock holds value at the price, which means that I'm losing money to inflation. Like, there's no arguing it, right? Like, we can sit here and talk about this, but like you know as much as I do that there's no arguing against like leverage trading. Because first of all, there's no difference for starters, right? Like if I open a trade here on no leverage with my stop loss here, and I plan to use $1,000, if I'm wrong, okay, and let's say this is like a 10% drop. Okay, so I put in 10 grand into that trade worth of capital. If I'm using leverage, I can do the exact same trade, and I can size it to 0. So if I'm wrong, I lose 1,000. So I put in $1,000 on 10x leverage, and if I'm wrong, then I lose 1,000. Either way, I'm losing 1,000. The only thing leverage does is allow me to be efficient with my capital and manage risk, so I don't have to have a bunch of capital exposure on some brokerage. I'm not saying leverage trading is right or wrong. I'm just trying to explain why leverage trading is frowned upon by lawmakers. I mean, sure, but what I'm saying is that it's illogical of why they're frowning upon it. It's like a lack of understanding. At the end of the day, like if everyone has read the same the same disclaimers when you invest, right? Don't invest when you're not willing to lose. Blah, trading is risky, investing is risky, blah 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 blah, right? So if I suspect more than anything is that they're just concerned that they're not getting all the tax money they can be from the exchange. Is probably what's really going on here. If we were to actually like peek beneath the hood, they're probably worried that the company's like underreporting, blah blah blah, and they aren't getting so much tax revenue as they should be. Be my number one bet. I was alarmed when I found out that your exchange giving you that disclaimer. Yeah, me too. As someone that's using it, imagine my reaction. But the thing is, like, they had this message on there 2 years ago. Either way, I'm sure we'll find out more. I'm sure we'll find out more. But definitely at first it was very alarming, right? Very alarming. Because I didn't consider the fact that I have another passport. The only thing I'm concerned about with that is like I'm probably gonna have to use a VPN to put my location as the country. But I'm curious if they have some kind of like like a way to detect VPN on like Binance, for example. That's like my only concern. Same with like Hyperliquid and whatnot. But if not, then we should be Gucci. Should be Gucci. There's a reason they fixed the alert this month. Yeah, but it's gone again. That's the thing. It's gone again. Like it was on this morning and now it's not there anymore. So I don't like it's weird. It's the whole situation is just odd, right? It's just an odd situation. An odd situation. Is there a number on this Ontario security site to call about this out of curiosity, or the CSA perhaps? Maybe we just call them and ask, right? About us. Contact us. Oh, they do have a number. Interesting. You can email them as well. Could even drop in person. Apparently, it's in Toronto. Interesting. Okay, we'll make note of this. See if we can actually get through on the phone tomorrow. Because that way I can hear like both sides of the story. If there even is a story. Contact us. It probably set to only show you once per login session, or once per lifetime, or once they identify your repeat as Canadian. I was going to suggest you write email to the CSA. Glad you're being proactive. Agent gives you a clear statement telling you it's illegal. Make a more informed decision. Like either way, like I already unstaked all the Solana I had on here, and I was planning to remove the funds as soon as I get out of these trades. Cause like typically I don't keep all. That's the thing. Typically I don't keep a lot of money on the exchange. Like the way I do it is, okay, so what a lot of people will do is like they have like I don't know, $100,000 like in their this is like their trading account capital, and they'll like risk like 1% on each trade, right? So they'll risk $1,000 a trade, but they keep the 1,000 on the exchange. Whereas like I don't do that. Like I keep what I'm risking on the trades I'm about to be taking on the exchange, and then when I want to, like let's say I lose a trade and there's no capital left for a new trade, then I'll transfer money into the exchange again. So typically like the only money I have on here is the money that's going into trades, and I'll have like a little bit of wiggle room in case like I go like lose like a couple of trades in a row, which is like pretty uncommon, but just in case. But I don't keep like the full trading capital on the exchange. But right now I transferred a bunch because I opened some like pretty massive trades because like I'm trying to take like a high time frame trade here from like here to like at least this region, like the 98, and if not higher, right? If this thing can end up like running higher, then like amazing, right? This is like a multi-month, perhaps even like a yearly trade. In terms of like the gains, So right now, like our between like the realized and unrealized P&L, this is like basically the biggest trade I've ever had. So if it ends up going even higher from here, pretty crazy. But the problem with that though is that like, so not only did I put a lot of money to take this trade, but then I also had to add 2x the amount because I need to be able to hedge these positions at any point along the way. So right now I have like a lot of exposure to the exchange. Oh, that's smart. A lot of people don't have that safety net. Like Atomic Capital's my broker. Fully invested all the time. I mean, it's pointless, right? Like, if you have the 100K to trade with, and it like most of it's just sitting there doing nothing, it's pointless. So why not just like invest most of the money in the stock market, kind of thing. Like me, like I have cash because like whatever, it's always good to have cash in that regard. But it's like it's not good to just keep a bunch of money on there for like no reason, especially in a case like this, right? Like it'd be a bit of a different story if I was putting it on like my bank's brokerage, right? But in the case of like crypto, you do never know what can happen. Like I have no trust issues with BitGet, but there's always a world where something goes wrong. So like I don't want to just have a bunch of money lingering on there for no fucking reason. Especially given how cheap the transfer fees are, right? I'm paying like $1 to $2 to transfer like the stable coins over. Basically free. And it's like instant basically. Like I just go on like Wealthsimple, which is connected to my bank. And then I buy the stable coin and then boom, transfer. Or Coinbase. Like I use all of them. Either way, just inconvenient, right? It's just a very unsettling thing to wake up to, especially when there's like no clarity from like the exchange or like no updates on like the documentation on the OSC website, so on and so forth. Because it's gonna be a huge hassle, right? Because it's like, where am I gonna algorithm like the first thought in my mind is like, where am I going to trade with my algorithms if this is the only one I was allowed to use? Understand why you're not so stressed. Oh, I am so stressed. I was freaking out all day today. Even at the start of the stream, I was like raging. Like I didn't even consider the Binance thing until we were talking about it just now, which is kind of like calmed me down a lot actually, and actually makes me kind of happy. Because that's like the most liquid exchange. It means I'm gonna suffer the least from slippage. But I have to go like discuss this kind of stuff with like the lawyer and whatnot, because like there's gonna be problems of some sort, right? Kind of thing. Like if I'm operating on there as a Spanish citizenship, but I'm claiming the money in Canada, paying Canadian taxes, like you know what I mean, like. I don't know if this is some like legal gray area that I'm allowed to operate in because I have multiple citizenships. Maybe it's not allowed, so on and so forth. So still a lot of questions to be answered. Whatever, one problem at a time. First we'll get a new microphone. Then we'll worry about getting all our money stolen. Or you open a company, financial safe haven company, just trade using that company. Yeah. We have talked about that previously. Just annoying, you know. I just wish Canada was just normal, right? Like I don't want to have to like move. I don't want to have to do all this nonsense. It's just like so inconvenient. I just want to like enjoy trading, right? I just want to play the game. More basically, I just want to play the game. Leave me alone. I don't have to deal with all this unnecessary garbage. Suppose that is just part of adulting, though. Okay. Something from the law is designed for plebs. Yeah. Like I know in some world, like yes, there is the argument that like Okay, the thing I hate about it is this, okay? Like, okay, are they protecting the random idiot who's gonna go on a crypto exchange and thinks they know fucking their hot shit, and then they put their fucking life savings into like one leverage trade and just lose it all? Sure, I suppose they are stopping that. But like, realistically, these people are just gonna give it away one way or the other, right? Whether it was leverage trading or fucking going to sports gambling, which is legal, right? Same shit. Literally the same shit. If not worse. Probably less probable to make money sports gambling than leverage trading. Nothing. Well, that's a pretty good point, right? Like, what, sports gambling is allowed, but this is not? Can someone explain that to me? You should be trading institutional level. Things are different when you move up a class. I don't even know how you even go about doing that. Plus, I wouldn't want to trade like for anybody else. It's very different, right? It's very different. Very different. Like, you have to follow like their exact risk management protocols. Probably trade whatever like they're telling you to trade. Like, they teach you how to trade their way. If you're even trading, it might just be like overseeing some like algorithm. People can go to casino and gamble all the way, but the Canadian government gets a large portion of the tax revenue from the casino. The casino captures those wins, which injects the project profits back to the Canadian economy. Owners, workers spending. Yeah, but I'm not gonna say it definitively because I don't work for BitGet, but I'm almost certain that they are paying the Canadian government the appropriate taxes. Because this company's not a joke, right? Like, there's pretty like big brand. Like, they're partnered with like teams in like the fucking like professional soccer leagues, like the major one, right? And they operate in like literally every country. And it's KYC. Like, you like this wasn't like one of those like non KYC sketchy exchanges that you go on and you can just start trading. Like, I have to give them my passport, my driver's license to verify that I was actually like a Canadian citizenship before it. They aren't paying the government anything. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Don't know about that. Don't know about that. Maybe we can research it a bit. Maybe it's possible. We'll see what this thing says. If it has anything interesting things it can find. Covering their ass with KYC, AML laws? Yeah, possibly. Boom, 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 boom. No, I'm not talking about my taxes. This thing got the thing wrong. Boom, boom. This search sheet. Yeah, yeah. Not that much we're aware of. Hard to say. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't say yes or no. Maybe they don't. Which wouldn't surprise me, right? Wouldn't surprise me because like to me the only thing that makes sense for the banning is the tax, right? Like there's no other logical conclusion I can come to aside from that. Like sure they can like cover it under the veil of like protecting consumers, but like let's be fucking honest. Let's be honest. If anything, it's gonna be something tax related. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know what Gemini says. Does Gemini have a different answer? Tax reporting, responsibility of the citizen. Yeah, yeah, I'm familiar with that. They make it super easy though. Like they have like pretty well documented spreadsheets. You can just like pull off the exchange. Also good for journaling trades because it has like pretty in-depth information actually. Like it's not just like the time of the trade. Or whoops. Yeah, like I just took like the spreadsheet. Like I requested like a full 1 year spreadsheet, and then I just gave it to like the accountant. But I could have done it myself because he used like the what's it called? The coin. I think it's called Coinly or something. Some like he used some like software. You just put in the software and then it was done. It literally takes like 2 minutes. Boom, boom. It's not a software company. CSP is not an issue for them. Yeah, but like there are certain like I was talking to somebody who trades in Hyperliquid, and the Hyperliquid export like a CSV is like not done. It was a pain in the ass. They had to like redo the whole thing themselves to be able to feed it to the accountant. So like it varies from exchange to exchange how they actually do it. Like yeah, at the end of the day, like it's not rocket science to put together a fucking CSV file. But apparently the one on Hyperliquid's like a pain in the ass to work with. Interesting. According to Gemini, it's the same thing I was saying. They're in some like weird gray zone. Interesting. Interesting. Send them some feedback. Exchanges should be ever to. I mean, I don't use Hyperliquid. It's banned. Hyperliquid is the funniest one of them all, right? Because it's not banned in Canada except for my province specifically. Literally, like, are you kidding me? Like, where is this thing? It's only banned in 2 places in the entire planet. United States and Ontario, Canada. So ridiculous, so ridiculous. I feel like some of these exchanges have a limited version of their site. Green citizens with leverage functions. Yeah, even that's the thing, is like you can't, like the main gripe I have with all this is the ability to short. Because like all the services that you're allowed to use, you can't short. Which is to me stupid. Like it means that I'm playing half the game, I have half the trade opportunities. So I'm making half the money. Which is a huge deal, right? A 50% nerf to your bottom line is enormous. It's enormous. Especially when they're taxing as much as they are. Like, if they had an exchange that I could just long or short on 1x leverage, then I would just have bigger position sizes. But they don't. They do not. Feels bad. 50% nerf on any game is a losing proposition. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, I don't know, like, you still make money trading, like, on the long side. Nothing wrong with it, it's just you have much less trade opportunities. Cause like imagine I was trading only Bitcoin, which typically I do in terms of like active trading, and I couldn't short, and basically this whole time I would have been doing nothing, right? I would have taken I did take long attempts, and some of them like ran a bit, some of them didn't, where they're just like more scalp type trades, but they're like very little pops, right? So like my like potential gains is lower just by the nature of the current trend of the market. And I'm missing out on this whole move in terms of downside gains for months, right? This is since October. So they're forcing me to like make less money for months if you can't short. It's pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. Which is why I love shorting, right? I love being able to short. Like I don't know how people can only be like long only traders or short only traders. You're limiting yourself to half of the game. Levels this, by the way. Changed another video game. Yeah, it is. It's no coincidence. Like, so we've been watching a lot of trading videos on stream, like interviews, and a lot of the people that are traders now, they used to play video games. So it's not a coincidence. Like the skill set applies so well. Very naturally carries over. It is just a big video game at the end of the day, big bidia game. Okay, but yeah, we're gonna wrap this up. We need to do a juice box out of here. Do you want to be awake for market open tomorrow and probably sit on hold for like Lord knows how long with this Securities Commission? I'm curious if they're even gonna answer. I can't imagine there's too many people calling in there. So I hope they'd answer relatively quick. So I have a lot of learning to do and your trading knowledge. I mean, it's not that much. Not that much. Like, learn most of this, like, in a few months. Like, where is this thing? Like, if you spend like 1 to 2 days on this, 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 right? Within like 5 to 10 days, you've already finished 1/3 of the list, right? And then repeat with this, repeat with this. Like, some of these might take a bit more than others, but like, let's just say this portion of the list takes like, I don't know, 2 months. You're done, you're done, you're done, that's it. Then the rest is just the executing the trades. Think of it as like like, okay, you can play like Smash Bros. Or like some sports game, and a lot of times they'll have some like glitch combo, right? Like some kind of way, like in NHL hockey, where you like come down the ice skating like right to left, and then you like tilt the stick at a certain angle in the game, and then shoot to the opposite corner, and it always goes in, right? It's like a glitch in the game. That's a lot of what trading is, right? You don't even have to have some like crazy in-depth understanding of the market to do these like abusive glitches, essentially. Like, if you watch this guy, for example, like, what's his name? Like, Kwalamagi. I've been watching him recently on YouTube. Where'd that thing go? Oh, there we go. I don't know if you're familiar or not. This guy just swing trades on the high time frames with a 10, 20, 50 moving average. And if you watch his videos, he explains like the whole strategy, and it's not anything particularly crazy, right? He just like let's just throw it on here, 10. We'll turn off these ones. We'll go to like, I don't know, Oklo. Boom, 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 boom. Like he'll see like this thing, do some like cup and handle, for example, like break out and then consolidate, and then like it'll ride these moving averages, and then once it balances and starts going, like that's the trade. Like, stop loss here and just ride it up. Like same with this setup, like consolidating and ride it up. Like, obviously this is like a bit of like a gross oversimplification, like there is more to it than that. But like, if you watched all of his videos, which is like just pretty decent amount, you don't have to watch every single one. But like, you very quickly start to get the gist of like what he's doing. Not particularly difficult or intricate, right? The thing is, like, for me, like, my trading is a bit more intense because I'm leverage trading and getting entries in the lower time frame. So I have to be a lot more precise with my entries. Like, I can't have like a 10x leverage trade with my entry like here and my stop here, right? Last video on this channel, December 2023. Yeah, they're pretty old, but go to his website. If you go to his website, he has like a essentially outlines like, okay, start with watching this, then watch this, then watch this, or like read this and then watch this to learn what I'm doing. He kind of like outlined how to learn his trading strategies. I spent like a week watching them. Didn't take that long. It was interesting. It was interesting, right? And not only that, but like he used to stream all his trading sessions as well, the way I do, like back before he like blew up. Like what's the website called? I think it's just literally just his name, like qualamagi.com. Yeah, he doesn't stream anymore, but he posts on Twitter. Or maybe he doesn't anymore. Like I've seen people tweet about him. Qualamagi, Qualamagi. What is his Twitter? Let's see. Oh, whoops. Yeah, he still tweets, still tweets. Pretty infrequently though. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, like I don't think like maybe he's changed his trading a bit, but I think generally he follows what's in those videos to this day. He's a Discord. Yeah, curious if he's active or not, I'm not sure. Yeah, but generally like he looks for some like consolidation pattern. Like if he doesn't get like the breakout of at the initial high time frame base, he like looks for some consolidation pattern after the initial breakout that like rides the moving averages, or that it undercuts them and then reclaims them, starts to go again. And then in which case he takes the entry, and then after I think after 3 days I think he typically shaves some, and then he leaves the rest as like a trailing moving average. So once it closes below the 10 or the 20, depending on how volatile the stock is, like if it's more volatile, it'll close under the 10. And other than that, he just leaves it running, and some of the trades can go on for like months. He's like a swing trader. He's like a high time frame swing trader essentially. He doesn't like scalp in the low time frames. But no, in terms of you being F with your investments, like just S&P, right? As long as you have a long enough time horizon, you'll be fine regardless. Like, sure, is there a scenario where you roll over here and start to enter like a prolonged correction / enter a bear market? Sure. But like, even in that, which is the worst case scenario, you'll be back up here eventually. After I get my medical license, I'll have time to learn all this. Yeah, it's not a lot, right? It's not a lot. Like, some people take like years and years to learn, but I suspect it's because they're just not learning effectively. Most likely, most likely. But if you're someone that's like, what's the word? Like introspective, like can give things thought, like are able to like think on things a lot. It's pretty quick, right? Pretty quick. While I'm watching your stream, I'm doing flashcards. Don't know if you noticed the pauses in my messages. Flashcards about me? I haven't talked about trading at all today, really. No, I haven't really noticed the pauses too much, no. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you're making flashcards about trading. Medical flashcards, yeah, makes sense, makes sense. What was I gonna say though? Okay, I know multiple trade. Okay, well, I won't say I know. I know one trader who started trading when I did, with like the same kind of like intensity to learning as I did, like just nonstop every day, and same story as me, right? Profitable like within a few months. And from watching these interviews, there's some of these people, like one I watched recently. What was the guy's name? I think it was in Ariel Trader. I think his name was Ariel Hernandez, perhaps. Yeah. Same story. This guy was in jail, got out of jail. His friends were making money trading. He spent like a few months like learning from like people like this Kolamagi guy and others that do similar strategies. Within a few months, he's a profitable trader. Like realistically, I'm probably not the best person to learn from if we're being honest, right? Like, like how do I phrase this? These people trade pretty straightforward but effective systems, but they're also not trading on leverage the way I am, so they don't require as much precision. Or maybe they're trading on low leverage, like just on margin, like whatever they could get your broker, like 4 or 5x, etc. But I think I'm a little bit higher than that in terms of like nerding out. Like, because I use everything, right? I'm looking at order flow, I'm looking at like the TPO, the volume levels, I'm looking at all the open interest data, I'm monitoring what the options market is doing, how like market makers are hedged, blah blah blah. And all of it kind of like influences me on like a discretionary basis. So like when from like the starting point is 50-50, right? 50-50 of entering a trade when you have no information. And like as I start to piece together more, like it starts to skew one way or the other of like, am I gonna take the long? And like it starts to like get heavier and heavier if I'm seeing more edge to take the long or not. But like I honestly I don't suggest too many people do this, right? It's kind of like discretionary, data driven, in the moment style because it's a lot. First of all, you get to be used to processing a lot of information really quickly and acting very quickly. So because I play video games all the time, like I'm used to this. And I used to play professionally, so I'm used to doing this under pressure too. Which most people probably aren't gonna have that experience. Not that it can't be learned, but like you're trying to do it on hard mode right away. Whereas like there are easier systematic ways to do things. Like for instance, the Koalamagi guy is trading on the daily. Once he sees the crossover of the moving average happen, and it fits the rules of his setup, he's taking the trade, right? He's taking the trade, not some like crazy complex system. He has a lower win rate, right? The guy's like a 30% win rate, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not about the win rate. It's like how much you win, how much money you make when you win versus how much you lose when you lose. And as long as you're losing a little and winning a lot, doesn't really matter what your win rate is. Can you refresh your thought process on the time 30% drop day? No, I was in. I shorted that day. I shorted on the way down. I just mean like this move leading up to it. Cause like, yeah, this was the weekend, right? So like I don't know what I did this weekend. I must have done something. I probably went on a date perhaps or saw some of my friends. Cause like I don't know how I ended up missing this. But if you went to the Discord, I talked about it. I'm pretty sure we lost the VWAP on the Monday or like the Friday at the end. Where is this thing? I'm pretty sure we lost the VWAP on the lower time frames right here. Where did Friday start? On this green candle. Oh yeah, I think I recall now. I'm pretty sure I remember this. I think I had like a TP up here on a long, and the TP didn't get hit. So I was like trying to close it out pretty quickly, like manually, and because this happened pretty quickly on the lower time frames if I recall. I'll have to read the Reddit to make sure, because I posted about it in the Reddit, but I'm pretty sure this is what happened. Where's it? Oh god. Oh god. Just gonna go back. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this was exactly what happened. Change the color of this so it's easier to see. I don't remember why I got into the long, but at some point I was in a long. And then like the TP missed here, and then I was like closing it out manually, and we were like nuking down quick afterwards, so I didn't have time to get into the short, like with because I didn't have orders set ahead of time. So like I missed the short, but then when we came to the VWAP and then bounce and then like nuked through right after, like this is when I was getting into the short. It was either like here or like when we lost this level. I don't remember the exact entry, but like this was like the setup. We like lost the VWAP and then started nuking lower. And then yeah, like chaos ensued that day, right? Straight down. And I don't remember what the levels were, cause like you know how my charts are, right? I have like red boxes along the way. Like what I like the TPO imbalances in the red boxes. So I was like TPing at the red boxes, and I took like a long at some point on one of these like initial bounces. I think it was this one. But I got stopped out pretty quickly after. It was either this, it was either on this wick or this one. But I think I got filled in a long and then just went. I think it was this one, cause I remember I got stopped out like right after. It was like. Yeah. But it's hard to say, right? Because the thing about trading, like, also have to keep in mind is that it's very different from person to person. Like some of these interviews that we were watching, these people are scalping on the 1 minute. Like they'll like enter like right here, or like they're stop right there. And then they always trade like that. Like there are a handful of times where I take trades like that. Like this might have been an example of like a little baby 3 drive above the value area high, as we were making this like big wedge kind of thing. Like on the divergences. I'm sure if I looked at some of the other data, I might have considered it. Because I'm already in the shorts, I don't really care. I'm hedged right now. But like in a case like that, and I wasn't, yeah, I probably consider taking this when I started to lose this level. But like to take every single trade like that, I don't know. I don't know if I'd like that. And it's also hard to trade. You can't trade size like this realistically, because like either you have to market your entry, your order, and like you got like a lot of slippage, which makes the probability of not getting out break even a lot higher. Or you try to enter with like a limit order and it doesn't fill the whole thing. I have a doctor friend, all his money's in BTC. I don't think he's actually trading, he's just betting that it'll go up, always go up. I felt bad when I heard about the BTC crash. It wasn't even that crazy, right? It wasn't even that crazy. Like this 107k level, we had talked about it many times. Right here. Just put this thing full screen. And the thing about this level too is that, like, realistically we should have gotten it here, right? Like, they defended this on the pullback on some like 886 type garbage, right? Just kind of zoom this out a bit, change the color back. Like, typically in terms of the math, right, when you come to the 886, this is not like a bullish zone to be bouncing at. More often than not, if price retraces down to here, it's doing this and then coming lower. And if it doesn't, then that means that you're leaving behind like unswept lows, like basically a bad set of lows. Like two marginally higher lows when there's already a bunch of liquidity here that needed to get cleaned, and now there's even more because of this low. So, like, is it a coincidence that this candle came down right to this level perfectly? You tell me, you tell me. Bum, 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 bum. And a lot of like the reasons this crashed, because like on Coinbase it doesn't look that crazy, right? But if you go to like Binance, the perpetuals chart, it looks insane, right? Like the wick came down all the way to 101. But a lot of that had to do with like the stable coin that he pegged on there. So either way, I wouldn't be particularly concerned. I mean, for your friend, the only thing that I would be really concerned about was the quantum threat more than anything. In terms of like a long, because long term it is probably going to go up, right? Whether we are entering a bear market right now or not, most likely if things continue as is, we're probably going to have another cycle down the road. But the quantum computing threat is a bit alarming, we'll say that. A bit alarming. Quantum computer threats? Quantum computer is not a threat. I'm not sure if that's necessarily true. Like it definitely is, right? Like maybe not to the whole protocol as is right now, but to the it's like it's to the old wallets, right? Like the Satoshi wallet and whatnot, they have like a vulnerability that the newer ones do not. Can we find hopefully I still have the chat on ChatGPT. BTC will upgrade security protocol, easy. I don't know if it's that simple. Either way, those old wallets have the issue. So it's like they either need to burn those lost tokens or do something. I don't know what they're gonna do. And the problem is like that statement is not as simple as it seems, right? Like, oh, just upgrade the protocol. You have to get everyone to agree that you need to upgrade it, and then you need to roll out the update, which takes time. And this update is also going to have to alter the block size, because to use like quantum proof keys, the size of the key is much larger, which means you have to change the block space. And apparently that's like fucking, I don't know, like some massive issue between the Bitcoin devs. Like there's there a term for this that they used to have back, the block space wars apparently is what they had in the past. Where like one group of devs wanted to change the block space and others didn't, and it was this whole massive dilemma. Yeah, the block size war is what it was called. So like they're all gonna have to agree on that, and then they're gonna have to implement all that, and then like all the coins are need that are currently in circulation need to be transferred to these wallets, which takes time, right? Like right now, like whatever transactions are being processed in the network are just being processed. But now imagine you throw some like massive amount, this like huge queue of transactions that need to be completed for every single wallet to like congest the network. Forking the change, not all, just 51%. Yeah, but regardless, that's still like you have to. That's achieving consensus is what that is, and I don't. It's not that simple. Like it's, you saying that is not as easy. Like it works in reality, right? Or are they actually gonna agree? 51% of people gonna agree on that? I don't know. Like there's some interesting podcasts on this. If you go look them up, you'll see. But yeah, yeah. It is a bit alarming, we'll say that. Let's see if we can find this thing. Queue will not be multiple small transfer requests. The upgrade for the security algorithm and the wallet updates can be done in one block update. I don't think so. I watched like a podcast on this that like the devs were like the Bitcoin devs were on it and they were saying that that's not the case. I've never worked on their code base, so I'm not certain. I'm not sure what the current like design model is. So I can't give you a definitive answer, but they were saying that's what they were saying, and they're like the actual devs, right? A lot of this stuff is fear mongering. I don't think it is. I don't think it is fear mongering. Cause like we researched this on stream. Cause I was having a discussion with somebody else, and we went through all like these questions, and we came to the conclusion that it seems to be like an actual issue. Oh, here I found it. Okay, cool. Scroll up a bit. But like the other thing about it too is that um like it's fear mongering in the sense that like the timeline, no one knows the exact timeline. Because a lot of people think that this is like 10 years away, 20 years away, right? But like recent developments in quantum computing has been advancing faster than expected. Like for instance, like I don't know if you're familiar with when like when Jensen, whatever, the Nvidia CEO went on stage and he was saying how like quantum computing is like 20 years away. And then like a few months later, he like redacted that statement. He's like, actually, I was wrong. This is progressing much faster than I thought. And now, not only did he say that, but now he's like investing in these companies, right? And like if you like recently, if you watched the interview on the Gemini 3 release with like the Sanchai Pachar guy or whatever from Google, he says the same shit. It's like advancing a lot quicker than they expected. So like, sure, is it potentially 10 years away? Yeah, but it could be like 1 or 2, right? So like not only are we advancing that technology specific to quantum, but we're also advancing AI, which might accelerate this curve if AI assists in advancing quantum. So like no one knows an estimate exact timeline. And if this isn't addressed soon, then it's just the risk gets higher and higher, right? Well, like the thing about it is like it has to do with the old wallets. It's from the wallets from like the beginning, the Genesis wallets. QC is not close to any sort of application, but it is though, right? Like the main purpose, like yeah, general computing, yeah, they're not useful, but for cracking Shor's algorithm, like they are, right? That's the one main use case that they can do easily in the current state. Once they get more qubits. And the rate of qubits is what has been advancing. Like either way, it has to be addressed, right? It's like whether it happens in whatever timeline people give it, it needs to be addressed at some point. It cannot just stay in the current state. And like right now, like there is some what's it called? Like somebody already has a solution for this. Like they made some like fork or whatever, or like a wallet type that has this implemented. And this is what the people that we're talking about is like the block size change required for these. Like the reason it's gonna take long, the queue that I was talking about, is because the block size is changing so much. Like you can't put as many transactions. Think about it. If one block or like one batch of transactions sent to the network, before it could have like 20 small blocks. But now because the block size is increased, this one transaction may only be able to have one block now. Because the keys are so much larger. Yet the processing of the network does not get faster, right? It's just processing it at the speed it processes it. So you're like adding a shit ton of congestion with these massive block sizes that use these new keys. So short algorithms only application, but clock cycles are in hertz. We need to get the gigahertz or terahertz. I'm not sure at what speed they're at now, but like ultimately it doesn't matter, right? That's the thing. It's like sitting here and saying like, oh, it's this far away still, whatever, with fear mongering, blah blah blah, is like that's not the approach we should be taking. Because we don't know what the future looks like. But we do know for certain that if this becomes a reality at any point, it's fucked if there's no change done. So might as well just get it done as soon as possible, right? I'll take a piss. You may be right about the block has limitation. But remember, forking BTC allow you to implement new code base. Yeah, no, I'm not saying there's obviously a solution. No one's debating that. The problem is that the solution has to be done. Starting over from scratch, not a bad idea. There could be a time frame we have to transfer all your BTC from old wallet to new wallet before they expire. Yeah, but the thing is, all these things take time, right? Because like, whatever changes they make have to be tested. First of all, it has to be agreed upon that they're doing it. Then they have to do it. Then they have to test it. Then they have to roll it over. Roll out. Deploy it onto all the miners, so on and so forth. So that in and of itself is like what, a year wasted? A year of our time? If not more. Especially if they can't address the block size thing, because those transactions apparently are going to take like potentially months kind of thing. Maybe they can come up with a more efficient way of handling them. Probably can. Yeah, either way, it needs to be addressed, right? It needs to be addressed at some point. Because those old tokens, like if they do get hacked, like Bitcoin's basically going to zero, right? Like first of all, like that much supply entering the market, getting dumped on the free market is just gonna nuke the chart. But like if we just ignore all that and just consider the fear that's gonna enter the market when people realize that these things are getting hacked, people are gonna sell it immediately. They're gonna be like freaking out. Want some Bitcoin Cash, a fork supposed to handle transaction volume, Fiorlo or something? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with it. It's before my time. It was before my time. Yeah, that's another thing. They could potentially like have some like L2 solution. To like handle the faster throughput required for the transactions. Another fork called Bitcoin Gold. Also, like tokenized gold is becoming a real thing, right? Like actual gold. So like, for all you know, Bitcoin dies, right? Like, why have tokenized Bitcoin when we can have like actual tokenized gold? There's like a physical object associated with it. Like another thing to potentially consider. Obviously, it doesn't have the same scarcity aspect that Bitcoin does. Who pays for the handling of the real gold custodian? Yeah, obviously there's all like the headaches of the way gold exists in its current state. You have to like put in a facility, make sure this facility is secure, audit it, blah blah blah. Like obviously all like downsides with that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. We'll worry about it another day. At the end of the day, like, can't say like, yeah, as much as like I think Bitcoin's like a good long-term investment or and whatnot, I'm still trading it. Like, I have no issue selling it and buy it as we go. So if one day happens to die, then whatever, right? What's the advantage of tokenized gold versus GLD? I think it's just like the advantages of tokenization, right? Like the speed of the transaction, like the finality. Cause like right now, there's a lot of like wasteful time with like most financial transactions that go from like point A to point B. Whether it's like fees or just literal time delays, waiting for like a clearinghouse, etc. Like if you wire money to another country, it's like you're waiting like multiple days, right? Oh my gosh. Tokenized gold as a currency, whereas Bitcoin trust is more of a store of value. Yeah, who knows, right? Who knows? Like speculating on these things is so difficult. Like who knows where all this stuff's going? Like money might be irrelevant in like 10 years, right? If we're living in some like age of abundance with like robots doing everything and you can just like 3D print whatever you want in like 10 minutes. Does anyone care to have money? Probably not. Maybe we all got killed by AI. That don't make it to the future. Another possibility. One of many possibilities. But yeah, okay, we're gonna wrap this up. 2 in the morning, gotta be up in 6 hours. The Matrix, yeah, the Matrix. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards the Matrix the most, right? I think that's like almost an inevitable outcome at this point. To be honest. But like not like one where we're like necessarily like forced to be batteries, like the literal movie. But like more so like people choose to like exist. It's like the Ready Player One movie, where it's like people just that's what they do, right? Hang out in the game or whatever virtual reality you want. The thing about it, most people probably feel like their life is lacking in some regard. Like, don't have the job they want, like not dating the person they want, mm, don't have as much money as they would like, don't have the health that they want to have, like so on and so forth. So I think if you gave people the option to like choose between that and living in some like virtual reality where it's literally indistinguishable from real life, most people are probably gonna do that. And who's to say it's even like a bad thing, right? If anything, that's like probably for the best. Everyone gets to be happy. I've been doing some research on the Matrix lore. It's very interesting. The first movie is Tip of the Iceberg. Yeah, it's a trilogy. The Architect, the six other Neos, the Keymaker. Also like a lot of like religious subtext in that movie, right? Kind of like a lot of religious stuff going on there. But it's interesting, right? It is interesting how it works. So I think that's true, or is it? Or maybe it used to be in terms of like the rounding on a computer. Well, let me just verify this. Just verify this. Yeah, but that movie is pretty crazy, right? Pretty like thought out. Like I thought like I don't remember exactly how it goes, but like doesn't he exist because of like some like floating point rounding error essentially? That's what the architect was saying. And like over enough calculations, like that small insignificant rounding error starts to accumulate because like, you're taking that number and adding it to another number, then you're taking that number and adding it to another number, and each time it's like the error is getting like slightly larger, slightly larger, slightly larger, and eventually it results in like that outlier. But from what I'm reading on this ChatGPT answer, it's not the rounding error. It's more so, what did it say exactly? Like the matrix is built as an equation that models human behavior, and because humans make choices that can't be perfectly predicted or constrained, there's always a tiny discrepancy in that equation. But the first iteration of the matrix is perfect. Oh, I thought you were making like a statement in terms of like you liking the movie. Dun, 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 dun. The first iteration did not have a Neo or Agent Smith. Hmm. And I remember all like the nitty gritty details. It's been a while since I watched it. I don't remember exactly how this started. Dun, 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 dun. Like, what was wrong with the first iteration then? Agent Smith and the architect both describe an original perfect utopian matrix where no one suffered. It failed because humans rejected it, and entire crops were lost. Like, what does that even mean? Humans rejected it. Like, why do they? Why do they? What's the reasoning behind that? What's wrong with a perfect utopia? What is the need to reject that? Am I missing something or no? No suffering? I mean, yeah, I read it the first time, but like, what does it actually mean, right? What does it actually mean? Boom, boom. Hierarchy of class people. Yeah, but if you're some perfect utopia, like, you're not aware of any of this. Like, everyone is equal, no one is hungry, so on, so forth. Or at least that's like my interpretation of like what the perfect thing would be. Where everyone is just happy doing whatever. The human brain cannot accept it. Oh. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I have to give that more thought. I have to give that statement more thought. Define reality through suffering. I feel like that's something you have to like really kind of sit down and think about for a bit, contemplate on. Scott, is that true? I don't know. Maybe it is. Like, can't appreciate the good without the bad kind of thing. Hard to say, hard to give these things thought, right? Because at the end of the day, like, we are viewing it through the biased lens of being a human. Like, for all we know, there's like aliens and some alternate world that like read that and think it's stupid to have any kind of suffering. Matrix is just a theory. I mean, is it though? There's quite the compelling argument that we are in a simulation right now. Not unrealistic either, right? Like, how far off are we from having like fully immersive, ultra realistic simulations ourselves, like the Matrix that we can go into? The video games are getting pretty close to like being visually there, right? Same with like the video, the AI video generators. I think they disproved it. How could you disprove it? How can one disprove that? Simulation theory disproved. Recent mathematical argument suggesting the universe has non-algorithmic, non-computable properties. I mean, who's to say that? Who's to say that? That's like a pretty nonsense counter argument. Also, like the hubris to make a statement like that, right? Like as if we are like the pinnacle of understanding all mathematics and whatnot. Like it's a bit far-fetched. Why did the thing stop? The universe itself is founded on a kind of understanding that cannot be captured or reproduced by an algorithm. Pretty terrible argument. Pretty terrible argument. Yeah, I'm like speed reading it right now, but I agree with you. I have to read it though, because I'm gonna imagine that they're doing some like a symbolic logic argument for this, where they like make some statement, like statement A, statement B, and like whatever, some like third statement, and then it's like if A and B are true, and you use like some conjunction, then it means that this cannot be true, kind of thing, or like they kind of like they prove it via like a contrapositive argument. So like in this sense, like sure you can claim that that it's like a valid logical rebuttal, but I can't be bothered to read that right now. Can't be bothered to read it. Too tired. Too tired. I'm doing this juice box. I'm getting out of here. 'Cause I'm tired. I'm tired. Boy, it's how long have we been yapping? How long is this stream right now? We're putting up record numbers right now. 7 hours. God damn. God damn. Got no water left. Okay, we're gonna make this a quick one, right? We're gonna make this a pretty quick one. Because nothing's really changed from yesterday in reality, right? Nothing is... Whoops. Nothing has really changed from yesterday. But I guess we'll have to kind of rehash some of this stuff. Like same zone of interest for longs, right? A lot of liquidity building down here and like here now. And we have an outside day, right? So in terms of like opening outside and coming into the zone and potentially losing it, like coming down here is quite likely, at which case we're probably going to be sweeping at least this. So like whether we do like this, or we come down here and like get this, or we do like the lower levels that we talked about yesterday, all still fair game. So we'll kind of rehash that. So we'll say like they either like the full day, whoops, full day rotation into liquidity, and then like everything discussed yesterday. still applicable. Everything else discussed yesterday still applicable. And same like, and this encompasses the upside trades too, right? Because I have a sneaking suspicion that once we get past this wall up here, which it's the same one from yesterday, right? The person that someone had like a massive TP up here and they still haven't gotten it filled. It's like 9,500 Bitcoin. Or sorry, I can't even speak. 950, like right here, and like, they started to get filled here finally, but then we just pulled away. But I suspect once that gets, if we come back up here and get through this, what did I just do? Oh my god. Quite likely we're gonna start blasting up, right? Seems like we're gonna be blasting up here pretty soon. In terms of like imaginary pattern, in terms of this stuff starting to go. ETH has also been looking pretty strong. And like we're building a lot of value here, right? Like typically if we were gonna see some like overwhelming amount of supply entering the market, we probably wouldn't be sitting here just back and forth. We probably would have started reversing and getting this liquidity already. So definitely favoring more of a strong move to the upside here, but never know at the end of the day. Might just come clean this high and ding ding. For the short, definitely missed the lower time frame entry that we were talking about a little earlier. It's kind of like 3 drives that was happening until like the breakdown. Next best bet would probably be like rolling over and starting to lose structure here, like bounce off the VWAP, come here, break the lows, and then end up doing like the full rotation. Basically like a bearish retest of value area high, right? And realistically, you probably should have already been in it if you were going to consider that. Like get filled at the 382, like have your orders set. And you would have already been stopped out, break even most likely, depending on like what the fees are in your exchange. Like either you're stopped out or it's getting pretty close at this point. But yeah, I mean, you can consider this one, right? Kind of like enter on the breakdown with your stop here. Not the greatest of setups, right? It's like pretty low time frame, right in the middle of it's like ding dong, right at the point of control. So I don't know if I'd recommend it per se. Not the worst attempt, but on this small of a range on low volume, not the greatest, right? Realistically, same kind of thing as yesterday. You're probably much better off waiting for these higher levels. You're gonna get like a much higher edge, juicier opportunity than trying to like weasel in on this. But keep it in mind. And like kind of like losing this stuff as well as like in the cards, right? If we come down, grab this stuff, especially if it's below like grabbing this liquidity. Keep these like the bearish retest of the Balleria low and like 915 in mind. I'm just gonna put everything that we just discussed. I'm tired. Plus yesterday. Every time I think about it, I get exhausted thought of reading it. Good night, Marcos. My headphone battery just died. Yeah, no worries. Shout out to you. I'm going to bed too. I'm tired, so quite the yap today, but interesting, right? Nice catching up and whatnot. So yeah, just keep this up in mind that we talked about yesterday and today. It's gonna be a bit hard for people that are watching the rewind of this because we did talk about a lot of this randomly throughout the stream. But yeah. I think yesterday's did a pretty decent job of covering most of it. I guess the one thing we didn't talk about for the long today, but we did talk about it yesterday, is like suppose we come to like 98 and then do the pullback into the zone. Probably be like another juicy long potential setup, right? Good talk. Yeah, you too. Anyways, we'll be back tomorrow, usual time. I don't think there's anything particularly interesting on the calendar. Unemployment claims at 8:30, 6 hours from now. Curious to see how those come out. We also have an FOMC member speaking at noon. And then we have Core PC on Friday and whatnot. So that'll be quite interesting, the way to end the week. Yeah, not the race of juice boxes, but like I'm fried. It's like 7-hour stream after being up all day dealing with this exchange stuff. So calling it a night. I'm tired. Let's do a quick chat shout out, which I don't even know if it's even gonna go that far back. I mean, shout out to Dev, right? Shout out to Dev first and foremost. Also, like, shout out to Lyle. Lyle was in here for a bit. Also, Bebo. Bebo was here earlier, so shout out to Bebo. And Harshal. Shout out to Harshal as well. A lot of familiar faces in the chat today. Hope everyone has an amazing day. We'll be back soon, but I'm out of here. Later. Later. Later.